Oh, she does crochet a lot. Don't forget your happy hour, £14.99. 491235. You've got 90 sheets here of your 12 by 12 papers. I can hear her stomping down the corridor now. She's going to say off with her head. Saving £34. It's a great deal for this hour and this hour only, just like myself actually, which is probably a good thing. 491237. Oh dear, Lou. Right. What are we having a look at now, Lou?
I don't know. I think we'll go for the beautiful one with the little bear on.
Oh yeah.
And I'm just going to stamp it there, and I'm going to stamp in black, but then I'm going to go over with some distress inks. And it's, again, I just want to show people, you know, you don't have to spend a long time colouring if you know, if that's not your bag. I mean, actually, you know, paper piece. If you'd like to do little bits of paper.
When you say paper piece, let's just explain to everyone at home.
Right, so it means stamping this on different coloured papers.
Yeah.
So it's a great way of using up all the scraps. So you could stamp your flower and leaf onto one colour paper, teddy could be on another, the flower could be on another.
And then just cut them out with a pair of scissors and...
Yeah, and just then put them back inside the stamped image.
What a great idea.
And you can do that. I mean, that would look really cool with the one with the boat with the different stripes that way.
That would look amazing. I didn't think about that. Yeah, that's another great technique.
So what I want to do is, I'm just going to do this bit by bit. So I'm going over the same stamp, and I can't remember the gentleman's name who messaged in about cleaning your stamps in between, and technically
I mean,
I haven't now here.
For the backgrounds, you could be using stencils. We've got stencils available for you. We'll just put the details up. These are available on the website for you, and we'll show you how to navigate to that. 047888 is your item number. Very lucky number, that 888. £14.97, saving £9, and it's a pick and mix of any three. These are great. Oh, these are like your little workhorses. Now, if I was to choose, which I love the maze. I'd definitely go for the maze. I like the web tangle, believe it or not. I do like that. But then I like that flower power. Oh, I like all of them. But if I'm thinking about backgrounds, maybe I'd go for cracked. I might go for the cracked. Shards is good. Oh, what's great about a pick and mix is if you want more, you can. As long as it goes up in increments of 3, you could go for 6. The price will just change accordingly. That's up to you. But yeah, choose any 3 of those. It's a great saving, down to £14.97 now. Might be worth a consideration, that there, Lou.
Okay, it would. The stencils are lovely, and there's some great designs. So I'm now, because I've gone over in the black, and then what I've done is I've stamped with the distress, and I'm now just going to go round the image and pull out where I've stamped with the ink. And then I just want to, because I've used a backing paper here that's got a little bit of pink in it, and I just want to bring the tiniest bit of pink in. I'm using my hand because I can't find my cloth. You know, you go, it was here. And all I'm going to do is just go around the outside. So for speed, I won't keep inking. I will just use the ink that I've got here. And the paper, this is the 300 cream.
Oh, that works really well.
So you can bring out the actual element that you're doing, and by choosing colours that go with the backing paper that you've done, it looks then as the backing, the background that you've created was deliberate for the actual stamped image that you've put on. She says that's in my head. So what doing is using the same colours is, or like melding. I was going to say welding, but it definitely wasn't welding.
What did you say? Melding?
Melding, you know, like when you join things together.
I like the word melding. I'm sure that can be applied to something.
When you say that, I always worry then what you're going to apply it to.
Melding. If you can think of a sentence where melding will apply to anything crafty, email in studio@thecraftstore.com. I don't think it means anything. We've just made it up, haven't we, Lou?
Possibly, yeah. It's been a long day, hasn't it?
It has. It's been a great day, though.
So I'm just literally going around the outline, and I'm picking, and I've So if this had been a backing paper with blues and greens, I would have used blues and greens. And by using the two colours together, it now makes that backing paper work with the image.
Yeah.
And I'm not, as you can see, I'm not doing...
Well, do you know what you are doing? You're putting paint on there, which is blending into the background, and that is what melding means, to combine and blend. Did you know that, Lou? Lou knew that, you cheeky little devil. I thought it was a made-up word.
No, I didn't want to disappoint you.
It's the right answer.
So, carrying from that. And it's a really quick way of just adding a little bit of, you know, and now you've made the stamped images stand out. But if you're worried about colouring in all the smaller detail...
Do you know what? That looks like it's been printed as such. It looks like it's part of the paper.
And that was
yeah.
It's choosing the colours that were in the background paper and then just, you know, and blending it out to make it look like it, like you say, it
melding
was...
it in.
Yeah, melding it in.
We need to do a show. Meld it with Lou.
But
melding.
So, you know, it's a nice quick way, and also it's not neat colouring. I'm just pulling it out, and you could then go back over, and then I could add a little bit of detail if you know, if you wanted to pick up a certain area on the cake.
I like that.
You can just pick
brown
up.
and the pink really works.
You can just pick up certain areas where there's a little bit of shadowing. If you know, if you just want to add a little bit more detail. And then just maybe a little bit underneath where he's sitting, or she is. And you could even put, you could then go back in with the different colours and you could highlight, but it then stands out, and that's why, so the backing paper then has basically coloured everything else in for me.
Isn't that clever? Isn't that clever? Wow.
Like I said, you could go in with a third colour now if you really wanted to make certain other elements pop. Where this is slightly darker here, I could make it slightly darker along the bottom there, and that would change it, you know, draw your eye in a little bit again.
Do you know what? It's a great idea, because those background papers we've got, you've got so many different patterns on there. Oh, do you know what? I can't wait to get home and try this. Letting the background paper be the stamp and then just painting around it to make it stand out. What a fabulous idea. What a fabulous idea that is. And you can do that with your one-day special. If you want to go for your paper kit of 24 sheets, the details are on your screen at the moment, £11.99. There you go. So that's your 24 sheets, and all of these will work beautifully with that particular demonstration that we've just seen there from Lou. Got some great designs in there and some great little cutouts as well. 300 GSM and 120 GSM, so you've got a mixture of weights in there. 210515 is your item number. Now we've got some more for you on the show. We've got some other cake stamps, yeah, if you love your cake. Oh, look at that. It looks like a stiletto, doesn't it, at the bottom? This is number 6, sit down. Every dog in the land would have just sat down, apart from my Jack Russell. She would have just stood there and gone, what? So £10.99, that's number 6. We've got more to show you. The next one is number 17. I like the numbers. Oh, look at that. You know, as soon as I looked at that, I saw a clown on the top with his mouth open. I don't know why, but I did. With a bow. If you put some arms coming out of that, it'd be a clown cake. Bake someone happy. 806588 is your item number, if you want to go for that one. Next one's number 11. Let's have a look at that one. Oh, giant cupcake. Definitely. Oh, I used to love chocolate cupcakes. 499067 is your item number. Number 11, legs 11, £10.99. Next is number 20. What's this like? Here we go. Oh, I like that. The butterfly cakes. They're a thing, aren't they? Butterfly, they're my favourite too. 488877 is your item number. £10.99. I've not made a butterfly cake for ages. And the next one's number 4. Let's have a look at number 4. Yay! Oh, it's like one of those twisty marshmallow things. Yeah. Yes, I can't say it, but it begins with F and M's in a flump. They told me to say it. Other marshmallows are available. How about spaceships and cola cubes? There you go. 227 563 is your item number, £10.99. They're great fun, aren't they? And go with that idea. Lots of people are buying jewellery, lots of people want gifts. If you go for this stamp set, the one-day special, maybe add some more. You could use shrink plastic and then you could shrink them down, make little charms. How cute would that be? And if you're going for the little charms as well, if you do bake, if you do, you know, sell your wares, sell your cakes, you could have little cake charms or little wine charms. How cool would that be? It's amazing. So you've got a whole world of possibilities with your one-day special and the other items that we've got on the show. 510206 is your item number for your one-day special. That's 5 sets for the price of 4. Let's head back to our Lou. What do we got, Lou? We've got, oh, we only got 5 minutes left.
Oh, that's gone quickly.
That's gone quickly.
Right, well, while we're on to, I thought this hour we could do lots of quick ways to colour.
Okay.
Because sometimes we don't always have the time we want. And I'm going to use distress. I've got back into using my distress at the moment.
Okay.
And I'm just going to, oh, I'm stamping that, aren't I? The whole table's going ding, 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 ding. It was like, oh. And I'm going to use a mixture of, I'm going to go to blues and greens. And we can then stamp on there as well. If easier for this sort of thing, you could clear emboss if you wanted the colours to be, you know, perfect. I'm just going to keep building up all these layers bit by bit.
This is the advantage, of course, of having a platform.
It is.
Platform, yeah.
It's also because I'm just picking random areas to stamp in. You're not sometimes, and I've got small ink pads as well. You're not always 100% sure you've covered absolutely everything. Like that little bit of green there is going to bug me. Let's put a little bit of green on there. There we go. So I've now got, you know, different coloured image in blues and green, and I'm just going to put a tiniest bit of the distress ink here. I'd rather put more out than less. I'm dreadful for normally putting too much out. And I'm going to pull, because the distress ink is water-based, I'm going to start pulling some of the distress ink as well. But I've got a little bit on the top. And I can then bring in the green here. And I've got the blue. So now, because I've done it with 2 different ink pads, I've got 2 different colours at once. And when the 2 have actually worked together, you've got like a blue-green. So you can now, let's put some of the blue there and just bring out a little bit more. So you don't, so use what ink pads you've got. I mean, this would work exactly the same if you've got oxides. It doesn't have to be distress.
It just reminds me of a cake with Wellington boots. I think it's brilliant.
Well, Leonie was saying turn those up the other side way round, and it was a lamppost.
Yeah, yeah.
And then we're just going to bring out, so this is a quick way. Now, once you've done this, if you think it's, you know, the outline needs a little bit more definition, if you work on a platform like this, keep it in place, colour it all in, and then stamp in black, the black would then go perfectly over the top.
Oh my days, that would be amazing.
So this way you've got a way of, so if it's starting to look too, like it's receding a little bit too much, that is a way of rescuing it, is actually going over and doing it that way.
And if you wanted to, like you've done before, you could cut out around the edge, leave that white edge, and then maybe mount it on some black card. And we've got some for you, Dolly Dimples, A4 black card for you. They're all the same. I don't know why I'm flicking through them. They're all exactly the same, but they're all quality, premium, and it's only £9.99, saving £3. It was a great deal at the price of £12.99, but it's now £9.99 for you. 250 GSM, top quality, premium card at 250 GSM. That is a marvellous deal. 049424 is your item number. I'm looking at the stamp. I thought of another idea. You know, I've been looking at different ways to use the stamps. If I were to cover that up, if you have a look at that, they're two hot chocolate cups now.
With
sticks of chocolate with straws in,
yeah.
Yeah, it could be milkshake. So yeah, you could use them like that, which is a good idea. Could be Bill and Ben, the flower pot men, or it could be 2 top hats. Look at that, 2 top hats for a wedding.
Plant pots.
Plant pots, yeah. Yeah, that would be good.
They would-
It was weed that was in the plant pot, wasn't it? And Bill and Ben were the plant pots. They were made out of plant pots. That's why they were called the plant pot men. The weed was in the weed. Andy Pandy come into play. Andy Pandy was with the plant pot men, wasn't he?
I thought you were going to make up a fictional group or something then.
No, Andy Pandy and Teddy
Teddy.
and Luby Lou.
So we leave this like that now. So if I didn't, so this is quite nice, subtle background. As I said, if that was too subtle for you, if you keep it into your stamp platform and then I put the black on the top, you know, it would.
That's a great idea.
You could make it starker. It's a great way of colouring as well.
Yeah.
You know, and then hiding all your mistakes from the colouring.
Great idea.
But
just want to clarify something. I didn't watch Andy Pandy when he was in black and white. Just to clarify that. I was colour when it was in colour, not black and white.
okay. And the difference is?
Age, Lou. Age. The difference is age.
Okay. Right. Age. Well, okay. So I'm just going to bring in a little bit of the stencils now. I didn't want to just ink around the edges. I wanted to bring in a little bit of
We've got 1 minute
detail.
left,
Right, okay.
Lou.
And I just wanted to bring in a subtle little bit of detail that still allowed some of the mixed media card.
Now, this is your final live hour with your Dolly Dimples one-day special. The price is going to stay reduced while the stocks last until 6 p.m. tonight. Then we're going to launch a brand new one-day special for you. Lou, I need to say goodbye.
Okay,
I'm so sorry. I
sorry.
don't know where this hour's gone. Love working with you. When are we going to see you again?
A couple of weeks' time.
Oh, excellent. Can't wait for that. Can't wait for that. Right, we're going to crack open the chocolates. Lou, thank you so much. All been made and brought in a COVID-safe area, I'm sure. Thank you so much, Lou.
Thank you.
See you again soon.
See you
Thanks
soon.
for all your hard work. Thanks for watching, everyone. Do check out your baskets, but stay where you are because we've got another fabulous show lined up for you here on The Craft Store. Derek, can't wait to see you. Yes, it's the Jelly Bean Crafts Happy Hour next. Craft Yourself Silly One Day Special at 6. And then we've got your cross-stitch show.
Hi, this is Els from Elizabeth Craft Designs. Elizabeth Craft Designs is a Colorado-based company. It's a family company, so husband, son, daughter all work in the company, and then a fantastic team of designers, because a company cannot exist without a great team around yourself. What we would like to share with you is my passion for crafts. We love all the concepts we have, so we have from cute till classic and beautiful designs. We love our journaling planner line, and we are going to bring you our ideas, our passion, and we hope to transfer that passion to you.
In the foothills of Aulnul, a lawless event unfolds. The craft store's 6th birthday, an exciting time beholds. Yeehaw! Phil Martin and Indigo Blue, Heartfelt Creations, Zuri, and Crafts too. With 6 pounds of credit, there'll be plenty to buy. With great one-day specials, the aces are high. With discounts and deals, with prices to amaze, join us for a hoedown for a wild 7 days. From fabric to paper to glitter and pencils, pens and stamps, inks and stencils. Join us in August, a craft extravaganza. Happy 6th birthday, the Craft Store's Bonanza!
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts2 stable and the ones that I design.
Good evening, my friends. My name's Derek Marks, and I've got a very, very special announcement to make. The next hour will be full of stash building for you. It is going to be an epic time, and I want to hear from you during this hour as well. So get the keyboard handy, because you will need to send a message to studio@thecraftstore.com, because it's 5, we're live, and it's time for this. Yes, this hour is going to be absolutely brilliant. So if you need to top up your crafting stash, listen, I am not going to bring you run-of-the-mill. I am not going to bring you just what you see every other day. We have got something absolutely brilliant for you in this hour from Jelly Bean Crafts, and we've got some really fantastic colour cardstock coming your way. We've got different mediums for you to use. We've got fabulous ribbons that you will want to grab. We've got highly rated items. We've got 7-day savers that are going to be part of the show, and something that you will absolutely love. Now, I want to hear from you in this hour as well. I want to know what you're working on at the moment. What are you working on? What are you crafting right now? Send me a picture, even if you are UFO, halfway through project. Let me know. Take a little picture. Drop me a little note and tell me what it is that you're working on, and we will show the nation. In the meantime, this is a happy hour, so we need to start the clock. There it is. Well, we started it already, but for it to appear on the screen, this is how good and how long the deals in this hour will be good for. So get your buying fingers ready. In fact, if you want to shop ahead of me right now, because you've already been having a look, haven't you, at the items in the show? I've done it twice or 3 times this afternoon. I'm like, oh, right, what's in this happy hour then? And of course, all the prices were at their higher prices, but now they're at their happy hour prices. So let's have a look. Let's have a whiz through together. Let's swipe right, shall we, and have a little look through the ribbon collection that you might want to grab nice and quickly. The smooth black velvet card, which I don't have live to actually stroke in the studio, but it's beautiful. It really is. It's already limited stock, and I am not surprised at all. 100 sheets of assorted vellum is in the show. Again, I don't have it in the studio to stroke it live, but you can go shopping for it right now at £13.49. We also have that fantastic cobalt blue, 270 GSM and 100 sheets of that. Plus, how about this? 25 sheets of A4 acetate, 220 microns. So the top notch with reviews there as well for just £9.99. And keep going, Ross, because look, your 7-day savers is there. The first one is the Jelly Bean Crafts paper crafting kit. Now, we've been trying to find our copy of this, but it's so hot off the press, we don't have any live here in the studio. But look at all of those goodies that you can go out there. Toppers, embellishments, little Christmas trees there. Contents might vary there, but look at the price reduction. $44.99 to just $18.99. I think you need to go to that page on the website, and you need to click add to basket right now on that while it's such a good deal. Because when you think about it, oh, now we've actually had a sellout already on the show. The black velvet card on the show, which are only available on the web, but it is now sold out and gone. See, we've had one sell out already. I think there are only something like 12 or 13 items on the whole show. Can we just go back to the web hour, Ross, just very, very quickly? Because I think we skated over the magnetic sheets, and I want you to swipe left to the magnetic sheets for a moment. 10 sheets of your A4 magnetic sheets. Again, I don't have those to stroke and love here in the studio, but they're highly reviewed. Actually, you can see that there are 27 review scores on those, and they are really, really good. People saying that actually they're brilliant, of course, for your die storage. That's primarily what we use them for, but also for cutting up for your fridge magnets. Really, really, really good, strong magnets as well. So if you want to grab those, 10 sheets for less than £1 each, which is really, really great. But only for the next
55 minutes and 25 seconds. Oh, that's what I do every time I want a clock, is it? Oh, okay, and... Oh, that's good, isn't it? That's better than saying, what do you say to those gadgets at home? What do you call them? Amanda, show me the clock. That's her name, isn't it, Amanda? Anyway, listen, we've got a happy hour to do. Shall we crack on? Honestly, we haven't got time to waste here. 5 minutes gone already. Right, let's start then, shall we? Now, already of this one, 10% of these are sold out and gone. Now, this is the A4 chocolate brown jelly bean card. Now, 550 GSM. Now, if you think about how good this will be for obviously construction, you could definitely use it for construction, but also I was thinking for journal covers, for front and back covers, you want those really sort of sophisticated colours to use as a bit of a background. 60 sheets of A4 at 550 GSM, which is just absolutely immense. Look at your price. It's half price right now, so you are saving more than you are spending. £9.99. Now, I have to say, that's a really lovely, sophisticated colour, isn't it, as well? Chocolate brown, yes, not the most exciting colour in the world, but when you've got 550 GSM to go at here, I think that's super cool, don't you? Really good. And I think, to be honest with you, can I sacrifice one sheet, Ross? Because I think, yes, it's got the core. It is chocolate brown to the core. Oh, and actually, for your mixed media, doesn't that tear beautifully? For giving you that lovely, because it's multi-layered, so you can ink into those wonderful layers as well. Doesn't that give you an instant beautiful little seam builder, doesn't it? Yes, it could give you... That could give you instant mounted. You can make lovely templates and you can make stencils out of this card as well, because it is that chocolate brown to the cord. Sorry, I've sacrificed one of those, so there are only 59 in that bundle. But listen, you won't get that bundle, so don't worry. 399680 is your item number there. It's really busy already. I'm not surprised. It is half price. I mean, what's not to love about this? And this is all about the GSM. 20% of this has already gone. Remember, the happy hour in big stocks, but those prices are only good for the next... Oh, I've caught it without the clock there. Hang on. Come on. 52 minutes and 49 seconds. Fantastic. So make a note of that item number. Listen, just get onto the app and whatever and look at the... And that's it. Add to basket. Right. OK. Going... Will we hear that here? Oh, OK, that's all right then. Nothing to worry about here. Next item then for you. I love this. I think this is absolutely brilliant. This is one of my favourites on the show. This and the ribbon. I think you need to grab these really quickly. First of all, would you look at the size of that stack of your paper going on here? Now, sorry, I say paper. It's not paper at all. It's card. So this is a card collection, all A4. Lots of different colours, lots of different finishes, 160 to 350 GSM, and you get 200 sheets. So that's an instant stash builder, which I absolutely love. And listen, it's just £9.99, so you're saving £25. And that's massive. That is ridiculous. Our Ross has just taken the time to work out, that works out at 5 pence per sheet. And it's not like they're all the same at all. You've got some lovely deep... Actually, you've got some of the cobalt blue, which is coming up. Obviously, contents may vary, but in this stash that I've got here, some of the cobalt blue, which is coming up a little bit later on. You've got some lovely silver card here as well. Look at this one. This one's fascinating. I'm going to take this one out for a second, because this one's it's an Aurora glitter card. So look at this. When it flashes its glitter, it's all galactic and beautiful. I love it. Look at that. So cool. It's really beautiful. That's a nice GSM as well, by the way, that card. Because you can see that's one of the heavier weight card stocks as well. You wouldn't want to waste a little scrap of that. It's beautiful. What else have we got? We've also got some vibrant colours in here as well. So we've got things like, and this is just an example of the assortment that you will get. You've got gorgeous oranges there, primary red, lovely yellow, gorgeous soft blue. This is an amazing cream colour, this one. This is one of the lighter weights, but this is like a sort of pearly card as well. It's beautiful. It's wonderful. You've got some pinks in there, and you'll have some patterned as well. This is rather nice, like a little sort of gingham check meets tartan affair going on. But for me, it's the size of the stack. Actually, do you know what I'm going to do, Jimmy? Ta-da, ta-da, ta-da. That's what you need to see. Look at that. Yes, actually, if you're a Freedom member, no P&P whatsoever to get that to your door. Blimey. Nearly bought the house down then. Don't worry, everyone, it's all fine. Nothing to see here. So that is phenomenal. And sorry, that was beautifully displayed until I came in. I mean, that's a massive stack. Right, a third of the stock of that now has sold out and gone. Now, the contents may vary, but you are going to get a variety of different colours and finishes, remember, and GSMs as well for your £9.99. I'm going to set the display back up again because I'm a good boy like that. You're saving £25 by doing that, but it's only good for... Oh, hang on. It's only good for another 49 minutes and 19 seconds. It's good, that. It works every single time. It's very, very reliable, isn't it? Oh, lovely. Right, off you go. We can't sit there watching it. Don't put undue pressure on people to order, please. Just know that these deals are good for this hour and this hour only. I love the fact that you've got different colours. Has a spirit just walked through? Oh, no, it was a piece of acetate. It's just gone all the way from the table, all the way to the corner. It skates well, that. 40% of this sold out and gone. And I tell you what, you'd have it for this alone, wouldn't you? With its lovely galactic colours. I think that's absolutely beautiful. Right, OK, sorry, I'm nearly done, and then I'm ready to move on. It's fabulous. £9.99, that's your instant card making, isn't it, straight away? Your stash looks super, super, super impressive. I know, but I'm just gonna make sure everything's beautiful. Everything's beautiful. And I'm going to pop that there. And let's see whether he makes this work in one. Let's see. Oh, now look. I think, by Jove, nobody breathe, but I think I've done it. Look at that. There you go. Floor manager's dream. Right, £9.99. Grab that quickly. Half the stock has gone. Willie, stop shouting, for heaven's sake. Well, it's worth shouting about, isn't it, this? £9.99, saving 25. It's not every day you save 25 quid just by doing nothing, is there? Just by getting in before the clock hits zero. Right, next up. Now, I love this. I think this is really, really nice. If you're thinking of going for your chocolate brown cardstock, talk about a matte and layer that look really, really sophisticated. Do you know what I mean? For a card project. And actually, your chocolate brown may be more mixed media, where this is slightly more lightweight, but still fairly hefty, actually. 270 GSM on this one. But it's all about the colour. It's a really, really lovely base. Now, if you think about the trend colours that are around at the moment, things like yellows and mustards, look at... Oh, that's got polystyrene in the middle. How dare it? But... if you think about those colours, I can't touch that one. It's got polystyrene in the middle. Oh, they all have. Oh, that's wicked, that is. But if you think about those trend colours, mustards and yellow ochres, and how much we're using them at the moment, I'll be all right as long as I don't touch the polystyrene. I can't even think about it. It's a weird affliction to have, really, isn't it? It is very strange. I mean, no one said I was normal. But there you go. So, how much do we get of this, our Ross? 100 sheets, 270 GSM. I think it makes the most sophisticated. Hey, imagine this for things like invitations. Score it down the middle. Do your invitations there and do your place settings for your very, very posh wedding. Silver's always silver or grey is always a really, really lovely colour for that, isn't it? I just think it's a really, really nice. I mean, grey, people always think, boring, grey, no. But it's not a boring grey, is it? It's not a miserable grey. It's one of those lovely, deep, sort of sophisticated grey. It's lovely. And every colour that you put with it just pops so beautifully. So with the lilac, I mean, this ribbon bundle that's coming up, any colour from that you put with it just pops beautifully, doesn't it? Be it the palest, lightest kind of pinks, or even lighter if you like. Be it something, you know, red, so Scandi or Christmas. Christmas would go nice actually against a grey background. That would be a bit different because we go for very, very traditional and samey colour schemes in Christmas projects, don't we? Maybe this, ooh, all of your white mediums as well, you know, like fake snow and embossing and things like that. White embossing on this grey paper, card, should I say, would be amazing. But listen, again, £9.99 for this, and you get 100 sheets of this, but £9.99 is only good for the next 45 minutes. So you better be quick. You better be quick. 601 620 is your item number. Next we have ribbon. Now, this is another contents may vary. So here is, how many what? Already, we've not even got to it yet. You've been shopping ahead. Brilliant. I'm so pleased for you. Look at the saving you're making here. £22 saved. Now, the thing I must explain about this is you get loads and loads and loads of it. You get, well, okay. Well, just check our Ross what 25 yards is in metres, because a lot of these reels say they're all done in yards. Some say 12Y and some say 25Y. So I think because that one, because it's going to vary, I think, in lengths. But actually, a lot of people, I think one of the reviews I read on this item, because it gets rave reviews, said, actually, I was really surprised about how much ribbon you get on each reel. Because usually when you buy reels of ribbon, it's like a standard length, isn't it? It's like 5 metres or, you know, it's not a lot, is it really? What's 25 yards in metres, our Ross? Just as a for instance. So that's 22 metres. So 25 yards is 22 metres, you can see on this one. Oh, OK, we're going to have a look at the still because... OK, so we think we might have... Oh, OK, so that looks like more those size reels, doesn't it? Let me just show you these then, because I think these are the ones that also say 25Y, Ross, as well. So these will be the ones. So, because you see 25Y means 25 yards, doesn't it? So you're going to get reels like this, it looks like. You get 15 reels in them, and the colours will be assorted. So 25 yards is 22 metres on each one. So 15 times 22, Ross. You know I can't do maths. 15 times 10 is 100. 330 metres in total in 15 different colours. That's really good for £14.99, isn't it? And of course we use ribbon all of the time, especially when it comes to gift wrapping as well, because you obviously you make your bows and everything else with those. So it's those kind of reels we think in this one. So I think we'll pop those there. So you get 15 reels that are that kind of size, and colours may vary. 113209 is the item number, but we're approaching half of the stock of that sold out and gone because you've been shopping ahead of us. Should we have another quick look at the picture on the web, Ross? I'm thinking we should, just for clarity's sake. So all the reels should look like that. 25 yards on each one. Colours may vary. What did we say? 20? How many metres? About 22 metres is 25 yards. And you get 15 reels in total. Fabulous. £14.99. Very, very good. Right, let's move on to something a little bluer now. In fact, very, very deep blue. Now, this is a curated collection, which I love, and this is the teal card collection. This is brilliant. This is almost like an equivalent of having an A4 paper pad, isn't it, really? Because sometimes when you go for a paper pad, you think, oh, no, I'm actually too busy, and I need two of roughly the same colour family, but I don't want them to be too busy. I want to bring the busyness in with my stamping or my die cutting or whatever it might be. Look at how beautifully this is all put together. Now, this is 240 and 300 GSM, and you can see you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different designs. Now, obviously, you've got a plain, which is in that lovely teal, and then you've got a gorgeous stripe, and then you've also got a little polka dot, and then you've got a smaller ditzy spot, let's call it. Then you've got, oh, this might do funny things to your telly. It looks like the test card, doesn't it? or one of those little QR codes that we're always scanning. Looks a bit like that, doesn't it? It's quite cool as a background, though, isn't it? And then you've got the final one, which looks to be a plain white. We get a plain white in there as well, but you need that, don't you, as a contrast? So you've got 80 sheets in total. Does it break it down any more specifically, Ross, in the details that you've got there? 20 of the plain teal, and that's 300 GSM. 20 of the super smooth, which is the white, so that's for stamping on, 240 GSM. And then you've got 10 of the medium spot, which is this one here, which is 250 GSM. 10 of the small spot, 250 GSM. 10 of the stripe, 250 GSM. And 10 of the... Oh, it is called barcode. Oh, and you get 10 of those as well. That's not a bad little deal, that, actually, is it? Especially that you get the super smooth card where it is a lovely colour teal, isn't it? It's beautiful. It's one of those very, very appealing colours that you can add almost anything to. Celebrations, mats and layers you've got there, obviously. And actually, you've got pretty good construction weight card there as well in some of those. They're beautiful, aren't they? Really, really nice. £11.99, so we get a £14 saving there. But hang on, because this saving's not forever. It's only for the next 30. Oh, look at that. Jimmy's a magician. A magician on his penultimate day. He's pulling all the rabbits out of the hats. It's brilliant. He's waited all this time to show us his immense talent. 454323 is the item number for this one. £11.99. Right, come on, let's shimmy on down. We're a third of the way through already, would you believe? Next up, we've got the card you can play. When I'm cleaning windows. Now, this is your A4... Sorry. I'm a bit giddy today. I don't know what's wrong with me. I think I had too many Wheatie Bangs this morning. You have got other cereals are available. We've got our A4 ribbed card in natural white. This is beautiful because actually the ribs are... I'll get you closer in so you can see the size and the depth of the ribs are to note here. And these are beautiful, really, really nice. I think actually for box making, this would be super, super, super luxurious because remember, you've got 550 GSM going on there. It would be amazing. Again, actually, I think you could maybe use this like a sort of canvasy finish if you wanted to do your mixed media projects. It would make a nice base to be putting on your heavier weight mediums onto as well. But also you could accentuate those ribs as well if you want to. Wash over them, see the kind of effects that you will get. I know, again, look at the size of the stack there. It's ridiculous. 60 sheets of that, 550 GSM. You've got a price right now of just £9.99. It is ridiculous. It is another big, big saving. It's well worth taking advantage of. Lots and lots of you are. Lots of you are shopping ahead. We've had sellouts on the hour already. We do love a happy hour, don't we? They're good. They're really, really good. If you are looking for a bargain, and listen, some of these things, you know, on face value, you think, oh, I don't know, you know, like it's, you know, but, you know, this is about stash building, and this is about having those things that when you start a project and then you want to batch make, it's really, really good to get those good prices right now rather than, I mean, sometimes with specialised card, packs of 10 of maybe something like this, like a really high quality 550 GSM in one of those sort of plastic sleeves that you buy in one of the craft stores. How much might 5 or 10 sheets of that be? You're getting 60 here for £9.99. So as a bulk buy, it's almost like we've taken you into the craft warehouse and given you a, you know, like a member's pass, but just for an hour to go wild in the aisles, as Dale used to say. 988834 is your item number for your A4 ribbed card in natural white. It's the card you can play. Like a washboard. I love it. Very, very nice. Right, OK, let's move on. Really? Do you know, I knew it would, I thought it would be Ross, to be honest. I thought, because again, on face value, you think, okay, come on, tell me what's special about this, Derek. It's the size. It's the size and the amount that you are getting. Because I think quite often you are wanting to make larger scale projects. Like you might want to make a great big memory book or an album or something like that. But you know, a 6x6 is not enough, 8x8 even maybe not enough. And actually, 8x8 mirrors, sorry, 12x12 mirrors what you get in a lot of papers, a lot of paper pads, and actually it's quite nice to have paper and card, should I say. This is very much card at 350 GSM, that is already pre-cut to 12x12, because sometimes if your scoreboard isn't big enough, or your guillotine or your trimmer isn't big enough, trying to get a 12x12 square, how do you do it? How do you do it? Because if you've got a heavyweight card, sometimes, I mean, you're going to need one of those big, long steel rulers. I mean, I've always thought this for a long, long time, because I've bought trimmers and cutters and things like that. And then it's asked for a size that goes beyond the size of the cutter, and I've then not been able to work out how to get that size. Oh, well, I'm going to have to work it out no more, because you have grabbed it and taken it. It's another sellout, I'm afraid. Congratulations. That's absolutely brilliant work. Well done. What does an itchy elbow mean? I know what itchy nose means, but itchy elbow, I'm not sure what that's all about. Yeah, very overly happy for a happy hour, maybe. Let me show you some more stills that we don't have on the counter right now, and it's a real shame, this one, because this is the A4 mirror card. It's lovely. It's 100 sheets of 320 GSM in silver, and it is superb quality, let me tell you. You can see it's got that, it's not just silver, it's got that lovely texture to it as well. It's beautiful. Look at the size of the saving that you are making there. Saving £15, it's just £11.99. So if you want to go for that, you absolutely can right now. What else you got there in the still store? Have you got the vellum there as well? The vellum is brilliant. I'm only so sad that we don't have the physical sample here in the studio for this, because the vellum is awesome. And if you think about how much vellum you want to use but you don't necessarily use in your projects, because it can be costly, very, very expensive. Here you've got, again, it's the colours may vary, but you've got 100 sheets of A4 vellum there, £13.49. So that's what, £1.34 per sheet? Is that working out? No, 13.4 pence per sheet. I told you I was no good at maths, especially live. 499521 is your item number. Remember, this is a happy hour deal, so it will expire at the end of the hour. We're almost halfway through this hour as well. And then the pièce de résistance ready of this hour. And again, I'm sorry I don't have it here, but it's such an important, vital resource for any crafter who has dies in their collection, because you know pretty much as much as you want to, you think, oh, I can get a good few collections on one sheet, it'll be absolutely fine. Then you realise when you lift them up, some of the dies fall off and whatever if you overload them. So the more the merrier, and especially it's the thickness as well, because not all magnetic sheets are exactly the same. These are 500 microns thick as well, which is really, really good. So you get 10 A4 sheets for £9.99. Amazing value, massive amount of reviews as far as I remember when I was looking through this happy hour. 27 reviews are there, which you can go and look at right now under that item number 933686, which is brilliant. But it's basically it's £1 each for magnetic sheets, and they can be very, very expensive, but it's only good for, oh Jimmy, there it is. It was worth waiting for. Worth every second. Just over 31 minutes to take advantage of these happy hour deals. Now, I'm going to lay that one down because you've gone. You're out of here now. Let's come down to our cobalt blue now. Again, if you were thinking about that lovely slate grey, this is flying out. Your lovely slate grey and that cobalt blue, oh, aren't they perfect together? Oh, do you know the other thing I was thinking about on that ribbed card? Well, actually, it's maybe a bit too thick for that. That's why I didn't say it. I was thinking the ultimate in headed notepaper. I mean, that would be so posh, wouldn't it? This, though, would be brilliant, again, for mats and layers, because any other colour, pops so beautifully from this. Now, let me just, oh, it is. It is. Look, it's all the way to the core as well. Because I think sometimes with this, you might want to rough up the edges. You might want to create that sort of, that kind of handmade paper finish to the edges. And you can, because it is blue all of the way through to the core as well. Forgive me for spoiling one of the pages there, but I think it's worth it to kind of illustrate. So 270 GSM, so good strong card weight as well. This would be amazing for your mats and layers. And again, it's nice just to have different options sometimes, isn't it? Especially if you're using things like Posca pens and paints and whatever that got lots of luminescence, or you're using metallics, but you don't want as stark as a black cardstock. You want something that's a little softer than a black. Blue's a lovely backdrop to work from, isn't it? Again, look at the size of the stack there, because that's 100 sheets there for you for just £9.99, but not forever, only for this hour. So if you do want to take advantage of that... Oh! Thank you very much. Sorry, it's on the blink. It's on the blink. I shouldn't touch that TV either, should I really? Really shouldn't. Absolutely on the, yeah, it is on the blink, but also it's far more than I could ever afford to replace it. So I'm not going to touch it again. Off you go. Right, less than half an hour. Let's move on to our final hour on the final item on the counter. We've got the acetate, the flying acetate, because one piece slipped off the desk and went all the way across the studio into the corner. Now, with acetate, again, it's one of those things where you do need to get the right quality. You do need to get the right quality, because some acetates, they're just too thin. But you can see that that one is 220 microns. So if you're creating your shaker cards, your dioramas, maybe you're even constructing, you can even construct boxes out of your acetate by scoring it as well, which I think is a lovely thing to do, because that means you've got more to decorate then. You can have almost more fun with it then, can't you? This is a really, really good deal. 25 sheets of 220 micron, gorgeous acetate, super, super strong as well, for just £9.99, which is really, really good. So you're making a £5 saving there. I tell you what, it's been such a busy hour so far. I tell you what I'm going to do is I'm going to stop gassing to let you check out, and then I'm going to go down the other end of the counter, and then we'll have another whiz through, because you might just have got in. Where have you been? I've been here since 5. Where? Oh, OK, that's all right. You've only just got in. That's fine. OK, let's find out about Flexi first, because when you spend over £60 here at the craft store, you can then cut that into 2 very, very easy to manage payments. And here's Catherine to tell you all about it.
What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments. So you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with the craft store easier.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are watching the craft store live from somewhere in the middle of nowhere in the East Midlands. Is that what we call the East Midlands? Is it? Part 1 was fantastic, wasn't it, of this happy hour? Oh, you ain't seen nothing yet, because it's time for part 2. Oh, yeah, I tell you, if we were going to have a happy hour, then we're going to do it twice over. Yeah, it's like 2 shows in 1. It's brilliant, isn't it? 2 happy hours for the price of 1. It's brilliant. Now, let's see how long is left on this happy hour. 26 minutes and 7 seconds, so come on, let's get on with it. Let's go right back to the very beginning. It's Jelly Bean Crafts in this hour, and there are some items that I don't physically have live here in the studio, but you will find them all on our website. So just go to thecraftstore.com and you will see all the items that are on this show will appear. In fact, should we go and have a look? Should we go and have a look? Because all you need to do, log on to the front page and then you can swipe right through the items in this show, through those wonderful ribbons. We've had sellouts, by the way, so the velvet card, that's gone. The 12 by 12s that we'll see in a moment, they've gone. The vellum's just gone limited stock as well. 100 sheets of assorted vellum there for £13.49. That's gone. The 12 by 12s, they've sold out and gone. You have still got your acetate there. And if you go one right to freedom, there's also a 7-day saver, which is Jelly Bean Crafts as well, which is a paper crafting kit for Christmas. Now, again, its contents may vary, but you've got loads of little embellishments there. In fact, let me get closer to the screen. I can have a look at that selection. Obviously, it will vary. But on the picture on the website there, you've got little what have you got? Little stars there. You've got reindeer. You've got Christmas trees, the little Christmas buttons, a foam multi-pack in Christmas colours. Are they stamps there at the top? Are they rub-offs? Are they stamps? Yeah, they do look like stamps, don't they? There's little silver bells there on the left as well. Silver bells, silver bells. We found out earlier, didn't we, Ross, how many days there are left to Christmas? Was it 127? Was that what it was? 127. And let me just ask you at home, how many people have made one Christmas card so far? Only one? Anyone? Email in, let me know right now. In fact, take a picture of it right now. If it's not all written and made and whatever, then pop it. Oh, I've got a picture. This is from Debbie. Thank you, Debbie. She says, I've just received some magazine orders, I beg your pardon, sorry, from the craft store. The two top and bottom left are made with the free stamps that came with the magazine. And the bottom right is one I'm working on with Studio Light. It looks fabulous. Who was that from, Debbie? Thank you, Debbie. Well, listen, who's going to send me a picture of the first Christmas card they made? Somebody's made their Christmas cards already, haven't they? Take a picture of the first one that you made and send it through to me right now. You've got, how long have we got? 23 minutes and 20 seconds. You've got plenty of time to get a picture in. studio@thecraftstore.com. Do it now. Keep me company right the way through until 6 o'clock. Actually, it's worth sticking around now because, of course, 6 o'clock, brand new one-day special. What will it be today? I think I see Hayley Smith not far away. Could it be a Fabazine? Could it be a Fabazine? It could be. I don't know. It's not for me to say. You'll have to be there at 6 o'clock. Anyway, that's 6 o'clock. In the meantime, I need your full attention for this happy hour because we'll go back to the top now and we go back to our gorgeous 550 GSM chocolate brown 60 sheets mega deal here at £9.99. It's ridiculous, my friends. And you see, I sacrificed one earlier to show you. It's all the way to the core. All that gorgeous, lovely chocolateness is all the way to the core. So you can create those. Look at that. That's phenomenal. I mean, if you think about how, I mean, I don't know how paper is made. I don't know. It must be pressed together in lots and lots of different layers because look at that. I mean, I just ripped that once, but it's got that multi-layered kind of look, hasn't it? How clever is that? It's beautiful. So a lovely smooth finish on the top there, so you can throw all kinds of mediums at this, or indeed use it for construction as well. I imagine this scores beautifully. In fact, I'm going to fold a little piece and just see how we go. Yes, it scores absolutely perfectly because it's brown to the core. You're not going to lose anything. You're not going to crack and craze or reveal, you know, anything like that. It's fantastic. I love it. Beautiful. Yeah, you'd use proper tools rather than two fingers. Anyway, 399680 is your item number for that. Over half of the stock of that has sold out, and there's a massive stock of that as well, let me tell you. It's the size of the stack, isn't it? It's brilliant, really good. Have to say a massive thank you to the team at Jelly Bean Crafts for allowing us to do this. They do know we're doing it, Ross, don't we? Don't they? Do they? Did someone make a call to them? I haven't heard the bat phone ring in the gallery, so I'm taking it. Oh, I say that, and it rang at that very moment. I'm hoping Jelly Bean Crafts do know about this happy hour happening. I'm really, really hoping. Oh, dear. Ross is just having words now. Well, it's too late now. We've said it now, haven't we? It's out there. People have checked out. It's legally binding. Contracts have been signed. Anyway, let's move on. We're not worried about that. Just carry on shopping. Next up, then. No. Ross, we didn't even get back to it. It's gone. It's gone. It's gone. A massive, massive stack of assorted coloured cards with various GSMs there. It's gone. Sold out and got. Massive congratulations. We had a massive stock. If I stand back, Jack can take it away. There you go, see? That's it. He'll need an equity card now. His arm's been seen. That's it. Are you not in equity yet, Jack? Oh, you know, that's how you do it. Get yourself on TV. I was there. My arm was there. I've been on screen now. That's it. I can have a card. Whoa, amazing. Yeah, Jimmy, you should definitely have an equity card. Right. OK, so that's gone, so we can't talk about that. So let's talk about this gorgeous slate grey then, because this is really, really lovely. You think about the fact that, look, any colour pops beautifully against this slate grey because it's the most enjoyable, beautiful colour, isn't it? If I put any of those colours next to it, see how they pop from that grey. It's a really sophisticated tone of colour. Oh, I've just rubbed 2 bits of polystyrene together. Oh, it's like my kryptonite. I'm so sorry. I can't deal with it. It's ridiculous, really, isn't it? A man of 26 3/4 plus VAT can't deal with a bit of polystyrene. I can't touch it, can't feel it, can't listen to it, can't be in the room with it, can't unpack boxes with anything that's has it wrapped around. It's just ridiculous. Anyway, enough of my problems. Got enough of your own. Right, so 100 sheets of 270 GSM. Gorgeous, gorgeous. I'm not sure I call this slate grey, to be honest. I'm not begging to differ with Jelly Bean Crafts, but it reminds me more of, oh, I don't know. See, I didn't have an alternative ready. It is a sophisticated shade, though. Hang on, Hayley Smith's always got a good suggestion. What are you thinking, Hayley? Dove I was thinking of. I don't know why Dove wouldn't come to me. Pigeons would come to me. I was thinking pigeon grey. That's not really attractive, is it? I'll stick with slate if I'm going to say pigeon. But Dove, yes, Dove. Cute, cute, stroke me Dove. There you go. But again, look at the size of the stack that you've got here. But you've only got this for another... Oh, that was a bad clap, wasn't it? Did you miss? Oh, it's rubbish, wasn't it? Don't tell me I've lost the ability to... Oh, there we go. I'm brilliant in an audience. I used to go and see shows being done all the time, and my clap was famous. What you have to do is catch as much air within as you can. I won't do it on because there's nothing less attractive sounding on your telly than someone clapping close to a microphone, especially if they're clapping themselves. And I've no one else to clap, really. Although Jack deserves a clap, doesn't he, really? Because he's now, yeah, see the way he got stuff out of it? Yeah, so... Well done. Yeah, give Jack the clap of congratulations there. Oh, yeah, it keeps bringing the clock in as well. So off you go, you. Right. OK, so that's that, £9.99. I wish you'd pay attention. Right, next we've got the ribbon, which is lovely ribbon. It's just, I just don't like the polystyrene in the middle of it. If Jelly Bean could make a note of that next time, find some other way of, and now its colours may vary on this, and you get 15 reels. I haven't got 15 reels here, but each one of them is 25 yards, which Ross thinks he's worked out to be 22.5 metres. And Hayley Smith has given me the nod of, yeah, I agree with that, which is good. And actually, if you look at the reviews for this item number, people do say, oh, actually, do you know what? I was surprised how much was on a reel. Because we're used to buying it in card shops, aren't we? So we get a metre. Have you ever been to one of those posh card shops and you think, oh, there's the ribbon. They say it goes with that paper because it's next to that paper, and you pay £3 or £4 or whatever for it, and you get it home and find out that once you've unwound it from the doodah, it's like that long. You're like, what am I going to do with that? Where with this, you're not going to have that problem, which is brilliant. So colours may vary. In fact, should we show you the picture from the website on this one? Sorry, Ross. Sorry, Jim. Sorry, world. just want to show you this because then it's a better illustration that you get 15 of those, which worked out over 220 metres or 300. It was a lot of metres anyway. Well, 22 and a half times 15. 330 metres of fabulous ribbon. Can't go wrong there, can you, at $14.99? You could open a ribbon shop, couldn't you? Couldn't you? You were selling that £1 a metre. Oh, you'd be quids in, wouldn't you? Anyway, listen, that's your business. That's your business. 113209 is your item number there. $14.99 is your price. £22 saved, which is not half bad. It's better than a poke in the eye with a sharp stick, isn't it? Right, let's go to our teal collection now, because this is really, really lovely. This is a very, very sophisticated and coordinated collection. It is phenomenal. Now, in this, you get, is it 20 sheets of the super smooth and 20 sheets of the teal blue, the plain teal blue, and then 10 each of the barcode, the small spot, the medium spot, and the stripe as well. Very GSMs. I think the plain teal and the super smooth, they're the 300 GSM, aren't they? The plain teal is 300, the super smooth is 240, and then the rest are 250. And all the details of that are on the website, because it's terribly dull going through stuff like that. It's all about the look, really, isn't it? And it is lovely. So brilliant for coordinating mats and layers. You might have paper pads that kind of key in with the colours that you've got here. Actually, do you know what? Is it time to look at some of your pictures in the gallery, do you think? Can we? Oh, are you loading them? Oh, brilliant. Oh, OK. Right, we've got the first couple. You've been sending me your first made Christmas cards. Diane's first, just slaying. And this is pink ink design stamps. Lovely. What's that on the sleigh then? Is it a dog? Oh, it's a dog sat with its... I was looking low and I was thinking, is that its face? But it's not. It's the parson's nose, isn't it? It's the back end. I see. Right, moving on then. Thank you very much. Angie, thank you. This is beautiful, beautiful card. She's very much a glittery, metallic magpie like me. I love that. Is that holographic mirror card that you've done the sentiment there, the let it snow at the top? I like that very much indeed. And we've got some more that are coming in as well. So thank you. Keep them coming in. Your very first Christmas card that you've made. My heart is warm to know that people are making their Christmas cards already, or they've made them already, which is brilliant. So this is $11.99. You get 80 sheets in total. So again, another big, big stack. 20 of the super smooth, 20 of the teal blue, and 10 each of the other 4 here for just $11.99, which is very, very good indeed. Love, love, love that. Right, next to the card that you can play. Oh, half the stock of this is gone. Yeah, people want to get home and make their own little orchestra with the ribbed card. It's beautiful. It's really deep and really strong, this. Again, when you're talking 550 GSM combined with that lovely rib, it's got to be quite a deep rib to make an impression on a 550 GSM card, really, hasn't it? Which is really, really super, super cool. I love this. Again, I just think, actually, this would be a really, really nice way of doing those, you know, those effects that you do where you put down double-sided tape and then add glitter above. If you could get the double-sided tape right into the grooves of the rib, because it's quite deep, then you could create some really, really funky effects with that. I think they would be nice as I mean, it would be ridiculous. I know I'm just talking ridiculous right now, but the ultimate headed notepaper. You'd have to be Lord of the Manor, wouldn't you? To have that as your headed notepaper paper. That would be lovely. You would expect that to be palace worthy. But again, look at the size of the stack there. 60 sheets of that in total for $9.99. But that deal is only good, ladies and gentlemen, in this happy hour for another 11 minutes and 34 seconds there. And well done, because so many of you have checked out on this show. Congratulations. If you've got anything in your basket, run it to the checkout and then send me a picture of your first made Christmas card as well, because I would love, love, love to see it. We have less than 10 minutes left in the show. We've got some more of your Christmas card pictures coming up in just a second. So grab this now while you can. Good construction weight, obviously, but maybe a little bit grand, this, for box construction. What would you do with it? Maybe the backdrop for something like a wedding card or a celebration or a christening card, because it is very, very good. Great as a matte and layer, and you can play it as well. So the kids will love it too. 988834 is your item number for that one. Don't forget to have a look at the products on the show as well, because we've still got those 10 magnetic sheets, A4, for £9.99. It is ridiculous. It's less than £1 each. Now, we've had a question, have we, about the... Oh, OK, we've had a question about the magnetic sheets, so... And they're asking... Is it thick enough to be able to put the dies on and keep them in place? I would say so, absolutely, yes. 500 microns, so that is, again, super, super thick, which is, that is primarily what they are designed for in the crafting world, obviously. People do make their own fridge magnets out of them as well, which does suggest that you've got a super strong magnetism to them. But actually that 500 microns obviously relates to the thickness of these sheets, because if they are too thin and flimsy, sometimes when you pick them up, obviously if the page bends too easily, then some of the smaller detailed dies end up dropping off naturally. Magnetic or not, because of the way that dies are made in so much as they have outlines, if the page gives too easily, you haven't got that thickness in your magnetic sheet. I do speak from experience. I do have a large collection of dies at home, and I've tried to be super, super frugal. Can I get 3 alphabets onto one sheet? The answer is no, probably not, Derek, because as soon as you pick it up, if your magnetic sheet does any kind of, flimsying, your V, W and Y decide to fly off, and you need to pick them up off the floor. So anyway, if you've got 10 to play with, it'll be absolutely fine. It means you don't need to be too frugal with them, which is brilliant. So stock up on those, £9.99, saving £3 there, but not for long. Right, let's do cobalt blue now. This has now gone limited. My word, we've had a lot of sellouts and a lot of, limiteds on this show as well. This is that gorgeous cobalt blue. Now, can I just put in your mind the offer that we had for the slate grey, because the two work so beautifully together. You might just want to think of them together as well. In fact, we should really maybe put them side by side on the counter, because they are such a good matte and layer to each other. They are beautiful. If you went for both of them, you get 200 sheets, 100 of the slate grey and 100 of the cobalt blue, for less than £20, which is the usual price of this 100 sheets of the cobalt blue, which is really, really good. So it would almost be a buy one, get one free in that scenario, wouldn't it, really, if you think about it? Oh, no, actually, it would almost be a buy two, get two free, wouldn't it? Would it? No, buy one, get one free. See, I told you I was no good at maths. The other great thing about this as well is it is blue all the way through to the core. Don't think about it, Ross. Sorry, it was me just throwing confusion into the mix. I'm rubbish to go shopping with, by the way. Brilliant. 186696 is your item number. Literally, the last few of these are just being checked out right now. So we are in single figures. So if you do want that, check it out now and run for your life before the top of the hour. Oh, it's going to go before then, our Ross tells me. And how many minutes have we got left? 7 minutes. My word, that's gone quick, isn't it? You sure that clock's right? Are you fast or slow or whatever? It's dead on time. How come that's all nice and sharp and that's out of focus, isn't it? Oh, it's gone now anyway. Right. Oh, that's gone. That's gone. Oh, OK. Second appearance, I'll step back. You step in. There he goes. Oh, we nearly saw a head then as well. Definitely an equity card. Fabulous. Straight to management after the show to get your application form in. Right. Time for your acetate now. Again, acetate, as you know, has massively jumped up in price. Why, ladies and gentlemen? Because, of course, a lot of the acetate that was around was purloined for PPE, for masks, for visors and things like that. So the price of it has shot up because it's kind of like gold dust in the market right now. So Jelly Bean have done us a massive favour here, because even now, you know, a lot of that stock is very, very difficult to get hold of. 220 micron, so nice and thick there as well. Great for your construction, great for your shaker cards as well. It is pretty good to get 25 sheets of that at such a strength. You can see how it holds its own beautifully. In fact, you can make shapes and forms out of this very, very simply and very, very easily. $9.99 for that one, which is lovely. Has been massively popular. I'm not surprised, because I mean, this is again that equivalent of being able to come into a craft warehouse really and have one of those privilege cards without having to ask for it at all. Yeah, the counter has suddenly gone very, very bare. I started with a full counter, and look, there's big gaps in my counter now. There's nothing there at all, just the acetate. There's nothing down here anymore. It's looking a bit... Oh, slate grey is about to go as well, by the way. We're going to be saying goodbye to that probably before the end of the hour. We've had your Christmas card pictures in, which is fantastic. Thank you so much. You should have a little award for sitting with me through all of these hours, because you could have just got what you wanted and then said, right, I'm off now. I'll come back when the next show's on. But bless you for saying. This is from Emily. Oh, Emily, look at you. Go, 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 go with your die cutting there. Very, very nice. Love your colours. Look at that blue as a backdrop for that silver. It's beautiful. Again, you could use that. Well, you could use that cobalt if you were lucky enough to get it. But the chocolate brown would have worked just as well for that. Next one. From Beth. Oh, Beth. That's very, very atmospheric, isn't it? That's lovely. It is. It's got a really nice... Because I love that difference in the colour palettes there. It's very, very nice. I'm dreaming of a green Christmas. Next one. Oh, John, good evening to you. What a lovely card. How beautifully coloured. He made it at the weekend, and that's... You'd be mightily impressed to receive something like that, wouldn't you? It's lovely. Very, very nice indeed. Thank you for all your pictures, everyone. We are down to the last 4 minutes, I think I just saw on that clock there. Let's go to the website, because the website looks a lot fuller than my counter does, which looks like a patchwork quilt. There's nothing left on this counter now. It's just me. So, lots of sellouts. So the smooth black velvet, that's gone, I'm afraid. The ribbon's still hanging on. The 12 by 12s have gone. The vellum is just hanging on. And we didn't have that physically in the studio. You've been checking that out like crazy. The magnetic sheets are very, very busy. 12 by 12s there, gone. Cobalt blue card, that's gone. Acetate won't be long, because that's very, very busy as well. Oh, I tell you what, I think I need a lie down now. I really do. Well, listen, the main event is about to happen. Thank you so much for checking out on that amazing happy hour. Stay right where you are. You've got 3 minutes to check out anything at those great prizes. Slate Grey's just sold out in the dying seconds. Stay where you are. Oh, dearie me. Right, OK, it's time for a new one-day special. It's a Craft Yourself Silly Fabazine special with our Catherine and the gorgeous Hayley Smith. And then I'll be back with Rosella in an hour for Cross Stitch.
Hi, I'm Hayley from Craft Yourself Silly, and I'm really excited to be working with you guys here at the Craft Store. We've been here since the very beginning, and hopefully we'll continue to bring you lots of new and exciting soft craft projects. We've got everything from things like our Fabazine, which contains 12 different projects that you can do either in one go or split them up separately. And that's a journey through all types of different soft crafting. And then we've got things that are really specific, like our Stitchery, which is a journey through all kinds of embroidery as well. So make sure you join me and craft yourself silly here at the Craft Store.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom Members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with a craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
Hi, I'm Catherine and I'm the guest presenter for Zuri Designs. Zuri Designs are based in America and they bring to us their exceptional quality silicone moulds. Zuri Design moulds are used in all areas of crafting, not just for your clays and your resins, but also their food grade silicone as well, so used for your cake decorating designs. Zuri excel on the detail in their moulds, and the designs range from animals through to fantasy and much further beyond. If you watch the Zuri shows, I will share with you lots of hints and tips. I will show you how to use different mediums, ranging from your clays and your resins through to things like even your hot glue. So make sure you don't miss the Zuri shows. Everyone. Yes, a very good evening to you. It's the launch of a brand new one-day special and you're in for a treat, I can assure you of that. It's all about crafting yourself silly. We've got a brand new Fabazine for you. In fact, we've got a whole collection for the one-day special. It's 2 for 1 really. Well, not 2 for 1, but 2 in the one-day special. In fact, you've got 20 individual projects throughout the 2 Fabazines in the one-day special. We have got lots of details, we've got lots of savings, we've got lots of products, lots of demonstrations, but before we go ahead with any of that, shall we say good evening to our Hayley? Hello,
Hiya.
Hayley. You look very absorbed in what you were doing then.
It's because there's so much to do, because with the Fabazines there's always loads and loads of projects in, and to try and get all 20 done over 5 shows,
wow,
well, it's for an hour. So we've got to get a skit on, Catherine.
It is, right, let's do that. We've got a whole counter full of different products here, our projects, because if you're looking at the Fabazine itself, the projects work out at just £3.75 each. That really is incredible value. Now we're going to start right off with the first project here. This is the pyramid. Now you can go for projects individually. Have a look at the bottom of the screen, that's where you'll see the details. But think about the price I've just told you. If you break this down, if you're going for the Fabazine itself, the incredible value that you're going to get. So let's have a look at our wonderful pyramid then, Hayley. So tell me a little bit about this one.
So this one is actually for a tablet. So it's to hold your tablet while you're, you know, watching it, or maybe, you know, you're doing something and you're crafting and you've got instructions going on over here and you're doing something over there. But it's obviously a little pyramid shape, and we've made it into a proper pyramid. So there's all kinds of the Egyptian symbols and hieroglyphics on there. The sparkly top's been added by one of our lovely design team. But so the sparkly top doesn't come with it, but it is on there, so you can decorate it if you want to. And she's added lots of nice embroidery to this one as well.
Amazing, amazing. Just the first project that we're going to show you. We're going to continue down the counter because, of course, there's much more to come as well. Now, individually, remember, at the bottom of the screen, if you want these items, but the value is in the one-day special.
I mean, even individually, the projects are not expensive for what they are.
They're not.
I mean,
they're certainly
they're
not.
quite big projects. So individually, they're not expensive for what they are, but when you put them all together, that's when you get that kind of added value, because the way that we do it is we print the panels ourselves, which means that rather than having to print a panel with so much waste around it for each individual one, all of those bits that would be waste, we fill in with an extra project.
Totally.
And that's how we can bring that amazing value.
And it's not just about the fabric panels, as you will see as we continue down the counter. Oh, I do like these next items, actually. We've got the little coasters for you. Look at this, the watermelon. We've got the lime here. Oh, the stitching really brings out the detail as well, Hayley, on these.
Yes, again, another fantastic design team member's done these, and super, super cute, and added some extra detail with the stitching just to really make them come alive as well. So there's orange, lime, lemon, watermelon, kiwi and apple in there.
Oh, these are fab. These would be great outside on your patio if you're having a bit of a summer party or something, but likewise inside as well. So that's our project number 2, part of the Fabazine again. Let's go down the counter because we've got more fun items as well. Now the next one, we've got a little toadstool pin cushion, and you've got your little roll to keep your threads in as well,
So
Hayley.
the toadstool pin cushion, that actually uses an old bobbin.
I can
So if you
feel
take
that
the top
underneath.
off, it's a separate top, and you get the MDF circle in there, so it's the right size, and you get a little bit of wraps around it, and then that just slots in the top, and away you go.
Oh, that is
So
so
if you did want to
sweet.
use just the toadstool top bit on your current bobbin of thread, then you could do, but there is the little wrap that goes around if you want to have it as a kind of decorative thing in its own right.
Look at the little ladybirds there as well. I'm just showing you. Oh, that's so cute.
Yeah, and you actually get 2 of these within the Fabazine as well, because again, I had a little bit of space, and that's the way that we work with Fabazines. If we've got a little bit of space, we will put extra projects in there, so you get enough to make 2 of these, and you also get that little bobbin roll up as well. So if you open that out, there's enough to fit. Now I had supposed to have white ribbon on this, and I couldn't find mine, so I had to use a blue one, which I wasn't quite as happy with because it's a bit thicker, and it doesn't tie up as tightly as I'd like. But the one that you've got in there is a 3mm satin ribbon, and it ties much tighter, so it's much better.
Okay.
There's a little bit of felt in there, so you'll be able to kind of keep a couple of needles in there, and it'll either fit one of those large bobbins as you saw in there, or it will fit 2 of your smaller standard 100-yard or 100-metre ones side by side.
Do you know, that is such a good idea, because I would keep that in my bag, you know, so like a travel kit.
Put it in the bag, put it in the car, something like that, as just kind of
perfect for
quick
that.
fix jobs.
Love it. Love it. Well, let's keep going because we've got more for you as well. We've got the Russian doll doorstop. I need a doorstop. Now, this one isn't actually weighted, but you could weight
that
this.
one isn't weighted because it's got to come through the post back to us from our lovely design team. And if they put the heavy things in, it costs more to post it. But you can obviously put weight to the bottom. I think Claire's done this one, and she's actually put a lot of embroidery on the kind of paisley design that makes the outside of it.
That works very well. Again, she's got a very smiley face as well. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, the next item, I did say, watch out, it's not just about those fabric panels, because with this
we
one...
always put a couple in there where you can add your own bits to it. So this one is the sundial template, and Josh designed this one for us. And there's 3 pieces in there. It's just the template you get. You don't get the fabric as well, but there are a couple of samples that we have had made up, and we do actually have this fabric on the show if you do want it. It's the Sparkle Blender.
It's very nice
fabric
actually,
that
because of
we've
that
brought.
bit of sparkle. We can see the table runner or the wall hanging there as well. I've also got a little bag here which you can see the sparkle in that fabric. Absolutely beautiful design. If you just spin this around, you can see a different colour on there as well on the
And
back.
it's really cleverly designed as well, because
That is lovely.
one of the shapes is the same shape, but it's a kind of mirror reflection of itself. So what Josh has done is put, you can see 3 and 4 on the template there.
Yeah.
Now, you can see one's the right way round and one's the wrong way round. So when you've got the 3 so it looks like a 3, that's the right way up. And if you flip it over, so the 4, which is currently backwards, is then looking like a proper 4, then that's the way you need to cut it out.
Oh, how clever. Now, is there a film on those? Is there a film on those,
There
Hayley?
is. I've just pulled one side off just so you could kind of see the shapes more clearly on camera, but yours will be completely clear. You can pull front and back off, and then you've also got the little hole in the top. So if you want to add them together with like a little ring or something to keep them all together in their set, then you can. Very,
very useful indeed. Now we've got the mannequin lanyard and the embroidered doodle. That's a mouthful, isn't it? It really is.
So the embroidered doodle is one that we do, you know, quite a lot of. And we always put an embroidery piece in there as well, because it's nice to kind of mix up the skills, and that's what Fabazine is all about. So this one is a lovely kind of mandala style pattern, and another, again, fantastic effort from one of our design team there. And then the little lanyards there as well, and that's got a little pocket on it, so you can kind of pop it around your neck. Put if you want to put a bit of batting or wadding in there, you can use it as a little pin cushion, or if you've got a little pair of scissors that are like, you know, the small ones you do threads with,
Yeah,
You can pop them
that's
in
very
there as
handy,
well.
isn't it? And those beautiful threads included as well. Wow, that's almost 2 in 1 there.
Yes, it is.
Although you
if
counted it
there's-
as one.
No, it is 2 projects, because what we tend to do is, if they're 2 smaller projects, like the toadstool and the little thread holder roll
Yeah.
thing, we will group a couple together just to make it so otherwise we'd be here all day. It's
Well,
to save
yeah.
you time as well as me.
Let's move on then. Maybe that's her, Hayley's way of saying, come on, Catherine, get a move on. Now, this next
Got
item.
millions of demos to do.
I'm taken with this one.
Okay,
I really think
so
this is
that
clever.
one actually hasn't even got its handle on yet, and that's one we're going to do, I'm hoping, in the 8 o'clock hour. It depends, I've got 2 more bits to cut out, so I'll see how much time I've got, because I've got a craft along to get in as well tonight, so we'll see how we get on. And this one's really cute. It kind of forms in a certain way, so it kind of always has those kind of overlapping pockety bits, and it kind of creates that tulip shape.
I found the handle.
Oh, there.
There it is.
Not been on yet.
There it is. That is such a good idea, though. Many pockets just to tuck your scissors and bits and pieces in again. Not necessarily for sewing. That could be used for all sorts of different
Absolutely.
things.
Could be used as an everyday bag if you wanted to.
Love it. Love it. Now, we've got the water bottle holder next. Now, this is unusual. You've got lots of nice pleating on this one.
Done is used a kind of pleating technique. So when you pleat it, you kind of sew them all in one direction. So you put all those folds in, and then you sew them all in one direction. Then you flip them all over and sew them in the other direction, and it creates that kind of twisted effect.
That looks really good, doesn't it?
Which
Very
is
nice. So
kinda
that might be a
really,
technique
really
somebody's
cute.
doing for the very first time as well, which
Yeah.
is lovely.
Yeah.
Love it. Let's keep going though. Now, we've got the painter's pouch next.
Now, you have a mini version behind you.
certainly
This is
do.
one of our prototype ones.
Okay, you've got a full
And
version
it works
over there, haven't
exactly
you?
the same way, but what we did was we made it way larger than this. So we made it bigger so that you could actually tuck an A5 book in there as well as
Oh.
the pockets. So not necessarily in that bottom pocket, but if
Yeah.
you look up to the next one where there's a little,
This one?
you can actually pop a book into there, because I've got a much, much bigger version, which is what we're going to work on, and that's the first project that we're going to do.
And there's a zip pocket as well. Amazing. I'm holding this horizontal for our camera so it's a bit easier, but you can see there, you've got that paintbrush. Remember, this is smaller than the one that you're going to get. This is the prototype. We'll see the larger one with Hayley. Slightly different colour as well, which I've got to say, I love the blues and pinks together.
Yeah, I wasn't a fan. I thought there was quite a lot of orange in it already with the pyramid and the water bottle cover. There was already quite a bit of orange and yellow, so I took the orange and yellow out
Ah,
and
perfect.
made it more pink and blue. Thank you.
Lovely. We'll see more of that. Now, this is interesting as well. What is this, Hayley?
So this is to go over the armrest
Oh,
of
I
your
see.
sofa. So
Yeah.
the pin cushion that's in the middle there, that's optional. So if you didn't want to use it for sewing things, then you could that's added on last, so you
Yeah.
can just leave that off. Now, our design team members added a bit of bias binding around the edge of hers just to make it more fancy, but yours, you'll just fold it and top stitch it, so you can see all of that, more of that fantastic design that's on the end of it.
Beautiful fabrics in there as well. Absolutely gorgeous. So there's another wonderful project for you. We've got one more at the end of the
That's actually in
counter
the
right
zips.
now.
That's actually in the zips one, Catherine.
This is in the zips one.
So-
right, okay. What we'll do then, because you are within the one-day special going to get the Faberzine number 8 and you're going to get the zips as well. We are getting very busy for this. There are 12 projects within the Faberzine. There are another 8 within the zips. So the one that's at the end of the counter, we will look at shortly, amongst others as well. Remember, these work out at just £3.75 per project. You are getting an enormous amount of products here. We've got zips, we've got panels, we've got acrylic, we've got threads, we've got ribbon, we've got tape. Oh, there's so many wonderful things to look at here. Now, we are very busy. Let me show you in a second all these zip ideas as well, because of course, as the one-day special, you are getting this included as well. Now, the very first one I'm going to show you, you probably can't tell what it's going to be at the moment when we look at the panel, but if I just reach across here, this is so, so cute. Can I open this, Hayley?
Yes, you can. So it's an egg. But what's inside the egg?
It's an egg. Oh, what is inside there?
What's hatching? It's a dinosaur in an egg. It's egg, but I forgot to put his eyes in, but it's okay.
Oh, that is so, so sweet. Oh, and you could add more detail if you wanted to as well. You could even use fabric paints and things on it, couldn't
Yes,
you?
you could. So you can, he's kind of left quite plain, so you can have a bit of a play with him. So you can, you know, add your pens and your paints to it and add a bit more, you know, texture to him if you want to. I'm really sorry because his legs aren't sewn up. But
I don't want to squash him back into his egg now.
Oh, he can go back in. He's all right. That's Egbert. So he's a lovely little stegosaurus there. And then what we're trying to do is use the zips in lots of different ways. So lots of different techniques in here. So if you go to the next one, which is the cherry blossom pouch, that one that your hands just by there, that one's using both an open zip and closed zips.
Oh, interesting.
So that's a slightly different technique again. And if you unzip that one, what we mean by open zip is it comes all the way along and comes completely open, like a jacket.
I can open this one.
Yeah, it'll open completely like a jacket.
There we go.
Which then folds out and you've got
wow! I didn't expect all that inside.
Yep, you've got 5 little pouches in there as well. And again, that's one of my prototype ones. Your inside pouches go a bit further out and they're almost to the edge of the panel there, so you get much bigger pouches. So you've got 4 mini pouches within that. So that's great as a little organiser for makeup, for threads, for all sorts of different things.
Clever idea. Absolutely love it. What else have we got here? We've got the headphone case next.
Yes, the lippy zippy pouch. It's actually upside down over there.
Is it?
So the little pink one, if you turn it the other way up, it'll look like zip. It'll look like lips.
Oh, I see. Yes.
Yes, there
it is.
go.
There. Oops.
So that one's great. It's just a little one, so it's great for either a little coin purse or some headphones or something, or your little charger or something like that. So it's a really kind of cute little extra project in there. The one that's standing up in the middle, this one's hilarious. Zip it open. It's so funny.
Is it really? I've not looked at this beforehand, so I've no idea what's in here. What is it?
And we made it vegetarian just in case anybody was, you know, we didn't want to offend anybody, so we made it a vegetarian one.
Oh.
So it's, you know, fantastic as a pencil case and things like that. But if you actually zip it all the way up, so take the zip right the way to the top, it creates quite an interesting shape to it as well, because it's kind of flat on one side and then folded in the other direction on the other side. So it makes a really kind of fun pencil case, that one.
It does, doesn't it? I love that. I love that. Oh, lovely bright colours in there as well, of course, with your salad. I love it. Right, we've got another one though, haven't we? We've got another project here, the triple zip.
No, actually, the triple zip we're going to do as a demo.
Are we?
Not right now, but we're all going to do that as a demo. This one is the multi-zip, and it's endless opening.
I was going to say, there's more than 3
so
there.
no matter which one you use here, you'll be able to open that.
How clever is this?
These are such fun, these ones. We've had a lot of fun with this one. And there are a lot of zips in your kit. I think there's, if you count them up, there's at least 10 in there.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
and your
7,
colours
8,
may not be identical to
there.
that. Your colours will vary a little bit, but there will still be a nice kind of variety of colours. You'll have 10 different colour zips there. You get the continuous zip for the tortilla one, and we'll show you how to work that continuous zip.
You can even make a little handbag look. No, that is
quite
genius.
fun, isn't it?
It is, it really is. I love it. Absolutely
Um,
love it. Wow, we're busy. Almost 20% of the one-day special is gone. Don't forget, you're getting everything we've just seen there. 12 projects within the Fabazine, another 8 within the zips. They are great, great projects as well. You total up those individual prices and you will be shocked. I mean, they look amazing prices as they are for what you get in here, but yeah, £3.75 a project if you're going for the one-day special. £74.98. It says there you've got a £10 saving, but actually if you go for the Fabazine or the zips individually, there's already a £5 saving on those. They're carried over. We're giving you another £10 on top, so that's £20 in total. 510585 is the item number.
We do make these with a sense of humour, though. I mean, I think people realise this now, because we've got the ability to print those panels, to print those bits of fabric. We can do whatever we like on them. Like we can put a salad in your pencil case.
Can't wait to see what's coming next. Now, we do have a couple of happy hours as well, Hayley.
I have 2 happy hours for you. One is the alphabet and number templates. Now, these, there is a picture of them. I think there's about 16 or 17 individual templates that you get.
Oh, wow.
But you're getting the large set and the small set, but because we've absolutely covered the counter, I'm just going to take you through a couple of the examples of how you actually make up the templates themselves. So for letter B, it says here you'll need these templates here, so 1, 2, 8, 10, 15.
Yeah.
And then it says to cut them out, what you'll need from your foreground colour, so your feature colour in this case black, and then what you'll need from your background colour, in this case white. It tells you all the bits you need to cut out of each of the shapes, and then the best way to sew them together to make assembly as easy as possible.
Nice.
And you have all of your letters in there. You also have at the back all of your numbers as well. So you'll be able to add letters and numbers to all of your projects. The large size ones, they finish as a 10-inch block.
Okay, yeah.
The smaller ones, I think they're a 4.5-inch block that they make as well. So you can kind of work them all together, but everything is covered in there for you, every single letter. Even my nemesis, Q, which I had to make a special template for, that was my nemesis, Q. I just couldn't get that one to sit right. But we did it in the end. So that is one of your happy hours. Your other is this one here. It's one of our honour rolls, and it's a Christmas one. Well, we say it's a Christmas one. That's not the right picture. Oh. I think it was done with, so possibly ignore that. That's the right picture. There we go. So it's that one that you're getting. I think there's 3 different pictures on the website because there were 3 different options. This is the only option that we have available. So it's a gold spot, and it comes on 3 different backgrounds. It comes with a cream background, which is this one here, and then I'm going to very carefully try and prise these apart so you can see. Oh, we've got a red spotty one.
Oh, nice. Proper
And
Christmas
you've
red
also
and
got
green.
a green spotty one in there as well. You're getting 75 metres in total. That's 25 metres in each colour.
Amazing.
That's a lot.
That is an awful lot. There's a huge saving for this hour as well. £26 saving. That price will revert to $65.97 at the top of the hour. You've got Flexi on it as well. 2 payments of $19.99, 527203.
Okay. So we are going to try and get through this one as quickly as we possibly can. This is the painter's pouch. So we have, let me just get all the separate bits. This is not my correct zip for this one. It's just the one that I had closest to me, so I didn't have to go running off. There are 5 different pieces to this one. So you've got 1, 2, right, there we go. Let's get them all together. It's quite a big project, this one, so it's difficult to get them close enough together so you can see everything. So this is your main piece. This is going to be your outer piece. I'm going to flip that over so you can see how this starts to go together. You've got 2 of the smaller pieces, one that is a square and then one that's got those rounded edges.
Okay.
You're going to fold both of those in half and just top stitch round the edges. We're going to cover all those edges in bias binding later on, but that's just to kind of hold the shape. And you're going to do the same with this one. Pop it in half, and again, just top stitch around those edges just to hold everything in place. So the next step is to actually start creating this whole piece, and the background piece, because these are going to be top stitched onto here, so we need to create this piece first. So to start off, we're going to do what a lot of people would class as the worst bit first. We're going to get the zip in.
Okay.
So first thing you need to do when you're putting your zip in is work out which way you want that zip to be. So if I just turn this round so you can see, that's going to be the flap that will end up coming round over here. And when you come to put your zip in, always place your fabric that you're sewing onto face up, then you're going to place your zip face down.
Yeah.
And all we're going to do is stitch along there. Normally, if you have got a lining for it, that would go face down on the top, and we'll go through that in more detail with other ones. Now, I'm just going to cut the excess of this zip off. It's way longer than I need, but it's the closest one to hand that matches. So that's the one we're getting. That's how it is today.
That's how it is.
That's how it is today. I'm just going to grab my
Good job you haven't got the prototype.
zipper foot.
Then it would be very big
Yes,
for the
it would.
project.
This one is much, much bigger, and it will fit an A5 pouch in it, an A5 booklet in it. So I'm going to line that up along the edge of the zip there, drop that down, just take that down to the back, and I'm going to go forward and reverse just to make sure that that's nice and solid on there. And then we're going to go nice and slowly, taking the pins out as we go, and stitch that. Oh, that's quite slow though, isn't it? Let's just speed up a little bit, maybe.
That's
We'll
the
be here all
tortoise.
night. I've got 4 of these to do. Okay, there we go. Another one out. You'll see how quickly this comes together. I might not get the bias binding on it, but that's kind of the easy bit. So we can kind of leave that for you guys to do. We just need to show you
And
the,
of course
the
that's
juicy
provided as
bits,
well.
isn't it? We just need to show you the juicy bits. So let's get to the end. And again, just reverse a couple of stitches on that. Just make sure it's nice and secure. And okay, so from there, we press that out.
Okay, just as you're pressing that, I'm just going to let everybody know we are very busy on the phone lines. If you can make your way to the website or use the app, that might save you a little bit of time, but of course we will get to you. We are extremely busy on the one-day special. I'm not surprised when you look at the value for money.
And then
How are
to
we getting
stop
on,
this
Hayley?
flapping about, we're going to take this back and top stitch it. So again, I'm just going to swap
Right.
that back to my normal foot.
Yep.
And this machine and many others have quick release feet, or if you've had any of our sewing machine feet sets, all got quick release feet. So you can kind of chop them and change them quite easily. Let me just get that underneath so it doesn't snag up. And we're going to do a little top stitch all the way across here. And what I'm doing is I'm using the width of the foot between the zip and the fabric to just guide it and keep that top stitch nice and straight. You see how it just slides down that
Yeah.
channel and kind of does the hard work for you there. And then we'll get to the end here. Oh, it's got to go faster. I've got too much to sew. I can't go at the speed. Okay. So we are at the end. And again, just a couple of stitches backwards just to make sure that that's nice and secure. We'll snip that off. And that's our top bit done. So I'm not going to snip those zips off yet because we don't need to, basically.
Okay.
And I'd leave it there for as long as we can, and then we can chop it when we need to.
Yeah.
So we're going to do exactly the same thing to attach it to the other half here. So let me just shuffle it along a little bit so we can get in. And then we're going to flip our fabric right side up, our zip wrong side up. But the thing to watch out for here is that you marry up either side of that flap to make sure it's straight
Oh, yes, of
with the
course.
piece you're going to attach it to. I'm going to pop some pins in there. And get that in, and we'll stitch this one in as well. And whoops, nearly got that one stuck to there as well. So I'll put this in and top stitch it as well, exactly the same way. And then what we can do is we can start to kind of assemble the rest of it. And the rest of it, this is the hardest bit. This is your zip. This is the bit everybody dreads. And you've seen how easily that's gone in.
Yeah.
Your zip
Quickly.
is not as long as this, but it is bigger than this. And the reason
Right.
this goes in so easily is because the zipper part of it, the actual zip bit, is out of the way. And that means we're just sewing with that flat piece of tape. And
Got
that's
you.
what makes it
Yeah.
so much easier. So again, switch that foot out.
Lovely.
And we'll pop the zipper foot on. And then put the fabric in. And away we go. Let's get that down. And what I've done is I've positioned this zip tape so it's far enough forward that my foot isn't touching that bit of zip. And
I can
that's
see,
the
yeah.
actual zip
Okay.
bit that goes up and down. And that's what makes it so much easier. So a couple of backward stitches. Where's my foot pedal gone? Forward stitches. Let's get rid of the pins.
And off we go.
To pull that back up a little bit. There we go. And then we'll do top stitching again. So, do you have any admin while I just do a bit of top stitching?
We will come back to Hayley in a second. Now, if you do want to go for the Fabazines individually, you can do that. Now, let's show you the details there. So, issue number 8, this has 12 projects in it. $44.99, you've got a £5 saving. That £5 does carry over to the one-day special. So if you are going for that, you don't have to worry, you're not going to lose that £5. 370565 is the item number. We also have the Zippazine, or the Fabazine with zips. Oh, we should have done. Also with a £5 saving, $39.99. This is where you'll find that lovely dinosaur, the pouches, the salad. Oh, all those wonderful things are in there. 204388 is the item number. If you do want both, don't forget the £5 from the Fabazine issue 8 and from the zips, both carried over. Plus, we're giving you another £10 on top, so that's £20 in total. £74.98. We can split that down though. It does work out because, of course, you've got 20 individual projects there at $3.75 per project. 510585 is the item number. You've got 2 payments of £37.49. So if you want to split the cost, you certainly can do. If you are looking at adding anything else into your basket, like happy hours or maybe some extra fabric, we've also got that available as well. You can split the cost there. Now, hopefully Hayley's ready to continue. Are you, Hayley?
Yeah, I'm just...
Oh, you were not shaking your head
I
then.
missed out on Zippazine, didn't I?
Oh.
Zippazine, man. I called it a Zippazine. Okay, right. So I'll worry about that later. So the zip's now in. I did exactly the same technique as we did on the first one. Stitch it in, top stitch it in place, and that top stitching, when you've got it sewn in, just helps it to kind of hold the zip in place. The kind of the rest of the tape of the zip is held in place, and it doesn't flap about and it doesn't fold over. So now that's in. The two pieces, the two long pieces, are going to be attached together. Now, when you come up to the other end, you'll notice you've got a little bit extra. We do leave you a little bit extra on this, and that's because when some people sew their zips in, it goes in a bit shorter or a bit longer. We leave a little bit extra. You can always trim that away.
Right.
So what I'm doing is going all the way around here and just pinning all of this in place. So both of those layers are together, and then I'm going to take off that excess piece with the scissors so it's the same size.
So wrong sides together because you're going to put that binding around the whole of this.
It's going to be bound around the edge, this one, so we can work everything with the wrong sides together. So there you go, and we'll get the rest of the pins in. Now, what I mentioned about putting that book in, that A5 book, to make the kind of pocket that's going to take the back cover of the book so it'll sit in there, we're just going to fold that over. Now, because I don't want this to be a raw edge, what I will do is, before I've put too many of my pins in, is actually just pop it right sides together. And this will save me, because you're not going to see the binding on this bit, because it's going to be inside it's going to be holding the back cover of a book, so you're not really going to see this. So what we'll do is just put those right sides together, quickly whip across the bottom, turn it back out so it is how we had it, and with a little press,
that's closed off now.
That's going to make the bottom of our little kind of painter's pouch, which is going to hold in that A5 book. Back cover's going to slide into there, and then you're going to be able to put your book into there as well. So that's going to create our bottom pocket, or where we're going to add that booklet. So what we're going to do is leave that folded over. Now, I would definitely press this out properly, and probably I would top stitch it as well, just to hold that in place.
You could do a decorative stitch if you've got one.
You could have a decorative stitch if you've got one. Do you know what? I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it properly. There's no point in doing it if we don't do it properly, is there? I've got a quick demo after this one, because we've got the little toadstool one. That was, do you know, it was the last product. That was the last project that I added to this one.
Was it?
And I think it's my favourite.
It's my favourite because
so
of the
funny.
ladybird. I just love the ladybird.
I had to make a really tiny ladybird for that. Let's just pop this in and we'll just top stitch it. If we're going to do it, let's just do it right, shall we? Ooh, I've got caught there. Let me just get rid of that. Oh, I might need to just untangle that. Have you got some admin, Catherine?
I certainly have. We can tell you about our happy hour deals again. In fact, this one, the Christmas on a roll, 75 metres. Let's have a look at the side of this. Huge saving. I can remember this without even looking. £26 saving on this. Now, you have got 3 different colours. You've got it's almost a cream with a gold spot on there. You've got the dark Christmas green with the gold spot, and you've got the red also. It is difficult to sort of prize these apart, but it is there for you. 75 metres. 2 payments of £19.99. 527203. We've only got how many minutes left? 26 minutes left before the price goes back up to $65.97. That is a great buy. It really, really is. Now, something else we've got for you as well is the sparkle fabric. We've got a lovely pick and mix for you here, actually. So choose any 3 for £17.99. You've got another £10 there. Half a metre, any 3, so that's 1.5 metres in total. We did show you, in fact, I'm going to grab the sample. You've got lots of different colours to choose from here. I'm going to be able to show you some of the different blues and greys. Oh, you get 2 bonus patterns with this as well. This is really, really nice. The sparkle is beautiful in it. If I just show you this bag again, so you can really see the sparkle in the fabric, do have a look at that pick and mix. Great value with that £10 saving. A couple more colours there for you as well. 185845 is the item number there. Right, Hayley, back to you if you're good to go.
Yes, I have done it properly and I've top stitched it, so it's fine. It just makes me happier. Okay, so the whole thing we're just going to pin together and then we're going to top stitch all the way around. But before we do that, we're going to add these pieces in as well. So these are going to be the extra pockets. So if we're going to make this as an A5 booklet, what we need to do is lay an A5 booklet across it. Make sure we've left enough space for this spine to turn over as well. Okay. And then that's where the bottom of this next pocket will go. And if you want to put the bias binding on here, you can. If you don't, what you can do is, again, do the same as we did with that one there and just put it face to face like that. Just a quick line of stitching across the top of there. And then turn it right side out and press it and top stitch it, and that will give you another option, another look for having the top of the pocket secured.
Of course, you can use the pouch for anything really, but
yeah, absolutely
great if you did.
We've done it kind of painty themed.
Yeah.
Well, we thought with all the kind of the craft-alongs
has a notebook to write all his appointments and things down.
Well, we thought with the craft-alongs, if somebody was kind of doing the little pictures that Matthew's been doing, then you could easily kind of, store your bits and pieces in here.
I'm thinking of a tradesman painter, you see.
Okay.
That's what I'm thinking of.
Oh, you're thinking somebody who paints
how
walls
busy
and
they
houses.
get. I know from experience how busy they get, so they have to keep notes. Do you know, I'm hearing, do they not use their tablets? No, they need a notebook, a good old-fashioned notebook.
Do you think they have one of them flippy round notebooks? You know, the ones that used to flip round and round?
Yeah.
They used to fasten, I think Milkman used to have one or something. Or the window cleaner used to have one. And it used to flip round and, like, you used to be able to flip. Do you know which ones I mean?
I do know the ones you mean.
And it used to fascinate me.
It's like the Jacob's Ladder thing, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, it used to fascinate me.
My dad had one. He was an insurance man.
Did he have one as well?
Yes.
Oh, must have been a posh insurance man then. We're just making our own entertainment tonight, aren't we? It's going to be one of those.
Oh, this is the first of 3 hours
Sorry,
together
I should
tonight,
be telling
Hayley.
you what I'm doing, and I'm not. I'm just making it because I know I've got so many to do. Okay, so I'm just top stitching the top of that pocket exactly the same way as I did with the other one, and that gives me a really nice, solid, finished edge. So that, I'm going to assume my A5 booklet's going at the bottom here, so that it will fit in and fold over, and then my next pocket up is going to be there. This needs its bias binding on, which I doubt I'm going to get the time to do the bias binding in this one, so I'm going to just leave that off for a second.
Okay.
Because once the bias binding's on there, then I would just go ahead and top stitch that in place. But to be honest, this is best going on last because it's exactly the same width as the pouch. And if you put the bias binding on after you've sewn this on, then it will catch and you won't be able to get your pocket open properly. So that bit I would definitely put on last. So now I just need to pin these in place, and then I would take just a little bit of time, stitch all the way around and hold these all in their proper places. And I would stitch along the bottom of here as well, just to keep that in position as well. And then once, oh, that's a very blunt pin. Let's get rid of that. That.
I do have the prototype here as well, which obviously, again, when I do show this, this is a much smaller version.
That
but we
one's
can
in
see
a
it with the
slightly
bias.
different order.
Yeah, we
that
can
one.
see actually. If I'm going to hold it
However,
horizontally
you
again,
can
just for the
put these
camera.
you can put the pockets in theory, whatever order you prefer. But the only reason I've put mine at the bottom without the flap on is because that's where I would tuck that booklet in.
This size would be great for a tradesman who isn't quite so busy because he only needs an A6 notebook.
Okay. Well, you don't get that size in the Fabazine, so you've got to be busier. There you go. Okay, but maybe if you've got works like, maybe it's not for a tradesman and you want to use it for a WOP list, a work in progress list.
Yeah.
WIP list, that's what I mean, not a WOP list, a WIP list. And then you can put your little booklet in there, or maybe you're journaling about your craft, you can pop that in there and then pop the bits in as you're going along. Brilliant for things like embroidery and things as well, where you're not needing huge amounts of space, and maybe you can put all your floss in one and your bits of fabric and things in another. So I'm going to take this to the machine, stitch all the way around that outer edge. But before I do that, one really important thing is make sure that your zip now is on the inside. So if you pin quite close to either side, so where just about where those top stitch lines are that we've just put in there. I'm trying to pin things. Hang on, I'll move it there. There you go. Pin either side of that zip, and then move it into the centre. Because if you sew all the way around and your zipper part is left out there,
yeah.
you're never going to get it open. So you've sewed your zip on the outside. So you're going to slide that into the middle and then whip all the way around. I'll do that super quickly.
Okay.
And then the last thing we've got really to do is put the bias binding on. But that, I think I'm going to have to leave you guys to do at home, and I need to get on with some more demos.
Okay, right. Well, we are very, very busy. For the one-day special, almost a quarter of the stock has already gone. Remember, with the one-day special, you're getting the Fabazine issue 8. That contains 12 projects, not just instructions. You get all of the materials that you need to create those projects. Then, of course, we do also have our Zipperzine, as we're calling it now. Yeah, another 8 projects in there for you. Really good fun projects as well. You can see those on the front cover. We do have the previous issues of the Fabazines all on the website as well. So if you've missed out on anything, or if you want to have a look back to see there's something that interests you, you can see those. But for tonight, it's issue number 8, £74.98. Remember, we're carrying over the savings from the individuals. That's £5 per magazine or Fabazine, so that's £10 there, another £10 on top. Then we're splitting the cost for you if you want to take advantage of Flexi. 2 payments of £37.49, and the item number that you need is 510585. I'm thinking again here, Hayley, there's 20 projects in the one-day special. That's 20 Christmas presents.
It is. It's 20 Christmas presents.
Yeah. £3.75 each. That's all it'll cost you. Wow, wow. And it'll look like you've spent a lot more. It certainly will. I can hear the machine going. It's very, very busy at the other end of the counter as well. We have seen those projects as we've gone down the counter. You can see everything individually if you want them, but the value for sure is in the one-day special. Let's tell you all about our Flexi.
What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments. So you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with the craft store easier.
There we are. It does make it easier. Do you know, while I'm here, I'm just going to open up one of the Fabricines because I know we haven't actually looked inside. These are brilliant because you've got full, beautiful colour photographs there of every single project that you're going to create, the step-by-steps, of course. You know, you can see everything in all the glory here. And you can keep this, you can use it again, obviously, with your own fabrics. Maybe you want to take patterns and templates, but of course they're printed on those panels. Creates, you know, you can see there the doll, you can see the coasters, all that print is there. You just bring them to life with your stitching. But such good ideas in here. Remember, on this issue alone, 12 projects. Absolutely incredible value, it really is. 510585 is the item number that you need. I can hear that machine going really, really fast at the moment. Hayley, how are you getting on down there?
My bobbin ran out.
Oh no, a bobbin ran out. Don't forget the happy hours as well. Happy hours, the price will go up at the top of the hour. I might have to run down the counter and get that roll, Christmas on a roll. Can I do that? Can I run off? Yes, I'll be back. I'm here. There we are. Incredible value again. £26 saving on this one. For this hour only, you can save that money in the yellow box that you see in there. $39.97, 75 metres in total. You've got the cream with the gold, you've got the green with the gold, and you've got the red with the gold as well. I'm trying not to destroy this too much, but just to prove that the gold is there. Oh, you can do so much with this, can't you, as well? Don't forget other things like our sparkle fabric as well. We've got that on a pick and mix for you. Lots of different colours, any half metre, 3 of them. So it's 1.5 metres in total. That had a really, really good saving on it as well. So lots to choose from, and you can add those in with your flexi basket if you're going for the one-day special. I'm hoping Hayley's getting close to being ready for the next part of the demonstration. She said a little problem with the bobbin because it ran out.
Yes.
How are you getting on over there,
Well, because
Hayley?
I've been sewing with it all day, and then I
is it
always do
tired?
this. Just don't remember to check. Then you come on the telly and
It's
it
got
runs
another
out.
hour to do. Make sure it's had lunch before 8 o'clock.
Oh, it ran out. So I'm just stitching all the way around the outer edge of this, and rather than using a 1/4 inch, I'm just using an 1/8 inch all the way around because I want it to hold together. I want it to hold all those layers together and be kind of stable when I come to put the bias binding on, but I don't want to be able to see that stitching outside of the line of the bias binding. So that's why I have just, I zipped my zip back.
Oh, no!
Hang on. Oh!
You were lucky there.
I was very lucky there, like literally 1 or 2 more stitches and I would have had it there.
And it's perfectly safe to sew over a nylon zip like that, is it, Hayley?
Yes, absolutely. What you'll find is if you go nice and slowly, what will happen is your needle will kind of, if it hits something, it'll kind of just move to the left or move to the right, and it'll sit around it rather than causing you any problems whatsoever. We've got lots of zip sewing to do in the next couple of shows, so I'm sure we'll have plenty of techniques to come to for that. Let's just get these out. And then I'll get it to a stage where all you've got to do is kind of bias bind it and finish it off. But you'll be able to see the whole construction of it coming together really, really quickly. And where I'm using my kind of 1/8 inch here, I'm just using the toe of the foot on the sewing machine and the needle in the centre just to kind of guide it round there.
It's nice because you could set yourself a challenge of a project today, couldn't you?
You pardon?
You could set yourself a challenge for a project today, and that would be
You could,
really
absolutely.
nice to do.
Absolutely, you could. Oh, maybe we need to make an advent calendar one.
Oh.
24 projects.
That is a good idea.
Bridget's going to go mad.
I think though, what you might have to do is have the quicker projects at the start of the month. No, other way around.
The harder ones at the
harder
beginning.
ones at the
so
start
if you
of
have
the
to
month,
run
yeah.
over a day, then you can. And then the ones that take longer towards the end.
That's
Right.
such a good idea. I like that.
I'll get on it. Not right now. I'm busy right now. But after. In between.
In between.
Yeah.
In between, yeah.
No problem. I've got no better to do.
You've got ages. You've got in between 7 and 8 off, Hayley.
Yeah, and then I've got 2 hours back to back, Catherine. Give us a break. I'll do it tomorrow, thank you. Dear me. They work me hard here. Really hard. I'd like a nap. if I'm honest. Oh, I wish I'd had time for a nap this afternoon.
Can you
I really
nap?
do.
Are you able to do that? Can you nap?
Yeah, I
in the
don't sleep
day?
very well at night, but if I've got half an hour, I can
Really?
usually
I wish
go and have half an
I wish
hour.
I could do that. I
But
can't
if you
do
like
it.
say, right, it's bedtime now, you've got to sleep for 8 hours, no chance. I'm quite often found wandering about, and I'm always the first one up with the ducks. I usually go and let them out about 5:30, 6 o'clock, and then come back to bed for a bit.
Oh.
Right, we're done. Well, this is as much done as this particular one is going to get, because we need to get way more in. So, the last finishing touches on this is to snip off that excess zip.
Yeah.
And yours won't be as much as that, but if you do have excess zip, hang on to it. We're going to use it in the embroidoodle that is in the zip one. And then cut the bit off the other side. And then we're going to just put bias binding all the way around that edge, not across this bottom edge, but just kind of up to the bottom of there. And then that will fold in, and that will fold in, and that actually that could probably fold up a little bit more. There you go. That can fold in, that can fold in, and that will make your pouch.
Lovely.
Once you put the bias binding on, then the last thing to do is bias bind this as well, and then just go ahead and top stitch that in place, which I'm going to put on my second pouch there. But you can have it on either one.
Yeah.
And then you can decide which one you want your book to go into.
Love it.
So that one, I'm going to call it done. It's not quite done, but we're going to call it done because we've got many more to do.
We
going to move
certainly
on.
have. Can we move straight on to the next one then, Hayley?
Yes, toadstools.
Oh, yes, I've forgotten about this.
Tiny, tiny toadstools. So for this, what we're going to do is we're going to place these face to face,
Yeah.
like that, and we're going to sew them all the way around. So there's no line on this. Sometimes we put a line for you to follow, but it's 1/4 inch seam, where we do most things to a standard 1/4 inch seam. So I'm going to just quickly whiz around this, but I'm going to leave a gap in the bottom so we can turn it right side out. So I'm going to start about there. Yeah, that'll do. So back a couple of stitches because we're going to be turning this right side out. Back one. There we go. And all the way around. Now this is measured out, so if you use a 1/4 inch seam allowance, this should sit perfectly with the gap in between the bobbin. We measured a lot of bobbins, apart from the kind of tall ones. These are all much of a kind of standard size, the bobbins, so this should fit a lot of different brands, as long as it's one of the short stumpy ones, not one of the tall skinny ones.
Okay.
But having said that, the top piece should fit any, because usually the hole in the middle is all the same. I'm just going to put another kind of half a
Yeah, the
stitch
top
in
is
there.
made to sort of stand over the edge of the base of the toadstool to make it look like a toadstool. Let's find that ladybird. Where's it gone?
It's cute though, isn't it? Well, originally we'd just done the top bit to go in any bobbin that you're using, because that comes out, it's got a little kind of like a dowel peg on it, and that will fit into all of your I've called them toadstools. I don't mean toadstools, I mean spools. That's what I mean. It will fit into any of them, so you'll be absolutely fine to use that with whichever one you want. But then I thought, well, it needs a bottom bit to match, doesn't it? It needs a bottom bit. So from there, we're going to trim those corners off, and it's really important to double trim these because we need these to be nice and sharp. So I'm going to do the same all the way around. It actually is easier on some of these because you've got such a small amount of fabric here, is actually just to take like an extra bit of the seam allowance off all the way around, which is what I'm going to do, because I think it's going to make it a lot quicker. There we go. And off here, and then I'm going to come a little bit of the way along here, but leave myself a good bit for turning in.
When you wrap this around the bobbin, mind you don't really need to be taking it on and off, but I was going to say a little bit of the hook and eye fastener you could fasten
you
it around
could,
with.
but especially that would be good if you have a bobbin that's still got thread on it.
Yeah.
And then it would stop it unravelling for you.
Of course.
So I'm aware that we haven't got a huge amount of time left, so I'm going to try and get this done as quickly as I can. This just going to turn right side out. Now I'm going to do this with my scissors, which you definitely should not do. You should use something that's plastic and can't actually go through the stitches or go through the fabric itself. But let me just push that through, and then that's your little wrap that goes around the outside. And then to make the top, we are going to, I don't know if I've got the little disc in front of me here, but I'll see if I can. Have you got one of the little discs over there, Catherine?
One of the little discs?
A little MDF disc that comes with the kit.
Let me see if I can find one. No, I don't. I've just got the fabric and the ribbon.
Have you got any in the big Faberzine one then?
In the big Faberzine one. Oh, would it be? I think I might have found one.
Perfect. That'll do. That'll do. So this then needs pressing, and it needs pressing kind of quite well to get it nice and flat, ready to go around that bobbin. And then to make the toadstool part, I'm going to take some thread.
Did you need the dowly bit as well, Hayley?
Yeah, go on then. If you fancy it, yeah, go on then. Just looking for a needle, because I had a needle that was threaded and ready, but that seems to have vanished, which is always the way. So we will go with this one. And just grab a bit more thread from here.
Okay.
It's always the
Just
worst
so
bit,
everybody
'cause
is
he always
aware
does
at
a dead
home, that
close
was
up when
our
you're doing
Jack's hand that you saw come into shot then.
Right, so what we're going to do for here is we're going to use doubled over thread, because we are going to pull this quite tight. So it is quite important to double this over. And you want to work about 1/8 of an inch from the edge. So we're going to stitch round, all the way around as a running stitch. This may get finished in the next hour, because I don't think I'm going to have enough time, because what you're essentially going to do is create a Suffolk puff. And then put a little bit of stuffing within it, and that's what creates that little domed top. So if you can see that starting to kind of form around there, this will go in the centre. You'll put your stuffing in first, that'll go in the centre, but you do need to glue that dowel peg in first.
Right.
So glue the dowel peg into there, leave that, I would say, overnight to be
Okay.
on the safe side, and then we'll keep going around with this. And what I would advise you do actually is, once you've gone all the way around, pull it back out a little bit, so you've got a really good length of thread on this end, because then it's much easier to secure it by knotting it together.
Oh, that's a good point.
I'm going to run out of time, Catherine.
Oh no, I've taken the little top off my toadstool so I can show everybody.
But really, really easy to put together, and it's not going to take you long at all, this one, but you do get enough to make 2 within the kit. So you can have 2 mini toadstool pincushions.
Oh, and they both have ladybirds on, don't they, Hayley? Do they? Let's just look at the little toadstool top first of all, so you can see where the dowel comes through. You can see where that fabric has all been gathered. Of course, you've got the stuffing in there as well. The base goes around, or the base that's been created goes around the reel, and then, of course, that just sits together beautifully. Very, very useful. I do like that a lot. Oh, just one of the projects in the Faberzine, of course. Details still on the screen, by the way, for the one-day special, 510585. Hayley is back at 8 o'clock.
Done.
She's pulling faces now. Have you done it?
Yeah, because I was just pulling it together to finish it, but we've only got 15 seconds, so we're not going to see it.
Oh,
I'll do it later.
there it is.
There you go.
Wonderful. Oh, Hayley, we will see you back at 8 o'clock. Don't go anywhere, though. We've got another fantastic hour ahead. Check out those happy hours. Quick, quick, quick. Yes, you've got less than 3 minutes to check out those happy hours before the price goes up. Now, Rosella is back for the next hour. Don't miss this. Hayley's back at 8, and then we're both back again at 9 with Craft Along.
Hello, my name's Stuart and I'm the Managing Director of Oakwood Archer. Oakwood Archer is a family-run business and my son and my daughter work very hard with me to bring the best craft items to you in the UK. We specialise in high quality items brought into the UK from all over the world, including brands like Kaisercraft, Stampendous and Impression Obsession. Our products include stamps, dies, papers, buttons, trimmings, ribbons and album making kits. Just about everything you need to be a good crafter.
Hi, I'm Sarah from White Gecko Craft Lounge. We have a little shop in Dinas Powys, which is between Cardiff and Barry, so right by the seaside, and we were established 6 years ago. There's 3 of us that run the business. It's myself, Sarah Jane and Sian, and we have a host of volunteers and community members that help out too. Of White Gecko is to really inspire you to start sewing. We'd like to get people crafting and start that sewing process. A lot of patterns and kits are perfect for beginners to use. It's a real wonderful, mindful way to start that journey into sewing. So don't miss the White Gecko shows.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts 2 stable and the ones that I design.
Good evening. How are we? It's time for a bit of cross-stitch now from Vervico. The wonderful Rosella Cottrell is here. Good evening.
Well, good evening. Good
Here we
evening.
are again.
Well, here we are. They let us loose after last time.
I know.
I didn't think that would happen.
I know. No bra size requirements needed for this show, I don't think.
Well, we don't know that yet.
That's very true. Never say never, Derek. Lovely to see you, as always.
Likewise.
These are grand, aren't they?
Oh, and their samples, aren't they absolutely exquisite?
They really are. Absolutely beautiful. Vervico are a Belgian, should I say, cross-stitch company, and they are brilliant, honestly. Let's go through what we've got, because there is just some yummy cross-stitch. If you love your cross-stitch, or if you've never done it before, you can absolutely be a part of this show, which is brilliant. We're going to start with something, I guess, that you could call very much entry-level, very much beginner's territory, because look at the scale of them. They're so cute. They're lovely. Now, we had one of the designs that you shopped ahead for and has already sold out and gone. It's not this one, though, which is good. With this one, you've got the pumpkin, the sunflower, and the little toadstool there as well. So you get the kit, which gives you the aider to cross-stitch into, all of the DMC threads, and whenever we talk about cross-stitch kits, if you ever hear the phrase DMC threads, you know that we are looking at probably the best in the thread industry, arguably, because they've certainly got one of the biggest ranges of colours. They're absolutely beautiful. What a sweet little gift this would be. It might be a lining for a drawer. It might be something that you just sort of have around the house decoratively as well. It's beautiful, lovely. Yes, it might be a little pouch for the tooth fairy, because her rates have gone up recently, haven't they? I don't know what the going rate is these days for the tooth fairy. It's probably at least £2 these days, isn't it? I would imagine.
I should think so.
And back in my day, I think it was 50 pence, wasn't it? I think back in my day, or even less than that. Depends which coin she had in her purse at the time. So this is kit number 1 then for you, which is the 3 potpourri little pouches there. Obviously, you need to provide the stuffing or the potpourri or the lavender or whatever you want to put in. Oh, yes, I need to tell you that everything in this show Once it's gone, it's gone. And we've had a lot of people shopping ahead in this show. In fact, we already lost an option of these, sold out before the show even started. You get the full chart there, plus all the threads. You even get a needle as well. You never needed to have cross-stitched ever before. You probably will need to get yourself a hoop, though, if you haven't cross-stitched before. We'll deal with that later on in the show as well. We've got all of that in the show. Second kit for the, excuse me, the little potpourri pouches. This one is called Birds and Blossoms. Oh, and a third of the stock of this is already gone. What a lovely contrast. I mean, it's like a kind of sort of bleached, brilliant white Ada on this one. That's really sweet, isn't it?
I love the fact that you can have the different styles of Ada on these as well. And these are super little gifts, but they're great little projects sort of to take around with you, relatively quick to complete.
Yeah.
Everything that you need is within that kit there.
I love, how sweet is that? Just absolutely beautiful. Everything you need is there. £18.49. That's a really, really sweet little option, that, actually. Yes, it would make a nice little gift, actually, wouldn't it? It might be a way of presenting wedding favours, maybe, as well. That would be a lovely idea. Obviously, you might need multiple kits for that. But if it's a small select gathering, that could be quite nice, couldn't it? And it's a really pretty set of designs. And again, if you are going away on maybe a little staycation, I know lots of people are away on theirs right now, but if you're just going away for a weekend or something, and you think, oh, just have something for the long journey and whatever, something like that can be brilliant. 2/3 of the stock of that has sold out and gone as well. OK, well, let me bring them back in. And I love the fact that actually with this, you've got two of the little birdies that face into each other. And then you've got the little one in the centre, which can sort of complete the triptych, so to speak. Oh, that's a big word, Derek. Where'd you get that from? 80% of the stock sold out and gone now on that one. £18.49. Oh, limited already. Oh, crikey. Right, OK, so the next few people to check out on that, and those birds will be flying away. So we'll move on, shall we, as it's so busy for that. And we'll move on. This is the love set. This is really, really delicate. 1/3 of the stock sold out in advance of the show. Beautiful. Again, the design's to make 3 of these little pouches, and whether you use them, you know, to freshen a drawer or hang them up in the wardrobe with some lavender or some... Can you still buy mothballs?
Well, personally, I don't buy them, Derek. I imagine you probably can. I like lavender, to be honest.
Yeah, lavender's kind of the modern day version, isn't it?
Yes.
I don't think mothballs are a thing anymore, are they? I don't know. I've never had them. Never had them at all, just heard about them. 614774 is your item number. Birds and Blossoms have now sold out and gone, by the way. So the previous one we were looking at, that's gone. I think I'll stand to one side of this next one because this is slightly bigger. So this is, I think, the biggest of the cross-stitch kits that we have in the show as well. Don't forget that we have got all of the DMC threads included and the Ada. Obviously, frame is personal preference, so that's not included. But it just gives you an idea of this beautifully made-up sample. Just how grand it is, actually. The finish... Do you have the finish size on this, Al Ross? Oh, I do. 41 by 41 centimetres. Is that... You don't have that in inches, do you? Sorry. Oh, no, I do. It's all right. 16.4 inch square finish size, which is lovely. And this is called Tits in Flower Wreath. Great Tits in Flower Wreath. There we go. Sorry, missed a word. It was a crucial one as well. There's a very big difference between a tit and a great tit. $66.99 is your price tag. And I love this little decoration with the little love hearts as well. It's very, very cute. You can get a flower like that, can't you, in reality, that has little hanging hearts.
Yes, Canada Centre, I think, isn't it?
Yes. Oh, look at you, another Gardener's World viewer.
Absolutely.
Funny the things you know, isn't it? That's beautiful, and I love all the colours in this as well. It's very bright, it's very fresh, it's very vibrant. It's going to fit in beautifully. Particularly, I would say, if you live in a more sort of period home, I think this would work really, really nicely.
And I think, actually, maybe you're going to give this as something like a wedding present or engagement present.
Yeah.
I think that'd be really appropriate, wouldn't it?
Yes, because you could stitch in a bit of personalisation if you wanted to there. Maybe, maybe not. Or mark the date in some way, in that you've got plenty of area here at the top to stitch into if you wanted to.
Maybe some initials?
Yeah, because you could sketch those out, couldn't you, with an air erasable pen, and then stitch them in, and then you're good to go. Fabulous. 826 847. And look at the vast array of colours as well. I mean, DMC are brilliant because they are colour fast as well, aren't they? And
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
why they're trusted and loved across the world of tapestry and cross stitch as well. Yeah, so obviously the frame is personal choice. The frame is not included. This is all just fully made up for you. So you'll get the Ada of which to stitch into, the full plan and instructions, and all the threads, plus the needle is in there as well. We're already busy for that. I'm not surprised at all. It is glorious. It's just a really, really nice, uplifting image. And again, if it's for a happy couple who've just moved in together, we know quite a lot of those within these walls, don't we? Couples that are getting together and coupling up. It might be to celebrate a first home, the first keys to the first house, something like that, or even the first rental, you know, like just something to send them off with and mark that moment. It's wonderful, isn't it? Next up, we have this one. Now, this has a different name, doesn't it? This is called, oh, that's right, Chickadees and Blossoms. Now, are chickadees the birds, or are they the planted things?
I thought that was something Bob Hope made up. I don't know.
Chickadee.
Yeah.
Chickadees, but our Ross is... Oh, it's a bird. Is it? I don't know. I've ever heard of the chickadee bird. North American birds, apparently. They're part of the tit family. And, well, there we go. We've learnt something else this evening.
Every day's a school day, Derek.
Isn't it just? 143776 is the item number. Finished size on this one is 9.6 inches by 15.2 inches, which in centimetres is 24 by 38. Obviously, again, frame not included in this one because that's always going to be a personal choice. And listen, we could, if we did frames, we could offer you 100 different options.
Yes.
And someone would say, oh, but you haven't got the bronze with pink spots. So, you know, we can't ever please everyone with that kind of thing, can we? But as you can see, a nice, crisp, white frame, which you can buy as cheap as chips from many, many different places now. All the value retailers do very, very inexpensive frames. And, of course, you don't need a frame with glass, do you, for something like this?
No, you don't, not at all. However, we had an email earlier on the tapestry show. Oh, forgive me, I've forgotten the lady's name. It might have been Jane. But she was saying that you can get anti-glare perspex or glass to go on as well, which I thought was a great idea.
OK, yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, I suppose you can get it for your own glasses, can't you? Like a non-reflective kind of look. Yes, it was, Jane. You were right.
Oh, hello, Jane. If you're
well
watching
remembered.
again.
Mind you, it wasn't that long ago, was it? What time was it? 3 o'clock. So there's another show. If you like your tapestry, there's another... show at 3 o'clock that you can look back on and rewind later, of course, because you don't want to miss any of this show, do you? So there's Chickadees and Blossoms, and haven't we all learnt something there? Has anybody got any chickadees? I mean, I suppose they're not really a pet bird, are they? They're a wild bird in North America. I don't think many people will have them in the aviary. Anyway, should we just move on and stop saying silly things? That'd be a good idea. This, I know you're not meant to have favourites, but this is my favourite. Love it. Lovely Ginger Tom. Looks like a Ginger Tom, doesn't it? Could be a girl, sexist. Could be, couldn't it? Either way. But what a cute cat.
He's gorgeous. I used to have a Ginger
this.
Tom called Monty.
Did you?
I did, yes.
Oh, not after Monty Don, was it?
No, Monty Tom came later.
How sweet. I just love this. Now, I haven't got a finished size on this, Ross, have you? 25 by 35 centimetres, which is 10 inches by 14 inches. It is, I just did it in my head there. It's not like I looked at the packaging for something else and it luckily had that measurement on it. See, always resourceful. How beautiful is that? Now, if you have a little room in your house which you call the library, OK, it's got one bookshelf, but it's full of books, and this would go on the wall right next to your bookcase, how amazing. And I love, actually, that's really interesting because in cross-stitch, you never imagine that you'd be able to get that much expression into a cat.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that's the beauty of the Vivico kits, isn't it? They are so fabulously designed, and he's got such a lovely, smug, happy smile, isn't it? It's like, I'm here, you're not disturbing me.
Yeah, I know I shouldn't be here, but I'm so gorgeous, you won't tell me off. And I've got a good view from here, I can see everything that's going on. Of course, I'm incredibly well read at the same time. And this plate probably won't stay there forever.
Don't think so.
You know what I mean? Like, it's all right now, but I could do with a bit more stretching space, really. Anyway, 617031, while Derek turns this into a book. 617031 is your item number. Again, it comes with the aider in which to stitch into. All of the threads are with it. Frame not included, of course, and you can spread the cost of that as well. There are 2 flexi buys on that one. Quarter of the stock of that one has sold out and gone. I'm not at all surprised, because actually whether you're just a more of a cat person, whether you have a ginger cat or not, it doesn't really matter, does it? This is just such a cute image, isn't it? It's lovely, and of course, it never needs a saucer of milk, never needs feeding, never needs a cattery. So very easy to look after indeed, and just lovely to enjoy. Lovely marmalade colour. Gorgeous. 617031 is your item number. Right, next one. This is glorious. Now, this is very, because you've been shopping ahead for this one. So we have a very, very limited availability of this. In fact, it could be just seconds before I say, oh, there it went. So if you want this one, it's called Afternoon Tea. How grand. I see no cakes. There's lots of fruits there, isn't there? It's all fruit.
Oh, is that afternoon tea? Without cake?
Walnut,
those
walnuts with it.
OK, well, that's very healthy, isn't it? That's possibly better for us.
Cherry and a walnut. It's gorgeous, though, isn't it? It is lovely. It's a really lovely composition, actually, isn't it? It's beautiful. Fruit tea. Maybe it's fruit tea in the pot. That's a very now thing, isn't it? Everyone has fruit tea, don't they? Love it. Very, very nice. 42 by 18 centimetres, this one, which is £35.99. And I don't have the size in inches on that one. 7.2 tall and 16.8 in length. There you go. So that's a nice one. That'd be a nice one to have one of those sort of posh chains. You get a nice frame for it, have a posh chain, have it up on the picture rail.
That's it, hanging from the top. Perfect. I do love this one.
Very
actually.
nice. Brilliant for a dining room. Although you do want to kind of shoehorn a slice of cake into that image, don't you? Just a little bit. Although maybe they're not walnuts. Maybe they're just unwrapped version of those well-known...
They could be, couldn't they? They come in a pyramid
those
if you put them there.
well-known, yes, confection, I'll say. No more. 756632 is your item number. Incredibly limited stock on that one. So if you want it, again, check it out straight away, because I'll be coming back to that to say it's gone in not too long. OK, here's a lovely, lovely idea. And I love the images of this. I love the journey that you can take with these, because they're greetings cards where you get everything you need to make the greetings cards. And, Rosella, we were talking about these earlier. Of course, once you've got the pattern.
Yeah. Absolutely.
You just buy more Ada in the future, and you can go on making these beyond as well, get more thread and get more Ada in the future, and you can make more of these. But aren't they cute? Just lovely. I mean, they would be very special cards, and it's always good to have special cards in the drawer, isn't it? Because you just never know, because things do crop up and come along at the strangest of times. It's a nice quick project as well, isn't it?
It is, and also I think these are the ones that people are going to save, aren't they?
Oh, forever.
So, my lovely mum-in-law, who's happy wedding anniversary today, just saying, she's always cross-stitched cards for me, and I've saved them all, and I'm actually going to make them into a quilt at some point.
Oh,
and
that's
then it will then
lovely.
be an heirloom for my children as well.
Yeah, yeah.
And I think they're just, you put so much effort into a card, and it's so much appreciated. It's a lovely thing to do.
Yeah, I mean, these are treasured relics for the future as well. We must always view this kind of thing like that as well. It's not just the joy that we have of making them, it's what's said inside them, it's who they were to and why, and then the memories that they have a legacy that lives on far beyond them as well, which is beautiful. And I think also cross-stitch ages beautifully, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. And of course, you've mentioned they're DMC thread, so physically they will age perfectly. They won't age at all. They're colour fast, they will last. But it means that then you can put them on projects. Maybe you want to put that within a book cover or something like that, in a notebook, and actually use these after you've enjoyed them as a card.
It's lovely, isn't it? And I think that's, I mean, what could be better than, you know, like a handmade greetings card like that? And it's so, so sweet. It's really beautiful. So that's the first selection, because we've got a few of these selections. So that's the cat Cats between flowers. Out there with the pots they are, looking after them all, surveying their manor. 401047 is your item number then, £17.49. You get all of the envelopes and basically everything that you need to make the full greetings cards there. Moving on to the next one, we've got, this is really, really sweet actually. So if you want a brand new, you know, maybe it's just a dip your toe in the water into cross stitch, maybe, because I think, I talked to other guests on shows as well about needlework and tapestry and cross stitch, and people have a little bit of an outdated view in their mind because they think, well, hang on a second, I don't have my hair in a bun with a big chopstick through it and it's all grey and I'm sat with nothing to do with 3,000 cats around me. Maybe cross stitch isn't for me, because people imagine that that's the kind of people that cross stitch, but actually, like with crochet, like with knitting, people are discovering real, tangible, valuable crafts all the time, aren't they? And actually, the average age for people that now sew, crochet, embroider, even do tapestry has really come down, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think so, and I think, well, because of what's happened, we've had more time at home to enjoy these crafts, haven't we?
Well, you realise what a skill it is as well, don't you?
Yeah, you think you do, and you think, actually, this is so much fun. Why have I sat there just in front of the television doing nothing for this time, when actually I could be creating something beautiful? And these are a lovely card. I'm going to look at these in a bit, and I just think they're such a lovely design. Quite detailed, but easy to stitch.
Yeah. They're stunning, aren't they? They're really, really lovely. I love that colour palette. It's just beautiful and joyful. And if you think about, OK, we're sort of having a summer in terms of the temperature, but not the, you know, not the sun. We're getting the heat without the sun. It's a bit strange, isn't it? But this is like that permanent little bit of sunshine in your life, isn't it? And again, remember, this is something you can also frame up as well. You can look at it as a greeting card, and that's how it can start its life, but it can become, as Rosella said, it can become part of another project, it can become a work of art, you can frame it, you know, it's one to keep forever, so it's really, really lovely. £15.99, 853071. I think, actually, to be honest with you, when you think that works out at what, £5.33 per card to make from scratch, and that's the very best ingredients it can be. Yep. If you were to go to a greetings, in fact, I don't know of any greetings cards that you can buy that are pre-cross stitched. So I don't think I could go into a shop and buy a card like that pre-made. But if I could, I wouldn't imagine it being £5.33.
No,
It'd be considerably more, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would. And also, I mean, it's all the joys in the journey, isn't it? It's all the making of it as well. So actually, you're enjoying the creation of this, and then you're going to give it to someone who's actually then going to enjoy the finished product.
And it is lovely. And it's not going to take you a year and a day if you've never cross-stitched either. So you can go from absolute beginner, believe you me, because it's very, very simple. There's a key with the thread, to a key with the chart as well, and we'll maybe walk you through that a little bit later on. 853071 is your item number. Right, more greetings cards. I told you there were a few options to go through, so you've got lots and lots of different choices. Again, this is a very, very sort of contemporary floral, if you like. This is the flowers and lavender. Again, makes a set of 3. Again, same price tag here. I think that's a poppy, is it not? I think so, yes. And the other two, not quite sure. But there's definitely lavender running through, all the way through of these. They are beautiful. 501336 is your item number. Again, complete kit, so if you like the image, go and have a little look through the website at the selection and then pick and choose what you want to there. £15.99. Now, if you want an even simpler project to get you started, what a gorgeous, gorgeous idea. And this would be a lovely gift as well, I have to say, to someone, even if they were going to make it up rather than you were going to make it up. You can either make it up for them and give it, or just buy it for them as a kit. So this first one here is the violets. I think we've had a little typo there, Ross, I think. Voilets. Maybe that's the more continental way of saying violets. But they are violets, as you can see. Lots and lots of lovely colours in there. Very bright, very vibrant. And Now, do these come with the backing Rosella as well?
No,
'Cause
they're
these-
just the Ada on these, so that you can choose whether you're going to put something like a card on there. I'd probably put a felt on there.
Oh, so you can stitch something else to the back of it if you want to.
You
I mean,
could, but also if you're going to put cards, you can actually write a little message on there that's then going to be there
Oh,
always.
of course you can. Yeah. Yes, put your crafty fingers to that job. 853403. Again, you get the needle, you get thread, you get the Ada and complete instructions as well. And of course, remember with all of these, because you've got the charts with the patterns on them, once you've made it once, you just keep the chart, because it's not like a sewing pattern or anything like that where you cut into it and cut it up or whatever, but you've got those designs, those charts that you can go on making it again and again and again, as many times as you like. Right, okay, next one. Ah, there's the cats and dogs. These are going to fly out of the door, I think. And they're so beautiful, aren't they? You almost wouldn't want to separate them, would you, really? I think they're so cute. $14.99. I mean, we're a nation of animal lovers, aren't we?
Yeah, and these are so realistic, aren't they?
Yeah, they are really
Such
sweet.
Detail.
They're almost like little photo extracts, aren't they?
Yeah, that's exactly what they're
I love that peekaboo kind of style on the cat as well, because, you know, cats are all about their personality, aren't they?
Yeah.
Fabulous, and that's a playful little one, that one. Beautiful blue eyes as well. 047403 is the item number for that then. Again, you get both designs in that. And finally, Esther, we get to the end of the counter and we've got the birds in winter. Oh, frighteningly close.
It feels it today.
Frighteningly close. So there they are on their snowy trees there, pecking away at the berries. Beautiful. Lovely, lovely design. Again, you get both of the designs in there, all the threads to make them, plus those charts that you get to keep forever, which is great. And then you can make more versions of this if you want to in the future. $14.99. 270229. Remember, everything on the show, when it's gone, it's gone. It's as simple as that. No extended delay. We've got it all here in the UK, which is why when it's gone, it's gone. So grab those, $14.99. Right, OK, let us get started then, shall we? What are we going to start with?
I wanted just to have a look at the kit on these cards, so that if this is your first foray into cross-stitch, if you get it out of the packet, this is a great little kit to go for. These are such quality kits, they really are. So they on your kit, then, there we go. You've got your 3 designs that you're actually going to stitch. And like you mentioned, Eric, you could actually create a beautiful picture with these. You know, maybe one of those frames where they're all in there together.
Oh, yeah. Like one of them little photo frames.
Yeah, absolutely. So what you've got within here, you've got your threads. All right, we've got our envelopes. So you've got 3 of those. Let me just take the card out for you so we can look at the construction. So you've got a plain white card here, but I think actually you could be stenciling on this, you could be inking on that as well, you could be doodling on it. So there's a lot you could do with that. You're going to attach your cross-stitch, finish cross-stitch sort of through there, and then you're just going to attach the inner card just to hide your workings, and it just makes it nice and stable as well. Also makes it so that if you give it to a recipient and you know they're going to take it out of the card, then just put a little bit of double-sided tape. Don't sort of put lots and lots and lots, because it doesn't need it. It really doesn't. And actually, you could frame it just as it is. I think that's about 6x4, isn't it? So you could actually get a little frame and frame it just as it is, perhaps with the message on the front as well. You've got your 3 pieces of Ada. Now, the great thing about these is that if you want to do a little bit of cross-stitching on the go, they fit perfectly into the smallest hoop in our non-slip hoop set, which I can't get out at the moment. So actually, if you do want to do a little bit of stitching, undo your hoop a little bit more on the go, then it's going to fit in there. If I undo it a little bit more, it will fit in there because it fitted in earlier. So I know that it will.
But that's what you need, isn't it? A nice snug fit, and it will open up, of course.
You will,
yeah.
And it means that you can get to the entire design. But if you are going to stitch, you know, I go on the train or whatever, that's actually going to fit within your pocket. It's going to fit within a little pouch, actually, isn't it? You're not going to need to take much with you. So you've got 3 of those. Then you've got your pre-sorted threads. So on this one, you can see what we've got there. Just going to leave those out for a moment. You've got your cross-stitch needle. So again, this is a needle that has a blunt tip on it, so that it doesn't need to have a point on this. It's just going to go straight through the holes in the Ada. And then you have got your chart, and your chart is huge. So if I just open that out, and if I bring that Ada back in, so you can, if I can pick it up, you can see just how much bigger the chart is. So that's really, really important. It makes it so easy to see. And then what I would do, personally, is choose which one I was going to go for, and I'd do that.
Oh, okay, so it's a bit more manageable.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
and then that's going to go into my pouch as well. Before I cut that up, you probably had instructions on the back of that. It's got washing instructions, bit of tape, put that back together, and then you can read it.
Yeah.
No, it's fine, you don't need that. The important things are on each chart, and that's the centre of the chart, because that's how we're going to begin. I'll look at that a bit later. What I would do is just have a look at the colours, and this is the key. So this is really important. So if you've never done cross stitch before, each of these stitches has a little symbol, each of these squares, and to find out what colour that symbol is, so that's like a letter L, we look on here and that's colour number 2. So we go to our swatches, colour number 2, and that's the colour we're going to use. And on this, it's going to tell us, it's in this column, and it's going to tell us that we're having 2 strands of thread. There is back stitch on here, and that is in 1 strand of thread, and there's only a couple of colours in the back stitch, and that's the lines there. So if I just show you on this chart, and this is your back stitch, so for that particular back stitch, which is a solid line, it's going to be number 8, which is this colour here, which is the blue colour. So, and you've got this other back stitch there, which is going to be in the green colour. And really, that's all there is to it. That's all you need to know, apart from the actual stitching, which I'm going to do on a larger project because it's easier for you to see. But these are washable, so if I do want to put this within a quilt or a cushion cover, something like that, it means then that it's washable. Don't have to worry about it. It's colour fast, it's beautiful quality, and I think that's all you need to know to actually get yourself going, and I'll show you how to do it in just a moment.
Which is remarkably simple, actually, if you think about it, because you always imagine something like this to be terribly, terribly complicated. I haven't been doing this for 20 plus years, so, you know, how am I going to just pick up one of these kits and just go for it? I think maybe the key thing is working out where to start and how to start. Maybe that's the thing that for you is probably most key, is where do I start? Okay, how does that chart on paper relate to the Ada that I've got? Because obviously you could see that the Ada was much smaller than the chart, so it's not like you can trace it underneath. So the initial key thing is to find that centre point, isn't it? This is a beautiful, beautiful set as well, isn't it? It makes those 3 cards there, which are just glorious, glorious colours, lovely sort of cornflower blues and really joyous yellows in there. DMC are amazing. They can literally, or as we've seen with other cross-stitch kits as well, you can almost take any colour that comes from an artist's brush and translate that into a DMC thread, which is really, really good, and it's why it's so well respected. There's over 500 colours, I think, in their spectrum of threads, which is why they're universally used. Colour fast, washable, just brilliant, aren't they, Rosa?
Yeah, that's it. You will probably have heard of DMC. If you're cross-stitching at all, you will have heard of DMC. It's excellent quality.
Absolutely. Right, let's go to the website then, because everything is there for you. So all of the kits, it gives you a closer look on absolutely everything. So if you want to shop ahead of us, you can. Just be aware, very, very limited stock on that Tea Party, the larger cross-stitch picture. That's extremely limited stock, the afternoon tea with all the fruit in it. We are very busy also that's the biggest of the cross-stitch kits that we have here. It's beautiful. The Great Tits and the Flower Wreath kit. That's beautiful. It's really, really lovely. Lots of you going for that. It's nice, isn't it? Because again, as a way of celebrating, there are lots of reasons to celebrate. You know, it might be new life, new home, new couple, you know, there's so many reasons, weddings, all sorts. £66.99. Beautiful. And you can spread that, of course, because you've got flexis on that too, which is lovely. Right, okay, Rosella. So I think, is that one of the key things that people worry about is where do I start? Because if I start in the wrong place, then I'll go off the edge, don't I?
Absolutely. It's really important we start in the centre. I'm going to look at this beautiful wreath one. I think it's just absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? And it's such a large size as well. And we've got some of the other here, but this is on a 14 count Ada. So a 14 count Ada is pretty much your starting point for an Ada. So it's quite a large stitch, so it makes it very simple, but it also covers the fabric well as well. So you're getting a really, really great project from it. The one thing I love about this Ada is the colour. And to me, I think this is probably the first time I've seen a cross-stitch kit with grey Ada. And I think that's really lovely because my kitchen's grey, so this will look great in my kitchen. But look how large a piece of Ada you've actually got with this. So I would recommend ironing it before we start as well, and that'll soften it up as well so that you've got rid of these creases. But you think this is large, wait till we see the chart on this, because the chart is absolutely huge. As before, it's considerably larger than the stitching itself. So, right, okay. We might need to amend this. Right, there we go. So I looked at this and thought, okay, that's not exactly manageable. So what I did was I photocopied it. But you need to start in the centre. So the centre is always marked on your chart, and it's down here, and it's marked both ways on your chart. So that's where you need to start, because like Derek said, if you start at the bottom, and then, let me pull my Ada back. I don't quite chose one quite so big. If you start at the bottom, think, oh, I'll start it there, that'll be the bottom of it. And then you get up to the top and you think, okay, I'm running out of room now, I'm running out of room. It's really important to start at the centre. So what I did is thought, I'll photocopy just the centre of this. Now, if you don't have access to a photocopier, then you could always cut it down, but just make sure that you can then put it back together. So, you know, turn it over, number the pieces on the back so that you put it back together in the right, like a jigsaw.
Yeah.
So what
or you could fold it back on itself to make the area smaller, could you?
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. So I've got the centre here, which is the birds. So if I just need to get a pen. If I follow this down, so it's the fourth square, and they're actually marked in tens to make it easier. And then we just try and line this up, and it goes all the way down to, well, I've got the bird's eye at the moment, so on this colour here, and I'm going to go sideways along here, and that's the second square down on here. And so this is my centre. So on there, underneath my beak, and where did I say? I've lost it immediately. So up here. Okay, so that's the centre. Actually, I've got quite a lot of detail on there, so I'm going to say that that's my centre. So it's that line there, and across here. So that's where I'm going to start. So what I need to do now is find the centre of my Ada as well to correspond with this. So I'm just going to pop that out the way again, because that's just so large. Just for a moment, because I still need to come back to that.
Aren't we glad that the days of having a map that size in your car, being the passenger, trying to navigate, do you know what I mean? Like, they're gone now, thankfully.
Yeah. It's, yeah, definitely. Now, the way to find the centre is to fold it, basically. So you're going to fold it, and you're going to give it a jolly good pinch around the centre each way. Now, on this particular one, the centre was in a blank area. So if it was to be covered, then I could use something like an air erasable or heat erasable pen. But because it's actually within a blank area, I'm a little bit loath to do that, just in case we get any residue at all.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be worth it. Now, the other thing on here, that's the centre where we're going to stitch. However, you've got that large wreath around the outside as well. So instead of just putting a mark in the centre, I would be inclined to mark it right the way to the edges. I have experience of this. Many years ago, I cross-stitched a beautiful cornucopia, and it had a frame around the outside. And so I stitched it all the way around the outside, and when I got to the meet-up, it didn't. Which is great, because that was the opportunity to put my name and the date, and then nobody ever knew. Well, they do now, but nobody ever
Brilliant.
knew. But if I'd actually got a stitch down there, then I could have checked it on my way. So do as I say, not as I do on that one. So let's just run through with a running stitch and some particularly attractive neon thread that's going to come out. You don't need to pop a knot on this, because you're just going to pull it out when you've stitched it, unless you think you're going to pull it out, in which case do. But it's just to mark that centre. Sorry, this is going to take me a minute to do, isn't it, Derek? Do you have anything to talk about whilst I just do this?
It is worth seeing all of this, because it's really important. If you're going for a larger project like this, it's how you start. Once you've started, you'll be absolutely fine, but it's worth doing that, just that little bit of prep work that we're doing right now, just to get you started, because this is a big and this is a grand project, and you want to get it absolutely perfect and absolutely right first time, because you want the satisfaction of it looking that darn good, don't you, really? 826 847. I mean, that looks like, doesn't it? It looks, to the naked eye, it looks like months of work has gone into it. And the joy of that, of course, is the journey that you'll take. Because, of course, cross-stitch is something you can pick up and you can put down. It's not something that once you've started it, it's not like a 1,000-piece jigsaw that once you started it, it's like, well, I'm not leaving this table until it's done. It's not one of those, is it? It's one that you can pick up and you can put down and you can go back to, and that's the joy. Catherine was saying to me earlier, actually, she's found recently that with crochet, she starts getting a little bit, not uptight, but not quite as relaxed as she should be if she hasn't crocheted for a while. Do you know what I mean? Because she really uses it, because she's so busy. She uses it as a way of just, okay, my attention is on this entirely. So, yeah, so it's time that she can take for her. And I imagine it's very much the same kind of thing for cross-stitch as well. You can get away from the stresses and strains of the world. You can, you know, switch the news off. You can switch the gadgets off. You know, I'm reticent to say the telly, because I think you should always have us on in the background, but do you know what I mean? But just have a bit of time, like, away, far from the madding crowd. And if you're going away on a little staycation or something like that, what could be nicer than sitting in a lovely chair on a sunny beach somewhere in Cornwall? Oh, yeah, one of those nice sinky chairs with your cross-stitch in front of you. Because you can have your hoop, you know, in the most comfortable position for you as well. Because I think we've got the, have we got the table? Have we got the seat ones as well? Yeah, we've got the seat frames as well. So we'll bring you up the details for those as well. Oh yeah, of course it would work in a deck chair, because you can put it between your legs, can't you? You don't have to sit on one or the other. It can go in between. Can it not, Rosella?
It certainly can. That's the one I use. We've also got the table stand, but that's the seat stand. So this is great because it's height adjustable as well. So if you're sitting a little slouched in your deck chair, you can just raise it a little so it's closer to your face.
Yes.
It's very useful.
Absolutely. So that's the seat frame. So basically that bit at the bottom, which you think would normally stand on a table, it can stand on a table if you want it to, by the way, but you basically put that under either your left or your right leg, or in the middle.
Or in the middle.
It's up to you. 606286 is the item number. They're so popular. Right. Okay, back to the cross stitch and the flower wreath. This is the Great Tits in flower wreath. Very busy. I'm not surprised. Oh, a third of the stock already. My word. That has moved very quickly. And it's one of those situations, by the way, that, yeah, it's when it's gone, it's gone. And we have it here. It's not on a delayed dispatch, even though these come from gorgeous Belgium. And they are lovely. They're so classically styled as well. And I think you're right, Rosella, that grey background, we were saying earlier on a happy hour, we had some grey card, and it was just really nice to see that as a different, because it's quite a sophisticated backdrop, isn't it?
Yes, and I think it makes it a little bit more contemporary, a little bit more up to date as well, doesn't it? So I've done my stitching.
Okie dokie.
If you want to, can I carry on now?
Yeah, go for it.
And it's just such a beautiful kit. So I've done my cross, so this is the centre of my Ada. But what I've also done is I've done a little arrow. So on a piece this large, it really is important to know which is the top and which is the bottom. So that little arrow there is always going to point to the top.
Okay.
Okay, so that's my first bit of preparation. As far as the edges are concerned, if it bothered you and you thought you might fray it or it was catching the thread, you could put some masking tape, you could oversew with your sewing machine if you wanted. This is really, really soft, Ada, so I'm not sure you'd need to do that.
Yeah.
What you do need to do, though, is because look at how many threads you've got. So these are fortunately all pre-sorted, otherwise that would take a considerable amount of time. There we go, just look at all this. Aren't they just gorgeous?
So glorious, aren't they?
That little key that we looked at earlier, if I just bring that in, it is going to be, I think, advisable to put these symbols actually on your thread marker. So if I just find my pen, which I've lost. Oh, come on, you can't. Got pens of every sort here. There we go, Biro, that's what I want. If it's a colour that you've actually only got one of, and I'm trying to find one, I don't think there is one. No, there isn't. Okay, forget that. So you're going to put all the colours on, particularly the ones that are really quite similar as well. And all it is a case of, number 1 is a dot. Number 2 is a bit like a number 6 symbol. Number 3 is a number 6, but it's coloured in the centre. So you're just going to spend 5 or 10 minutes just working your way down here, creating your key so that you know exactly where it is. Now on this one, I'm just going to look at the centre colours so that I can put those on definitely. So it's the black square, which is number 31. Now I quite like starting with a dark colour because I think it naturally draws your eye to it, and it means that you sort of know, you can put it up the right way and you think, okay, everything's in relation to that black bit, isn't it? So it makes it really quite easy. And we'll do number 30 whilst we're at it. So that would do for now, but I would actually colour all of them in and save yourself a little bit of time on that.
Okay.
So then I can go back to my key. Now I'm going to first off put this in the seat stand because it needs to be under control, and it's certainly not under control at the moment because there's so much of it. You've got the choice. We can either use the seat stand, which I'm going to use because it's easy to put close to me, or we've got the table stand as well. Now this is great if you want to sit at the table. Maybe you need to sit at the table. Maybe you're going to spend a spell in bed, and you've got one of those lappy things, the tray things. So this is going to be perfect for that because you can prop yourself up nice and comfortably, and it's in front of you, so it's going to be a nice, comfortable position to stitch in.
It's got big grippy feet as well by the looks, has it?
It's got nice feet so they don't mark the table or anything, and
brilliant.
the wing nuts are under there, so they're not going to get on there either. So that means that, because it is going to be on display, if it's on display you'll stitch it. So, always leave it out.
Yeah.
And I think that's just a lovely one. I think if you've got a project of that size, this would make a great display hoop, actually.
Yeah, definitely.
Leave it in it, just lace the back and pop a little bit of felt maybe over your workings. It's going to look super.
Yeah.
But for this one, I'm actually going to pop it in my seat stand. So let me just get rid of that. Okay. I need the centre in my seat stand. It's just so large. It's going to be a massive sense of achievement when you've completed this, and you're going to enjoy it so much. And I love the fact on this particular design that you can pull little bits from it. So maybe you are going to create this for someone for a wedding. You're going to put their initials on there, but actually then for your wedding card you could pull from the design, you could pull either the little hearts hanging maybe and the birds, or any of those. You're going to
of course, because with that one again you'll have the chart forever, so you can carry on taking little elements of that out of the chart and stitching into other projects as well.
So with all this extra fabric, what I would do is roll it out of the way, and if you've got some quilt clips or safety pins, no, I wouldn't use pins because you're going to pin yourself basically. So just it doesn't matter how you roll it as long as it's out of the way of where you're stitching, and just spend a bit of time sort of rolling it up and getting rid of it. And definitely on the bottom I'm going to need a clip or two on there, aren't I, so I can begin to
because
stitch.
you'll be with that panel that you've chosen from the centre, you'll be with that for quite a while, won't you? So
yeah, absolutely. I do say leave it out, you will stitch it. If you're not going to stitch it for some time, then do take it out of the frame, so that it doesn't have a permanent circle within there. But I would definitely leave it out anyway, so that you just get on with it.
Yeah.
Next thing you're going to do is you're going to then sort your threads. So we're looking at our design here, and we're going to start with this darker colour. So I'm going to go for my threads, and it's black in this case, and it's 2 threads. Now this is pre-cut to about double the length of what you want. So what I'm going to do, I do want 2 strands, but I'm going to separate it out. So if I grab some of the threads in between my thumb and first finger, and then, no, in fact that's actually goes between my under my 4th, and it's the single thread that I put there. I obviously organise it differently, and gently work your way along. You need to keep moving your hand, because if you don't, it gets all tied up and ravelled up. So just keep repositioning your hand.
Ah, so you can't just let it happen in mid-air. This is where I've gone wrong before, because I've found my threads and then just held it up in mid-air, hoping.
Oh, no, no.
Hoping.
Because it will, and it'll kid you right to the very end.
Yeah.
Last 3 inches, big knot.
Yeah.
Yeah, just, it's deliberate, isn't it? It does
Yeah.
it deliberately. So make sure that you do put your used thread back on your thread minder, especially if it's one of those that you've got a colour that's close to it.
Yes.
And then what I'm going to do, I'm just going to get my needle out of my packet. And I'm going to put both of these loose ends through my needle eye, which could take me a moment to do. And you probably don't want to watch me doing this. So
Oh, I don't know. I think we do.
Don't you?
I'll
don't
show you
want
some.
to watch me do.
I'll show you some kits, shall I? I'll show you some potpourri kits. These are the most glorious, glorious little gift to make up, or just little starter project. Because if you're thinking, okay, well, the big wreath kit might be a bit too ambitious for a first try. How about something a little smaller scale? You get the pattern and the aider and the threads to make little combinations of 3 here that we have on the counter. These are lovely. These are the little potpourri. So you get the pumpkin, you get the toadstool, and you get the little sunflower there as well. It's beautiful. All you need to add to that yourself, of course, is something inside it, some potpourri or some dried lavender or some stuffing or whatever you want to. And that's it, really. You get the joy of making all 3 of those. So it might be a nice little starter project. It might be something you get together. Maybe you get together, you know, once a week and craft with a friend or your sister or whoever it might be. My mum does that, gets together with both of us sisters at least once a week, and they all craft together or play cards or do different things every week. 173375 is your item number for this, and that's called the Autumn Times. It's called that one. And 3/4 of the stock of that one has sold out and gone. Oh, the love one's gone. The love has gone. So, oh, it's that one, isn't it? It's this one then that we need to go to, isn't it? Is it this one? Because the love one was the 3rd one, wasn't it? Oh, this is gone. Oh, we do have the love. We've got the love. We need to see you through. Right. Okay, so that's gone. And we do have the love. We have it there. 614774 is your item number there at £19.99, and that will make those 3, which is fantastic, at £19.99. 614774. Right, we all threaded up.
We're threaded up, we're grappled in the hoop, we're ready to stitch. So how are we going to start? So I'm going to start on a row that's got 3 black squares, which is 2 squares from the middle. So I'm going to have to put that in front of me. Actually, I can't see that at all.
Yeah.
So we're going to start here. I'm going to bring it up from beneath, and I'm just going to pop my needle down. Then I need to go underneath. So I'm going to turn that to, where's the best way? If I turn it to there.
Yeah.
And then all I'm going to do is I'm going to thread my needle through that loop. So I put the loose ends through the eye of my needle so that I've got a loop on the bottom, and that's how I'm going to start. So that's going to be really, really neat and tidy.
Oh, okay, great.
So no loose ends on that. So
Yeah.
then we're going to turn it back through again. There we go. And we're going to do 3 stitches. So we're going to do 1. Now, try to get your cross stitches in the same direction. If you don't, it's not the end of the world. It's absolutely fine. it's just going to add a little bit of different texture. I've missed this, missed that entire thing. I'm going to have to thread this needle again. Oh, honestly. Sorry, going to thread the needle again. Do not watch.
Okay. Well, we'll go back to these little potpourri, shall we? Because we only had a very, very quick look at these. So these are called, this is the Love Set. And we're now limited stock with these. You can't thread your needle much more because then we're gone. They are beautiful. Again, with that, you get the chance to make all three. The Ada, which is lovely. It's more of a sort of... it's like an oatmeal-y kind of look to that, isn't it? So the florals and the foliage really pop from that. You are loving this great big... I'm so glad that lots of people are moving straight on to this and absolutely loving it. It is beautiful. If you think, yeah, it's been the most popular item on the show, and I'm not at all surprised. It's brilliant. Size of this, finished size, by the way, is 16.4 inches square. Yes, square, even though it's round. But you know what I mean. That's the finished size of frame that you would need at least of 41 centimetres if you like it in new money. But what a wonderful symbol of unity for a couple. And there's so many reasons to have that, isn't there? Significant anniversary, wedding, moving in together. Lots of young couples, you know, setting up first home together. The lovebirds, they call them, don't they? Oh, love's young dream, you all say, don't you? 826847 is your item number. There are flexi buys on there as well. So you've got 2 payments of $33.50. And we're all threaded again.
Needle threaders, that's what we need. Anyway, I've done my 3 squares, so all I'm going to do now is I'm going to cross back over and I'm going to put my cross in there. And I've just done it on the pink line, but hopefully you can just see where those crosses are coming.
Yeah.
And basically that's it. So ideally, try and get your crosses going in the same direction, but you know, it is really not the end of the world. What's really important though, so once you've done an area, is to bring in your chart, and if you've got something like a highlighter pen or any pen at all, just then mark which stitches you've actually completed. Because whilst you're stitching it, that's great. You'll remember exactly where you are. It's not a problem at all.
Yeah.
And you'll go straight on to the next one. Easy, you're right. So underneath that, I've got 5 stitches at the same point as this starts. But actually, if you come back to this in a week's time, it's going to be like, oh, where was I? I can't remember now. I've got to count each row of stitches to find out exactly where I was. So just get yourself organised a little bit. Now, there we go. I can just slip under that tacking stitch. With not having a knot in the tacking stitch, it means I've got a little bit of leeway there as well. And then all you're going to do then is you're going to work along for 5. So although it is counted cross stitch, it's not as if you're going to have to count a lot. Your chart's in blocks of 10, so you know it's easy to work your way across there. And it's really, you know, you're only counting in relation to the next bit. So it's following a pattern rather than counting, I always think. So I've got 5 there and I'm having a nice time. And actually I could continue stitching all night if that's okay. I could just sit here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Turn the lights out when I finished. Yeah.
Yeah. Go for it. Yeah. Well, we could pop in, you know, like every now and again, through till 10 at least, and then you're on your own. You have to go to webcam after that.
Not a problem. Not a problem. We could have a cross stitch along, couldn't we?
Yeah. So, Ross is asking that inimitable question that we always get asked, and we always naturally assume is in people's heads as well, which is how long will this take from start to finish? And the answer,
exactly,
if you ask 1,000 people, is 1,000 different answers, isn't it? Because this is a journey you're embarking on this one. It's the biggest of the kits that we have. And it depends on the pace that you work at. It depends how often you get to go back to it. You know, It is, but every stitch you're enjoying. And I think that's a really great cross-stitch kit that actually, when you've stitched it, you think, oh, you know, I really, really enjoyed that. Yeah. And it's like, oh, I've finished now. And it's a bit of a shame, isn't it? You've got to have the next one on standby for when that moment comes, haven't you? I can't believe, did you just say a minute in my ear? No way. How?
I don't know.
How?
It just goes.
Wow. That goes so quickly. Rosella, thank you. I'm so sorry it's gone so quickly.
I know, I can't believe it.
That's bonkers.
I'll carry on for a bit.
When are you back?
A couple of weeks.
Fabulous. Thank you, as always. Some absolutely amazing kits tonight as well. We've really enjoyed those. Please do make sure you check out, as always. I'm never here to nag, but I mean, they are so beautiful. And what we've got on the show is once it's gone as well. Oh, I love it. I want a little bit of everything here, don't you? And I envy you with your choices as well. But do check out while you can. Stay right where you are, because there is plenty more coming straight after this. Because it's time for some more Fab Times with the Fabazine. It's Craft Yourself Silly. It's the one-day special coming up next. And then we've got a bag-making craft along, all with our Hayley Smith. Don't go anywhere.
Hi, this is Els from Elizabeth Craft Designs. Elizabeth Craft Designs is a Colorado-based company. It's a family company, so husband, son, daughter all work in the company, and then a fantastic team of designers, because a company cannot exist without a great team around yourself. What we would like to share with you is my passion for crafts. We love all the concepts we have, so we have from cute till classic and beautiful designs. We love our journaling planner line, and we are going to bring you our ideas, our passion, and we hope to transfer that passion to you.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the Craft Store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from FIFO. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences, as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence, based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hi, I'm Emma. I work with Cricut to help you get the best out of your machines. Cricut is a range of tools, machines and accessories that allow you to work with hundreds of materials. I love Cricut because it allows me to take craft projects I have in my head and make them a reality. You can customise and personalise your paper craft projects, your home decor, clothing. You can work with iron-on vinyl, paper, card, wood, fabrics. The possibilities are endless. On the shows, I hope I can inspire you with ideas to help you become your creative best with Cricut. So make sure you don't miss the Cricut shows.
Oh, that little fox, it gets me every single time. Yeah, it did get me that time because I thought it was a frog. 8 o'clock, that means, of course, we've got the second instalment of the one-day special. Very busy launch at 6 o'clock. In fact, a quarter of the stock, the entire stock has already gone. It is a great deal. It really is. And wait until you see the values. We go down the counter and look at individual projects. Now, we have got the Fabazine. If you're looking at the one-day special, you've also got the Zips Fabazine included. In total, 20 individual projects. Now, it's not just the instructions for those projects, it is all of the materials that you're going to need. So it could be printed panels, it could be zips, it could be binding, it could be acrylic plates, it could be all sorts of things. Ribbon we've got in here. We'll go through the different items for you. Now, we have got the Fabazine issue number 8 here. We've also got the zips, all part of the one-day special. There are 12 projects in the Fabazine in issue number 8, and in the zips you've got a further 8. Now, You can go for those individually. There's a £5 saving. We're carrying those £5 over. £5 from the zips, £5 from the Fabazine 8. That's £10, and we're going to give you another £10 on top. So you've got a £20 saving in total. 510585 is the item number. It gets better because we've got Flexi for you as well. 2 payments of £37.49. In fact, if you break it down, per project, it's only £3.75. But of course, the lady herself was behind all this. She's with us in the studio, so I'm going to say a very good evening once again to Hayley Smith.
Hi.
Hey, you're on for the next 3 hours. Do you realise that?
Yeah, 2. This one and the next one.
You're on the hour after that as well. It might be a repeat, but you're still on.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Actually, so am I then.
Yes. Yeah, just us then.
It is
for the rest
this
of it.
evening.
That's fine.
Now, we had a very busy launch, Hayley.
We did.
We saw a couple of demonstrations on the earlier hour.
Yes.
What do we expect from this hour?
Okay, we're going to try and just finish off that little toadstool because we didn't quite get all the way through that time, beat us a little bit. And we're going to do the little armrest one as well.
Lovely.
So 2 projects.
Lovely, lovely, lovely. Well, shall we have a little look at the one-day special? We'll start a little bit, well, we're going to start with issue number 8. So you've got 12 projects in here. We've got all the projects laid out on the counter. Now, the first project we're going to look at is this one. This is your tablet rest. I mean, you could rest other things against it if you wanted, Hayley, couldn't you, I suppose? But that's what it's designed for, isn't it?
I mean, it's designed for a tablet, but it could be a book, it could be anything you like. Now, I've stuffed this one with chipped foam, which gives it quite a lot of bounce back.
Yeah.
Because obviously when you're putting heavier things like tablets on it, then that really helps it to bounce back. So if we get the armrest finished, we might see if we can crack onto that one. We'll see how we get on.
Now, you do get the panels, of course, to create this. Full instructions within the Fabazine as well. So that's the first of our projects that we're going to look at. Now, moving down, we've got our fruity coasters. I really like these. I'm thinking, you know, if we do get summer back, they did promise it this week, but it's not here, is it? We've got a piece of watermelon there. We've got the lime. We've got the apple. We've got the orange. We've got the lemon. And we've also got the kiwi. Of course, you've got all the pre-printed panels to create these. They have got a little bit of stitching on, which really brings the detail out. You can really see that, can't you? If I show you the watermelon one especially, really like that. There we are. Isn't that wonderful? So another project, of course, from our one-day special. Now, moving on, we've just mentioned the toadstool. Hayley did start to demonstrate this in the earlier hour. This is such a clever idea. I really love this. We've got 2 projects here, actually. Let me just show you the toadstool panel. So you get the top. You can actually make 2 from this. This is the top of the toadstool and also the base that goes around the cotton reel, isn't it?
Yes. So you've got a little wrap that goes around the cotton reel, which is the one we just finished in the last hour. And that you can pop around and either, you know, if it's an old cotton reel, you can just use it as purely decorative. If it's a current cotton reel that you are using, then you can use it, you know, to actually secure your fabrics around it. Maybe either put a press stud or a little hook and loop on there and hold everything closed and keep your cotton from unraveling. And then you've got your little toadstool bit on the top. There's an MDF disc in there and there's a little dowel peg, so it slots exactly in there and then keeps it secure on the top for you.
It does. That's such a lovely idea, and it creates 2, as I say. Now, this next idea also I think is absolutely brilliant. Now, you do get the panel to create this as well. So, Hayley, you did say earlier on that you can either put a large spool of cotton in there or 2 smaller ones.
So we've designed it so it fits precisely either that one large one or 2 individual of the small ones the same size as the toadstool. So you can keep, there's a little bit of felt in there that will allow you to put a few little pins and things in there as well. So it's a really good one as a kind of maybe a little handbag sewing kit, or if you want to leave one in the car or something like that. It's a really nice kind of cute way of having a mini sewing kit.
I really like that. I think that is so handy. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, the next one, we've got the Russian doll doorstep. Now, our particular item here, or our finished sample, hasn't got a weight in there, just for postage reasons,
yes,
you said,
it was
didn't
purely
you?
for postage.
But you could weight this if you want to and use it as a doorstep.
Absolutely. If you're going to weight it, you know, something like a rice or dried beans or peas, not a can of, That'd be a bit sloppy. You could leave it in the can in theory, and that would be heavy enough, wouldn't it? Just stuff
it
around
would weight
it.
down.
Exactly.
It definitely would. There we are. There's our little Russian doll. Beautiful. Now the next item, this is a little bit different because you are getting some templates here. Now these are really clever, Hayley. When you explained about this earlier, you've kind of got a 2 for 1 in one of the pieces.
You have. So you've got your pieces 1, 2, 3 and 4 in there, and it explains in the instructions how you put all that together. But if you notice the last one, it's got both 3 and 4 on it. So if you put it that way up so that 3 looks correct,
yeah,
then that's the number 3 shape. If you then flip it over so number 4 looks correct as you're reading it and 3 looks back to front.
Now I would flip that round, but I don't think you'll see much because just to explain,
it has got the film on the back.
Yeah,
you can
there's
always
a piece
take
of
the film off
You
the
can
back
take
if you
that
want.
off. Well, you can just see through it a little bit.
Yeah, you can
Yeah,
see
you can see
4's
the
now the
four.
right way round and 3's back to front.
Brilliant.
So that's how you know which side is which for putting that together.
Love it. So the film is just there to protect, of course, the acrylic. Now you can see a couple of samples. There's one in front there, and I've got another one here behind me as well. If you're liking the fabric, we do have a pick and mix for this on the show. I'm going to turn this around because there's different colours on the back. I love that sparkle in there. Just a couple of ideas, Hayley, of how you can use the templates then.
Exactly. It should make a finished size of a 10-inch template, so that's perfect for a little wash bag or something like that. And I must thank Jane for doing those samples for me because she's done a lovely job.
Oh, thank you, Jane, for that. Lovely. Now we're moving down again because we've got more samples for you as well. We've got the lanyard and the embroidered, how do you say it?
Embroidered doodle.
Embroidered doodle.
Embroidered doodle.
Embroidered doodle. I like that. Now you're also getting the threads here as well, the printed panels, of course, and the lanyard. You said you know that's really handy. You hand that round your neck. You could put a little pair of scissors in there, or some tools
yeah.
that
If you
you're
put a bit of
using.
batting or wadding in there, or stuffing, you can then make it into a little pin cushion as well. And you've got 2 different sides to choose from as well, because the first side is plain red, and I've used a tartan as the pocket.
Oh,
but if you
nice.
flip it round, you could have tartan on tartan if you wished, because if you turn that over, can you do a little flip for me? There you go. You could have the darker side with the red tartan pocket if you want.
Love it. There we go. So options there as well. A couple more projects for you to see. Now the next one I really, really do like. Now there is a handle for this, Hayley, you said.
Yeah,
In fact, the handle
this is the one we're going to do
actually
tomorrow
inside.
morning because I'm busy prepping those pieces as we speak.
Okay.
So we're going to do this one tomorrow morning. And this one, either if with no handle like Patty's left it there, brilliant as just a caddy.
Yeah,
you
I
know,
do like
to
it like
store
that,
lots
got to
of
say.
things in. However, if you do want to make it into a bag, there is a handle included, and you can top stitch that on to make it into a proper bag.
And you can tuck all sorts into those pockets, can't you? You can.
You're going to have stuff hanging out all the way around.
I really like that. I think that is such a lovely idea. You could put a little popper there and use it as kind of a lunch bag, I suppose.
Yeah, absolutely.
Put sandwiches
Why
in,
not?
a bottle of
And
pop.
to go with your lunch bag, you can use your water bottle carrier.
Of course you could, because that's coming up next. Let's have a look at the water bottle carrier. Now this, I really like this because you've got the pleating in there and it looks as though it's very difficult, but actually it's not.
No, that one's quite straightforward. Again, we're going to jump onto that one hopefully tomorrow as well. But there's just so many projects to get through, and I will try and get through as many as I can. But we are doing instructional videos for all of these. Steph is off this week because she's booked a holiday.
Oh.
It's outrageous. I'm
I
telling
don't know.
you.
Was Steve-O last week?
I know, he's back. He's fit
Is
in
he
his kitchen.
back?
He's back.
Did he have a nice time?
That's where he went, you know. Were you on that show when we explained where Steve had gone?
Yeah.
And he's cut all of these.
Has he?
Yes, he has. He cut the last one today, so they're all kind of winging their way out as we speak.
Perfect.
All the extended ones. So
Love it.
If
Love
you
it, love
ordered
it.
one of those, it is on its way.
Wonderful. Let's carry on though with these projects because the next one is the painter's pouch.
You might have a new sample now.
Well, I've got 2 things to show now, haven't I? Because we've got the prototype, which is a smaller version, but this you can see you've got the binding around the edge, you've got your little pockets there. You can change where you put the pockets, Hayley, you said as well, didn't you?
Yes, absolutely. If you want
Nice
to kind
zip
of
there.
mix up where the pockets go, then you can to an extent. And it's really where that flap goes. You can change where you decide to put that flap.
Lovely. But the size you're actually getting, now this hasn't got the binding on it because Hayley demoed this in the earlier hour. We didn't quite get to finish it. Oh, but there is a book in there.
There's nothing in the book. Don't worry.
There's lots of appointments for the painting and decorating.
No, one half is stripy. It's the one that we had in the denim. It's the one we had in the denim special edition Fabazine, and it's stripy in one half and plain in the other half. It's
So you can,
little book.
if you so wish, you want to keep a notebook in there, an A5 notebook.
Yep, absolutely. It'll fit perfectly in there. And I would definitely, if you are going to use an A5 notebook with that, just plan your pockets accordingly, because if you see when that one wraps up, you want to make it sure that your pockets are flat when it kind of overlaps.
And that was all explained on the launch hour, wasn't it? So you can always get that on rewind. You do get your binding and your zip and all the components, of course. Now, the armrest is next. Now, you did say
this is the one we're going to do
see.
in this hour, yes. And that one, the sample that's been done, they've actually added some bias binding to theirs to make it even snazzier, but we are going to show you the method that's in the book, which doesn't actually use the bias binding, but absolutely you can add it on if you wish.
Okay. There we are. Beautiful fabric underneath. There you go. That's the fabric that you're also getting there. We're going to see more of this, of course. Well, I think, is that 12 projects we've done? I think
that's
it is.
12.
That's 12. So that is your Fabazine issue 8, but of course with the one day special you're also getting what we've now named the Zipazine, which
so jealous.
is
I just
great.
feel like I've missed a trick there. I really do.
You're going to have to do another version then, Hayley.
Okay, next time I do it, I'll just ring you guys up first. I'm doing another one and I'm making it with this. What shall I call it?
Now, we've got lots of fun projects in the Zipazine.
This is one of my favourites. This is one of my favourites.
Well, you get to make this little egg, but look. Oh, if I just unzip the little egg and see what's inside. Oh, it's a breech birth.
Wasn't going to go there, but you have.
We have a little dinosaur, our Stegosaurus. Yes, he does have eyes, doesn't he?
Well, I haven't put proper eyes in. I've put temporary eyes on because, he's super cute. He's a little dinosaur in his own little egg.
Do you know, it's quite a chunky dinosaur to fit in the egg as well. He really does have to squash him, but it's just great fun, isn't it? It really is. I mean, anybody would love that.
Yeah, it's a really, really cute project. And all of these projects in the zip issue are about different techniques, different ways you can use zips, and kind of fun ways that you can use them as well. So, the next project, you've got the cherry blossom pouch.
Yeah.
Now, that one, can you possibly zip that one back together for me?
I certainly can
because
try.
That one uses a different kind of zip. So, we've been using mostly closed zips in the stuff that we've shown you so far. But this one actually uses an open zip as well. So, an open zip is what you find on the front of a jacket where the two sides come apart completely.
Right,
and that's what we've used in this one that Catherine has kindly reassembled. So we can show you this one. So we've given you a really long zip for this, and that's just so you've got plenty of space to kind of hang on to it, because there's nothing worse than a stingy little zip where you've got a little bit and you've got to try and fiddle on the end to get it done. And then you've got 4 pouches contained within there who have all got their own zips as well, so you can store absolutely loads in there and then zip it all up together. So great for kind of projects that you've got on the go at the minute, or great for kind of makeup or just travelling with lots of little bits and pieces.
Yeah. And nothing's going to fall out if you remember to zip everything up. I love that. Now next we have the endless pouch. So this is such a clever idea. This is this one, isn't it?
This is hilarious, this one.
Oh, I love this. Now you've actually got 10 individual zips in this. It could be a pencil case. Again, you could keep, I don't know, bits of makeup, glasses in there.
It could be anything you like. And it doesn't matter which one you open, you'll always get in. You can open any zip you like.
So we'll flip it over. Let's open this one. There you go. Look at that. It's just great fun, isn't it? I can imagine somebody being at school with the pencils in there. Their friends are going to be very envious.
You don't even have to be at school. You can just have it for your own pencil, maybe in a handbag or something like that, with a couple of pens and pencils in. Or, as we said, glasses, perfect size for that. There's lots and lots of bits and pieces you could keep in there.
Very, very nice. Now, the next one. Someone hasn't left their lunch here. It looks like it, doesn't it? It looks like somebody's left their lunch on set. Well, they haven't.
It's probably Leonie's. It's vegetarian, isn't it?
Leonie doesn't leave a lunch, she leaves
veggie
something
as
else.
well.
We've all seen it. Look at this.
That's after 9 o'clock we discussed that, Catherine.
Oh, is it feta cheese in there?
I don't. It might be vegan cheese. You never know.
Are they grapes or olives? They're grapes,
Olives.
aren't they? I think they're grapes.
I think I'd rather have a grape than an olive in
I
the
would.
salad.
I'd definitely rather have grapes. Do you know? And you can see it does look
We've
like a
made
wrap,
it like a
doesn't
wrap,
it?
yeah.
I just think that is genius. That is so clever, and not a calorie in sight. Oh. And if you zip this up, Hayley, I'll just demonstrate.
Yeah,
you did
it kind of
explain
creates
this
a
earlier.
different shape. So if you kind of zip it all the way up, you get a kind of really interesting shape to it. So you can close it completely. It does come with a piece of continuous zip on there, so you can't close it 100% completely if you want to. You don't have to. You can leave it half open like that, so you can see all the bits and pieces that are in it.
Love it. Now,
See, this is the beauty of being able to print your own stuff, because where are you going to find solid fabric? I mean, really.
Oh, and
perfect
it
for
looks
that,
like
though.
a wrap. I mean, you've got the texture there and everything. The colour's right there. Now this one's a pair of lips, isn't it?
It is. It's a really cute little, we've called it a lippy zippy headphone case. So this is a perfect size for just either a few coins, if you've got headphones or chargers that you want to take with you. It's a really kind of nice little size for just those little bits that you don't want to forget and you want to have somewhere special to put them.
Love it. You've even got that little bit of ribbon to help you pull the zip together.
So that's
It's
only
handy.
4 of the projects. There are 5, sorry, because there was Egbert as well.
Yeah.
It actually comes with 8, and we are going to get onto a couple of those projects tomorrow and make up a couple more
Okay,
of the
so
samples
we're
for
not
that.
showing you everything.
Not
Remember,
everything.
all
Keeping
of
it in
this
suspense.
plus more is part of that one-day special, and you've got the flexi buy on there as well. 510585. Now, before we get to demonstration, Hayley, we've got a couple of happy hours
We've got a
again
couple
this
of happy
hour.
hours. So this hour we've got our purple people eater, and this is our on a roll bands. So when we do bands, we do several different colours on one roll. So this one has got the off-white, like the ivory colour, and then you've got all 3 of our purples. So that's purple rain, purple haze, and deep purple in the middle there. So you've got all of them on there, 10 metres of each, 40 metres in total of fabric on there.
That is a great buy. Half price for this hour, save £20. The price will go up at 9 o'clock, 683810.
And they're 2.5 inch wide as well. So
2.5
it's your
inches wide,
standard jelly roll,
Yeah.
or freedom roll, or Swiss roll, or strip roll, or whatever you want to call them, standard width. So they'll work with all of those as well.
Wonderful.
Right, next one.
What else do we have?
We've got rolled hem feet, and we've got a set of 3 of these. So let me just have a little hold up of these for you.
I've never seen.
So these,
that
you might
big.
have seen the little tiny ones. You can
Yeah.
get little tiny ones that do tiny rolled hems for really kind of delicate fabrics. Stuff like the top that I've got on at the minute. It does those really. Let me tip these up a bit to
Like
get the
your
shine off
chiffons
them.
and
Yes, you can get really tiny ones, but these are slightly bigger, and these will give you rolled hems for larger, kind of brilliant for doing cushions and things if you're doing a lot of cushions. And the way that they work, I'll have to use a little bit that we're going to actually use in this next bit, is you fold it in half, and then fold it again, and you fold it the width of you want to do your hem, and if it needs to go that way up, let me just see if I can slide it through so you can see. It actually rolls into, can you see there's a little kind of curve
Yeah, we
in
can
there?
see that.
Let me just fold it again. And then what you'll do, I've got it the wrong way around, that's why it won't go through. That, there, like that. And it goes through that curl in there. Let me just slide it through and I'll turn it around so it can face the camera a bit more easily. In you pop. Go on. Go through. Come on. You know you want to. There we go. It's coming out now. And it rolls through there and then slides underneath your sewing machine foot.
So as you stitch, the hem will roll
as the
automatically.
stitch, it will kind of automatically roll itself. So if I just start sliding that down a little bit. Can you see that there?
How clever.
It kind of rolls it for you
Yeah.
as it stitches it. So really handy ones to have. And in the set you've got 1/2 inch, you've got, it says 6/8 on here, which is a 3/4
Yeah.
inch, and then you've got 8/8, which is a 1 inch. So you've got all 3
Wow.
of those options in one. You don't have
That's
to choose,
such a
you're
good
getting
way
all
again.
3. Okay.
I've never ever seen rolled hem feet as big as that. I didn't even know they existed. $14.99 is the price. You're getting all three of those. £15 savings. So yeah, essentially a half price deal fee there. 440864. Even if you're not sure what you want to use those for at the moment, if you haven't got a project in mind, you will use that. I think they're such a good buy. Now we have got another happy hour for you as well. This is your tissue paper ream. Now you get a lot for your money here as well. A £5 saving, $9.99 is the price. Item number 583969. There you go. Right, Hayley.
So first of all, we need to finish off that little toadstool that we started in the previous hour. So I haven't stuck my dowel in here, but you do need to glue that in and make sure it's set before you put this in. And then what you're going to do is add a little bit of stuffing in there. I might have got a bit too much there, but we'll be all right. I'm going to pop that on the top, which is going to have the little dowel already in it. And then, as I said, I've left a bit of a long tail on one side of this. What we're going to do is pull it all in together. And if that dowel was in, it'd be sticking out of the middle. You want to make sure that all of that stuffing goes underneath the, underneath there. And then that is going to make your soft, squishy top. That's going to become the top of your toadstool. What I would do though is just then run round with your needle and thread and just stitch down and flatten out all of these creases so it sits nice and flatly on top of the bobbin. If you have a look at the one I've done, you'll see I've gone around and I've flattened all of these out just as best I can, just to make sure it sits really nice and flatly when it goes onto the top of the bobbin.
There we are.
And then just a few extra stitches to tie it off, and then that will be transferable between any bobbin that you're working on. So you can either use that outer piece as a wrap to kind of cover the bobbin if it's an old one and just want to use it as a decorative piece, or if it's a piece that you're going to move from reel to reel, then you can put a little hook and latch on there, and then you can use it as a wrap to stop the thread unravelling.
Love it. Absolutely love it.
Okay,
Two
next
of those
one.
you can create from the panels that you're given as well. Right, so where are we going now, Hayley?
Next one, we are going to do the armrest organizer. Now, as with all of these, if you are sneaky, well, I'm being sneaky, then if you make two more pieces in a plain fabric this size, the size of the wings, then you'll be able to make a second one. Because I think this piece, which is actually on the back, is such a nice piece of fabric. It's such a shame to put it on the back, really. So I would definitely kind of possibly replace this plain piece with or replace this nice piece with a plain piece and make a second one.
I think I would as well.
Using that, because it's too nice to put on the back, isn't it? So what we're going to do, first of all, is take the two pieces with the wings on, where they've got half a wing on, and fold those in half. And then we're going to put this one out of the way for the minute. We're going to take the front piece and then line each of these up on either side, and you'll see which side is which because it should perfectly match with the pattern that's underneath it. I do the same with this one.
So you even print the stitching line then, Hayley?
And then this one is on the top of this side. And what I would do is actually spend a little bit of time and just run a kind of stitch round those edges, especially these points here where it joins, because then when we sew this piece on to the back, we're not going to have them slipping when we're sewing. So I'm going to do that now, and then we'll attach that piece and top stitch it all together. So I'm just going to pop a pin in the middle just to stop it wiggling about as I stitch it. And ideally you want one where you're going to start and one where you're going to finish, because it's kind of, you know, the whole point of this is that we've printed that pattern so it's an exact match, and the benefit that you're going to get from that is a much better, more professional looking finish. So it is worth just popping a pin at the start and at the finish of here to hold that in place, make sure it's not going to move, and then we'll quickly whip round and just put a tacking stitch in. So the tacking stitch can be quite a long stitch, and it needs to be stitched in between this line here, this black line or white line if you're on the darker piece, which will be where your seam allowance will go.
Okay.
and you want to stitch between there and the edge of the fabric, because that will just hold it in place, but it will mean those stitches aren't seen when you come to your finished piece. So let's grab that, and we're going to start to stitch. So once I put that needle down, that means I can remove that pin that was holding it in place, and then we're just going to reverse for a couple and all the way around the corner. Actually, what I'll do is this one's obviously going to be stitched in place. The other one I won't stitch in place, and you'll see the difference, and hopefully we'll get a much better result on this side where we've actually spent the time to just add those almost like basting stitches, just holding it in place, stopping it from moving when we come to do our popper bit.
Now, just as you're stitching there, Hayley, I'm going to let everybody know. I'm so pleased about this, to be honest with you. I think those machine feet, you've got yourself an absolute bargain here. Technically sold out. That means all stock is allocated in baskets. If you haven't checked yours out yet, please do if you really want these, because they will bounce back out if you don't check out soon enough, and then somebody else may grab them. Now, the other happy hour deal, that's been busy as well. The Purple People Eater is limited stock. Wow, £20 saving on this one as well, so yeah, definitely grabbing a bargain there. 683810. In fact, if there's enough stock left and you want 2 of those, you're getting 2 for the price of 1, aren't you? Let's see how much longer they're going to last. 683810.
Okay, so put the other side on, and we're going to do one side, as we said, which has been tacked in, and that should hopefully stay a lot more stable. And then we'll put the back on the top. Going to pin the whole thing in place, and then we're going to stitch all of the way around. Now, we are going to leave a gap in the bottom or top, whichever you want to call it, but we're going to leave a gap. Just move this along a bit. So when you do leave that gap, though, can you see, obviously we've got those pockets either side. Come in just about ½ inch to 1 inch either side of those pockets
so
before you leave your gap. Well, you're just going to leave yourself an easier job when it comes to turning things right side out, and also when it comes to sealing the gap that you've got left. So let me get another one in there, and we're going to want at least a ½ inch, because obviously we've drawn a ½ inch all the way round on here for you. Sometimes you can kind of see that seam allowance through the fabric when you're sewing it. If you can't, great, brilliant, that's going to help you out. If you can't, as long as you come in and do at least a ½ inch, ideally a little tickle more, then you'll not catch that line in your outer piece. So
and you have markings on your machines, don't you, and on the feet as well?
I'm going to start and stop on that first pin, because I know that's where my gap's going to be.
Lovely.
And what I tend to do is put a double pin, like 2 pins right next to each other, to remind me to stop, rather than just whipping pins out and keeping going, which is what we usually do.
I still think you should keep your red pins.
We've all gone past the gap before, haven't we?
Oh, it's a very common
There's
mistake.
nothing worse,
It's
is
not the
there?
end of the world. You can always unpick a little bit, but it does help if you remember. Now, I can tell you as well, our Purple People Eater, our other happy hour, has also gone. We've had a very, very busy hour so far. You can see the phone lines are very busy. If you want to make your way to the website, of course, you can use the app. Now, we have got another happy hour deal. It's the tissue paper ream. So for £9.99, you're saving £5 for this hour. 583969. All sorts of uses for the tissue paper as well. Yeah.
As much if you fold it with a tissue paper in between.
And you can reuse it, I suppose,
Absolutely.
if you use it for fabric.
Absolutely. Or if you're making gifts to give to people, and you're looking for, to help with just presentation and packing them in boxes, it's just really, really, really handy and useful. So, all the way around. Go faster. So, one more corner to do, and then we'll get this right side out. Just take a little bit more time around the corners. Now, this is the side that I hadn't stitched first, so hopefully it'll come out all right, but you will get a better result if you do spend a little bit of time and stitch that in place first. You'll just find it secures everything, and nothing moves when you're stitching what will be the back on. But this back panel's so nice, I would definitely replace that with a piece of plain fabric, because it's on the back, it's on your armrest of your sofa, you're not going to see it.
You're not, are you?
No. So you keep the nice bit, make a second one.
Yeah, even if you've got, I don't know, a pillowcase to cut up or something for fabric.
Sorry, I couldn't hear, I was sewing.
I was saying, even if you've got a pillowcase to cut up as the extra fabric, something you've got lying around the house.
Absolutely, I'll sew slower because I can hear better. There we go. Right, that's where I need to stop, so let's get that done. And then a little bit of reverse. That comes up, clip that off. And then we need to go around the outside edges and just put some little snips in those corners.
Now, of course, the project that Hayley's creating at the moment is part of the one-day special. I can tell you over a quarter of the entire stock has already gone. We have been very busy on this. Individually, you can go for Fabazine issue 8. You can also go for the Zip Fabazine or the Zipazine. Sorry, just got to rub it in. They carry a £5 saving. Those £5 are carried over to the one-day special. We're giving you another £10 on top, so essentially getting £20 saving there. 2 flexes are £37.49. We break this down price per project, so there's 20 projects altogether. It's £3.75. That's all it is. 510585. You can get the projects individually on the website, but if you have a look at them, as great as the prices are, you really will see the value of the one-day special. So yeah, maybe it now is a good time to treat yourself. We were saying earlier as well, Hayley, and it is. Do you know, I'm sure a lot of people do this. You can buy the Fabazine, you can buy the one-day special, you can create all the projects, and then you've got 20 individual gifts.
Yeah, you've either got 20 individual gifts, which, you know, they're personal gifts, you've spent the time doing them, and it is kind of nice to do the Fabazines because we try to put different techniques in each of them. Yeah. So you learn different ways of doing things and different kind of, you know, extend your kind of skills with your soft craft. So let's pull this right side through. The other one.
I'm just looking at the counter as well, Hayley, the amount of thread, ribbon, bias binding,
there's loads
zips,
of extra bits and pieces
printed fabric,
in there.
the acrylic. There's so much included because you're not just talking about the instructions for the projects, you are talking about all of those materials as well.
Now, when you turn it right side out, you might get what has happened here happen. And what that is it's just the pocket has flipped onto the other side. So all you need to do is just pop that through and it will right itself for you. Lovely. So spend a little bit of time, push those corners right the way out and then give it a good press before we go to the next stage. Because the next stage is top stitching it to hold everything in place and stop these edges kind of rolling back on themselves. Okay. And it is worth spending a little bit of time and just giving that a proper press before you do it. And what the top stitching will also do is it will close this hole that we've used to turn it right side through. Just one more corner, just give it a push. And then that is it. So it's just a case of a bit of a press and a top stitch on this one. I am just conscious of time and I want to get another project done. And I think top stitching we're all familiar with. So hopefully that you'll be able to manage yourself. Now, mine doesn't have the pin cushion on at the minute. Now, the pin cushion is optional. You can add that, and it's one piece of fabric. That's this piece here. And what you do is you fold it in half that way, come up across, leave a little gap there, up across, and then turn it right side out. The same way as we did with the little bit of the toadstool base as well. And then you can just ladder stitch that into place. So you don't have to have it on there if you want it plain.
Yeah.
So you can see all of the wings, then absolutely you can. If you want to add it like the sample that we've got, that option's there for you too. Let's turn it the right way up, shall we?
There we are.
There you go.
Beautiful.
So that will go either side. So it will go on an armrest of a sofa, and then you'll have two little pockets either side to put your crafty bits and pieces in while you're watching the telly.
Love it.
So I think, you know, if you were doing proggy, I'd put all my bits in there.
That's a good idea.
My bits in, and then just kind of go until my pocket was empty, turn it round, more bits in the different colour on the other side.
Perfect. Well, you know, they are very useful. You could put all sorts in there.
Okay.
Well, we are going to see more from Hayley, of course. Let's just
Next
look at the
one.
details again for the one-day special. They are there on the screen. These are the Fabazines, 20 individual projects, all the components to create those projects, all included. Don't forget, we have got that flexi buy there as well. So maybe if you are going for something like, I don't know, some of the sparkle fabric on pick and mix, maybe even the tissue paper ream, you can still split the cost of that even though it's a happy hour. Just remember to check your baskets out before the top of the hour. Amazing. Right, the fruity coasters.
Yes, I'm going to try and do 2. I thought I might do a circular one. I'm just looking for the back of the watermelon. Hang fire. Where is it? There it is. So I'm going to do the watermelon, and I thought I would do the apple because that's a slightly different shape, but I've got a horrible feeling I haven't cut my apple bit out.
Do you want to borrow one?
Can you just do some admin for 1 second, and I'll try and find it.
We shall have a look at that pick and mix. Shall we do that? And while we're looking at that, I'll see if I can find a sample or 2 as well. Now, you can choose any 3 of the half-metre pieces, any 3. Beautiful colours to choose from. Look at this saving as well, £17.99. You've got a £10 saving. Not only are you getting those 3 half-metre pieces, but you're also going to get 2 bonus patterns as well. You can go with the blues, you can go with the pinks, you've got all sorts in there, the greys in, the black in there as well, gold and brown, I can see mother of pearl, some stunners. The emerald is very nice, isn't it? And the amethyst. They're all very, very sparkly. In fact, I've picked up that sample because I want you to be able to see how sparkly these fabrics actually are. Look at that, how it catches the light. Absolutely beautiful. If I spin this around as well, there's some different colours for you to see. So it might help with your choice as well. I really do like those. What a great buy at £17.99. 185845 is the item number. Hayley, very quickly on that, on the pick and mix. If somebody wants to go for more than one multiple,
yeah, we do cut them.
Length and they go for the same
wherever
colour?
we can, we will cut them as a continuous piece. Where we sometimes miss them is if you've ordered multiples. So you've ordered 3 from one pick and mix and then had another pick and mix in there as well.
Yeah.
Sometimes we miss the odd one out when it's done like that. So if you do definitely want it as a continuous piece, make sure and you're doing 2 pick and mixes, do one that's say 2 or 3 of the same colour in one pick and mix, and then your other bits in the other one as separate pieces. But where we do catch them, we will sort them, but that's the only time we sometimes miss them. But we try our best. We try our best. Okay, I found my apple. It's all fine. It was on the floor. It was on the floor. So I'm doing the apple and one of the round ones because the round one's pretty straightforward, but the apple one is a little bit more of a different shape. So I'm going to do that one as well.
Okay.
So I'm going to add a little bit of batting to these, and I've got our super slim batting because it's perfect for these. And this is a piece that I've taken off of one of our little rolls. We've just started doing it like this, and do you know what? It's so much easier.
I can imagine.
It's so much easier because usually you get a piece of batting and it's 1.5 meters by 1.5 meters, and you're wrestling this huge piece to get a little bit out for a smaller project.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I reckon there's a lot less waste as well. Now
comes
this
on a roll, so you can just roll out the
bit.
bit you need, chop it off, away you go.
You know
much,
what's happened,
much easier.
don't you? Everybody's heard Steve-O's back, so they're all
Steve-O's
ordering
back,
again.
so we've got plenty now.
£12.99 for those 5 metres. 934-972. Watch out, I'll be booking more holiday, Hayley.
I'm banning it.
Busy.
That's it. It's whole band now. I'm just going to give it a quick press because that's got a bit of a crease in the top of it. Everybody loves Steve-O. I mean, he just, just does stuff. He just does stuff.
He just does.
So, to do these, I've left my batting a little bit bigger because there's nothing worse than it sliding underneath you and just moving off centre ever so slightly. So the reason that I've left it a bit bigger is because that just gives me a little bit more kind of flexibility. And sometimes the batting can be a little bit slippy because it's like a felted type material, and it will kind of sometimes move underneath. So for this, there is no, if you notice on these, there's no dark line round them. So I'm really just looking for where that white changes to the red I don't know if you can quite see that there. If I lift it up a bit, you can see it up the top. There you go. I think it's the there.
Oh yes, I can see.
You just see
Yeah,
a
we
little
can
change
see
in
it.
colour. That's what you're looking for, and I would try and aim maybe 0.5 millimetre inside of that, just to make sure you don't see any white edges. And we're going to start at the top. Well, actually, I'm going to start a bit further round, so I'm leaving myself a straight-ish bit to sew up when we're done. So that's going to go down a bit further across. There we go. That's going to go down there. And then we're going to spend a little bit of time. You don't want to go too fast for this, because you are doing some quite tight curves. Now, the apple, I would say, is the trickiest of all of them, because that one is a slightly different shape. And if you wanted to get very clever and you've got a little bit of brown felt or something, you could add a little bit of brown felt at that point there at the top and make a little stalk if you wanted to. But we're not getting clever tonight. We're just
there's a little less.
We're just sewing an apple
with this one, because you haven't got these segments and you haven't got the pips and things.
Yes.
Only a couple
so
of little pips.
there's there's a little bit kind of more shape to this one, but just take your time and you'll be absolutely fine. We're just working our way around, and then remember to leave yourself a gap, because it is really, really tempting to whiz all the way around and forget to leave yourself a gap, but you do need to turn this right side out. So coming down to that bottom where we've got again that kind of funny bottom of the apple shape.
We're very busy for that slim batting. I know when it was on last week, it sold out super quick. We had it back on extended, I believe. Yes, it did. It sold out again, didn't it, on extended?
Yeah, I think there is still a 7-day extended on this, and this is just because Steve has needed time to catch up with the old orders. So, I mean, if we can get them out quicker, we absolutely will. But he is back and he is cutting, so hopefully it'll be quicker than the 7-day extension that was on it.
Wonderful.
So there you go. So apple done. Let me just move this one out of the way. So now I'm going to cut that out again, and I'm going to cut the batting away. Now, when you've got the external curves, like the ones coming around here, like a circle, the ones that would be like the outside of a circle, those are generally fine. You can put a few snips in there if you like, but the ones that you absolutely must snip are the kind of internal curves, the ones that go in over. So we're going to put one definitely up to there, and then just another 2 or 3 to help that move its way around, because what we don't want is everything bunching up. And then we can take off a bit more. And to be honest, I would even cut the batting probably a little bit further back than this. The fabric doesn't need to go back any further, but the batting, I may trim that a little bit further. So up the top again, we're going to snip up 2, but not through or stitches, and we're going to put 3 or 4 just to the point where we're coming to that external curve again.
Okay.
And what that will do is it'll allow the fabric to move, and it'll create a much kind of sharper curve on the inside when we turn it right side out. So I'm going to sneak all this through. Should have left myself a bigger hole. Always do this, you know. Knowing that I'm going to have to do it live, I leave myself a
thing. What could, if we want, we don't need to, I don't think, because we saw you do the demonstration. But if we wanted to put that in the arm thing,
absolutely, you
could do it
can
in there
do.
as
Yeah,
well if you
I
wanted a
mean the
little bit
Super
more
Slim is
stability.
great for that, because it isn't too bulky, and if it's projects that are a little bit, you don't want a massive loft in it, you don't want it kind of sitting right up, and you don't want really bulky seams on it, then the Super Slim is a really good option to go for. There you go. So that's created my coaster. I would then definitely top stitch these. I'm just pressing them flat at the minute so we can get a finished one. Definitely top stitch these, and put the things like the pips in as well, because that just makes it a little bit kind of more of a feature. And then we can tuck that underneath, and I've picked kind of, it sounds silly, but the straightest part of the curve to do it
I
on,
can see that.
because it will make it a lot easier when you come to tuck these in and fold them under. And so let's tuck that bit in and that bit in, and then just pin those. So I'm going to pin the one in the centre first. And actually quilt clips are quite good for this as well, because then you're not actually distorting the fabric. So then we've got one on that side, which we can pop another quick pin in, and then final side, tuck that side in, tuck the other side in, and then pop a pin in just to hold that. And then when I top stitch this, I will start just before those and get that bit out of the way first, and then run round all the rest of them. So there we go, one more pin. There you go. There you go.
Lovely.
So I'll quickly run around that. How long have I got? How long have I got?
We have got left 10 minutes.
10 minutes? Ooh, can I get another one in?
Oh, you can.
Okay, right.
I think
So
you
can I have permission to skip the top stitching then? Because
Well,
everybody knows what top
can go back
stitching
to
is.
6 o'clock and see that. I'm sure they've seen it before. But,
Right,
you know,
okay,
all the instructions
fine.
are there as
Let's
well.
go. Next one. Okay, let's do
What we're doing?
doorstop.
Oh,
We're doing doorstop.
the Russian doll
Okay.
doorstop. Lovely.
Russian doll doorstop. So if you are going to embroider this and embellish it, do it before you cut it out,
Yeah.
and then sew it together once after you've done all your embellishments on it.
Okay.
Now what we have done with this is we've left, this is one that Steph's designed actually, and she's left all of the bits well away from the edges. So if you are going to do embroidery and things, you're not going to have to cut through anything to sew it back together.
That's well thought
So
out.
what you've got 4 pieces which are your body pieces, and they are all essentially the same shape. So what you're going to do is, now we took this piece off here because Steph is new and Steph is learning, but you can see when I stand them side by side like that,
Yeah.
that matches up. But then when you actually come to add the seam allowance in, so if I just pop that on top of there and then pop a pin in it where those 2 bits join. Oh, I can't, I have to put a clip on it so I can fold it back out for you. Bear with, clip out the box, so clip and then fold it back like that. Can you see?
Yeah, you get that
it
step, don't
jumps
you?
down,
Yeah.
and that's because this is again, it's one of my prototype ones. Yours will be perfect because what she's done is she's taken the slope on the jacket of the dress kind of thing down a little bit more, so it comes right down to here. So
Yeah.
again, if you're embroidering on it, you don't need to worry. These are going to match perfectly now. So
Lovely.
don't worry about that. But what you're going to do is take 2 of the pieces and put them face to face and stitch down one side. Repeat that for the other 2 and stitch down the opposite side. So we're going to stitch down these ones
you.
here. Okay, so let me just grab a machine and we will do that. And then when we come to stitch these 2 pieces together, we'll leave a gap in the back so that we can fill it up. I'm going to go as quickly as I can because there's
If
so
we're
many to
waiting-
do.
If we're weighting it with rice or something, Hayley, do you just put the weight in the bottom and then continue stuffing, or is it all weighted?
Yeah, no, I tend to make the top bit soft.
Yeah.
So if I've got a gap in the back, I'll put toy filling. And I think we've got some on the show. We've got a massive bag on the show, which is like 750 grams, which is a huge amount, enough to do loads of projects. And then we'll do the rest of it, I would do in the heavier stuff, so the beans and things like that. But I would tend to put the beans in first, get them down to the bottom, and then you can kind of sneak in and stuff the top bit with something a bit lighter weight. Right, so I'm going to go right the way off the bottom here. And then this is going to be my back bit. So this is the back with nothing on at all, but you've actually got 3 bits which won't have anything on at all. So it really doesn't matter too much for this, but this is where I would leave my gap. And I would leave it between like a ½ an inch or so after we've changed direction. Let's just sew it, because otherwise if we talk about it, we'll not have time to stitch it together. So I'm going to pop that one in there, and then we're going to sew up the back, and then we're going to stop and reverse, because that's where we want our opening to be, and those couple of reverse stitches are just a bit of protection to stop it sliding open when you, or the stitches splitting when you add the stuffing in. And then, as we said, about a ½ an inch before we go up to where it changes direction. Yeah, that's all right there. So a few stitches forward and back there, and I can see I've got that looped around there, so I'm going to get rid of that so I don't get tied up, and then change that round. Oh, I need one more. That's better. And then back up the curvy bit at the top. And then we're going to take these two pieces, because I've put that in first, and now don't need to worry about it. And if I am doing projects like that, I do like to get that bit in early on, because it's very, very easy to forget about it. And we've all done it where we've sewn everything round, and then we've had to unpick a few bits to get it back together. So those two bits open, and these two bits open, then the whole lot face to face. So line up that join at the top. So those two seams at the top, you want to line those up really, really well, because that's the bit you're going to see. That's the bit that people would notice if it isn't lined up nicely. So get those guys lined up there. Same on the other side. And I pop a pin in both just to hold everything together. And then we're going to do the same again, but because we've already put our little kind of hole in the back for stuffing, we don't need to worry about that, and we can just go for it. I'm going to pin these properly because I want it to be right.
You know, we are getting very close to the end of the show. I would be
Okay,
saying,
I'm going as fast as I can.
I know. I'm not trying to rush you, Hayley. It's all fine. Don't worry, don't worry. I was just going to say we've got one happy hour left. So you need to check your baskets out by the top of the hour to get that at the price that we've got it on offer at. The batting has been flying out again. So I'm going to say to you, if you are going for the batting, it's at the bottom of the screen. Don't wait around. We saw how quickly this sold out last week. Grab it now, go for more than one if you wish, but don't miss out. 5 metres for £12.99, 934 972. And of course, when it comes to the Fabazine, issue number 8, and with the zips as well, all that is a one-day special. 20 projects, all of those ingredients to create those projects as well. All the panels, all the threads, all the ribbons, the zips, the bias, everything you should need is all included with a flexi buy option as well. Total saving is £20 because we're carrying 5 over from the individuals, giving you another 10 on top. 510585. Right, Hayley.
Okay, so I'm always starting at the top with this and working my way down to the bottom, because the top is the bit that we want to be nice and accurate. So that's where I'm going to spend my time getting lined up and getting sorted. And then what that'll do is push any problems that we do have, it'll push it down to this bottom end. And at the bottom end, we're going to attach the base, and we can hide anything that happens when we get down here. But to be honest, the fabric that we print on is a good quality quilting cotton, and it tends to stay nice and flat as you sew, so you shouldn't have any problems. And obviously we print the little seam allowance lines in for you, so when you pin them together you can fairly accurately line everything up before you start, so you should have kind of minimal problems. And then we'll get that one out, and then round here. And all the way to the bottom, so we're going to repeat that for the other side. It's faster. Okay, so same again for the other side, but you can see now already that taking shape.
Nice.
But one thing I will say is, when we've done curves like we have done before, we need to just go back into the centre. Now, this I would do before you turn the whole thing out, and in each of these places where the kind of head meets the body, we need to get a little snip in there. And that's when I did this one with a gap, I went a little bit past that, because I didn't want to be putting pressure on that bit where we've kind of weakened it by snipping into it.
Yeah, good point. And also you don't want that as an open gap at all.
This one needs to be done. And then just this last one to put together. So again, start at the top, get those seams lined up, and then work your way all the way down. Oh, Catherine, there's not enough time.
And we're not going to allow you to take it over to the craft along either, Hayley. I'm
No,
sorry.
we've got more important things to do over there. We've got to get finished. We've got to get everything finished. There's not enough time, Catherine.
Oh no. The
No
craft
pressure.
along is part 3 of the messenger bag, isn't it?
To be honest, I should have gone now to get my machine over there.
If you're going to get your things ready for craft along, don't leave anything sat in those baskets because everything will jump out. If you've got anything in your baskets, check that out first, then go and get your things ready for the craft along.
Good admin. Yeah, I like it. I'm going to go. I'm going to say goodbye now because I'll have to move all my machine over to the other side of the studio. So I will see you in a minute, about 5 minutes.
Oh, well, we shall both see you. But don't forget, when it comes to the Fabazine, make sure you grab yours, the one-day special. We've been very, very busy. Just flicking through this a little bit as I just say goodbye for this hour. Lovely photography in here, step by step. 12 projects, another 8 in the zip Fabazine as well. Yeah, go and get your things ready. We are going over to the other side of the studio right now, so we'll see you in 2 ticks. Don't go anywhere. Oh, it is a busy night for Hayley tonight. We've got live bag making coming up next, and then a repeat hour of Craft Yourself Silly one-day special. Then we have DIY Essentials.
Hello everyone, we're the Pink Ink Ladies.
I'm Kathy.
And I'm Mel, and we've been crafting for 30 years. We're passionate about fabric, so our main thing is to stamp on fabric or stencil on fabric. We can't wait to show you all our new hand-illustrated stamp and stencil designs, whether you're using them on cards or soft furnishings. On our shows, we're excited to share all our hints, tips and techniques for you to get the most out of our products.
Hi, I'm Jenny Mays from Hobby Art. Hobby Art's a family-run company and we've been designing and manufacturing stamps for over 28 years now. Whatever your style, there's always something that will interest you with Hobby Art stamps.
Hi, this is Els from Elizabeth Craft Designs. Elizabeth Craft Designs is a Colorado-based company. It's a family company, so husband, son, daughter all work in the company, and then a fantastic team of designers, because a company cannot exist without a great team around yourself. What we would like to share with you is my passion for crafts. We love all the concepts we have, so we have from cute till classic and beautiful designs. We love our journaling planner line, and we are going to bring you our ideas, our passion, and we hope to transfer that passion to you.
Hi, I'm Abs from AALL Create. I've been crafting for over 10 years now, and I love stamping, stenciling, creating layers of colors, textures, and creating depth and dimension. AALL Create was established in October 2016, collaborating with a group of designers and artists from all over the world. Make sure you don't miss the AALL Create shows.
We're back again. Have you got your things ready? Are you ready for your craft along? This is week 3 of our messenger bag. Now we will be starting in a couple of minutes, but just a few details for you, because if you do like the look of the project, you can still get the kit for the messenger bag. This is one has been extremely busy. Now you can catch all of the shows on Rewind, of course, so you can go back. The actual price of this, great buy, £7 is going to get everything you need. Item number is 616533. There you go. So yes, take advantage of that while we've still got it on offer. Now we're going to move on down, because the next item is coming up for our crochet craft along, which is in October. Now you've got a choice here. This is the first time we've done this. I'm really excited about this actually, because you've got a choice of different colours. So you've got taupe and natural. That's the brown at the top. The chestnut and natural is the darker brown. Aubergine and natural is the purple colour one, and mustard and grey at the bottom is our fourth option. Now you can see the cowl on our, I'm just going to take that off before it collapses. You can see the cowl that's on our little model here is the aubergine and cream or natural. You will, if your tension is right, you will be able to make 2 cowls from 1 kit. This is for October, of course. So go for your choice of colours. £9.49. It's 931529 as an item number. Of course, you will get instructions, but you'll be crafting along with me for that one in October. Another new one that you can grab right now is this one. Now we've got the Stittionary for you. Love, love, love anything where you can stitch, and follow along, of course, with Hayley herself. So this is how to sew with a machine. This is your Stittionary, so it's going to teach you if you wanted to learn to sew on a sewing machine. Maybe you've got a basic machine, maybe you want to buy one, or you're thinking of buying one. This is a great way to get started. So we've got, of course, the details for this one as well. So item number for this one, 623165, and it's only £7.49. Now there's even more on the website. We've got one from Matthew Palmer there as well. We've got the knitting for you. We've got the granny square bag. We've got more than one Matthew Palmer there. So do grab yours while you can. Lots of essentials as well. Some of these are current craft alongs and some are in the future as well. So do make sure you've got everything that you need. Oh, we got sold out of that sewing machine bundle. Those feet. Oh, don't try putting that in your basket, it's gone. Oh no, it's not gone. We normally sell it, it's back in stock. Oh, if you did miss out then, grab them quick. That is such a buy, such a good bargain. Right, okay, of course we do want to get to Hayley as soon as possible. So over to Hayley for part 3, because I know you've got a lot to fit in, Hayley.
We have got a lot to fit in this week. Oh, I've left my instructions.
Oh,
the
no.
instructions are just under there, Catherine. Could you pass me the set of instructions? Because what we did was each week we did a page of instructions, and we kind of worked it through. Thank you. Delivery. Sorry. Well, we're on form tonight, aren't we? It's fine. Hey, if it works, it works. So, instructions. This is the final page. So, we're going to start here. In the previous week, I'll quickly run through what we did. We made the strap. Scott did a beautiful double rolled hem, and he made a lovely pocket, which we top stitched on. Then we added the flap, and we did the 2 bits around the base of the pocket to kind of create the actual kind of bag shape. Okay? And then we went ahead last week and we did the zip, and we added the lining for the pocket, and the last thing that we need to do, which is today's job actually, is to add the other half of the lining. So the last week we sewed these 2 pieces together, and all I've done is stitched that other piece of pocket lining that we had to the bottom, and then attached the other half just with a really tiny stitch there along the top of the zip line. So that's on. We are back to creating the main body of the bag. So what we're going to do is take this main body piece, and then we're going to fold it in half, and we are going to stitch along either side. Now you do want a fairly skinny seam on this. I would say a little bit less than your 1/4 inch, because if I fold that along its line there, can you see, because we're going to sew this up in a second, if you can see where I fold those on top of there, that's the little bit that I've got left over. So really that's what I want to be using for my seam allowance. It's a little bit less than a 1/4 inch. So it's worth just giving that a little fold first and checking what allowance we've got there. So we're going to use just a little bit of a tiny skinny seam allowance on both of these sides. So did I bring my pins across? Oh, I did. I'm so happy.
I'm so happy. I didn't want to throw those at you, Hayley.
They got a lid. We're all right. Catherine's doing her homework as well, actually, aren't you?
I am.
Well, because the other bag is at the same stage, but unfortunately Catherine has her own homework tonight, so she's doing a little bit of crochet. She's crafting along for her own craft along. It's fine. So we're going to pin that in position and we're going to stitch down there, and we're going to do the same for both sides. So let me just grab the machine, and because I need quite a skinny seam allowance, what I'll be using is I'll be using the toe on the foot. Let me just turn this around a little bit for you. So I'll be using the toe on the foot and keeping my needle in the centre and just using that kind of 1/8 of an inch as my seam allowance on this side, just because it was a little bit tight there, so it's worth just having that slightly tight, smaller seam allowance, and then we know we're going to have plenty. So let's pop that down and get these pins out as we go. And we'll do this for both sides, and that you'll see will make the same bag shape as we've got for the lining, and then we'll have 2 kind of matching bits coming up. So that one out as well, and then right up to the top, and then just a couple of stitches just to hold that in place, and then we'll repeat that exact same process for the other side. So I'm going to line it up, I'm going to whack a few pins back in there just to hold everything in place. Actually, I brought 1 quilt clip. Well, that's not going to get us very far, is it? 1 quilt clip. Dear me. Right, back a couple of stitches just to secure that, and then all the way down. Now, when we initially started this, we put some interfacing on all of the pieces that were black and white. Any of the colour pieces don't need it, so you need to remember that these bits will be a little bit stiffer. So let's just pull that off and take that away. So now we're going to do the same process that we used to create the corners on the lining. We're going to use the exact same process again. So we're going to pull it side to side so that it creates a kind of diamond shape, and then I'll just clip that, and we're going to stitch all the way along that top bit just to secure that, and again I'm going to repeat that for both sides. So we're going a little bit quicker on these bits because these are bits that we've done these techniques before, so I want to get to the juicy stuff. So we're going to very, very quickly run these in place, and I'm back to my 1/4 inch seam allowance on these, and I would definitely go back and forth on the ends of here if you didn't forget like I did. And then we'll do the same on this one. Now, because these are smaller seams, you don't need to worry about them as much because they are quite thin, and you'll not really notice if you don't get these both going in the same direction. To the bottom of there. There we go. So we've got 1 more bit that we need to sew on. I'm just going to move this out of the way because we've got quite a little table today, but everything will fit and we'll be fine. So now we've got our outer bag piece like that. What we need to do is put the flap on so that it matches up with the flap that we've got on the other side. So this is the other half of the flap. We're going to take this piece, put it on top of there, and make sure that we get it lined up. So just what you're looking at is you're looking at the sides. I need to trim some of these threads off here, but you're looking at the sides like that to make sure that they're both lined up. And then we're going to clip these in place and run the stitching through here. Now you might want to put your zipper foot on here, because if I just run my little fingers along there, you'll see at the crease of where the zip is. So what we want to do is sew close to, not right on top of, but close to that. So you might want your zipper foot for this. If you can manage it with your normal foot, that's fine. The only point that you might find a little bit sticky is wherever you've placed your zip. So what you can do is sew, 3/4 of the way along, stop, flop that back, pull the zip along, and then continue the rest. So we'll go ahead and we'll do that now. So we'll get this again back with our kind of 1/4 inch seam allowance. Now, because I know I'm going to come up to the zip on this, I am going to change my foot. No, I'm not, because I've left it on the other side of the studio. So what I'm going to do is just pop my needle up. So if you haven't got a zipper foot, this is your alternative. You just move your needle across and just use your regular foot, and then you will be absolutely fine. So let me go back and then forward. There we go. And can you see I'm just using the edge of this normal foot, and that's running alongside the zip. So it is possible to do it without your zipper foot, because you have got quite a lot of space on here. So we're going to go 3/4 of the way along, and then we're going to stop. I'm going to leave the needle down, put the foot up. I'm going to take that quilt clip off. I'm just going to move this out of the way, and can you just, oops, can you just see under there that we've got the zip on this side? So I'm going to take that zip back. Oh, there we go. And I'm going to take it. It's hard to see because it's hard for me to keep everything out of the way while I'm pulling it. So the zip's there, and it's right beside the foot at the minute. So I'm going to pull it back another inch or so. So it's about an inch behind the foot, and it's out of my way. So I'm sorry, this is all going to be hands. I can't do anything about it. So give it a little wiggle, get it behind the foot. And then if I just show you again now, can you see it's back here? My foot from my machine's here. I've slid it back so it's right out the way. So that's going to give me that nice flat line again when I sew down the rest of this. So I'm going to sew right to the edge and off the edge. Before I do sew off the edge, if your zip's a bit long, because we did give you bigger zips, they're easier to sew with, this part here can be trimmed away. So I'll just grab my scissors and I'll trim this part off here. So I should have done it when I still had it off the machine, because it doesn't really help now. So if I just tuck that back so you can see, then I'll trim both of these pieces off, because we don't need them, and we don't want them kind of interfering when we come to put the two bits together and join the lining with the outer piece. So I'll flop them back and then just sew all the way off the edge now. There we go. And that's now the lid attached. Now you can see there, because I haven't had my zipper foot, I've just missed, can you see, I've just missed a tiny bit there. I've just missed there. So what I'll do is I'll go back in and I'll add another row of stitching just to the inside of that. So I may need to, Catherine, you may have to stop your homework.
No.
So I can go and get my zipper foot, which I've left on the other side of the studio.
Okay, right. Well, we are very busy for the messenger bag. If you do have any questions, you can, of course, email into the studio@thecraftstore.com. We are live, of course. This is the final live hour for today. So any questions you've got for Hayley, we'll try and ask those. Of course, the messenger bag's still available. You can get the shows on rewind. So if you missed part 1 and part 2, you can go back and start again. Of course, record tonight if you can also. But, you know, you're going to have fun doing this, aren't you? We have got the item number for you. We have got the price. The price is only £7. This is an amazing deal for you. 616533 is the item number. There we are. Yeah, lovely project to work on. Much more as well available on the website, remember. But for the meantime, we're going to go back to Hayley. I think she sorted everything out.
Yeah, I just had to nip across to the other side of the studio and grab the zipper foot, because obviously when I opened that up, you saw I just missed by a tiny bit. And I would rather show the mistakes, and I would rather show you how to correct them than you do it at home and not be happy with the results. So I've put the zipper foot on, and I've still got my needle stepped across, but this time I can get much closer to that zip. So you can see it just kind of there. You can see that's where the zipper is at the minute. So let me just move that out of the way quickly. There we go. Slide it up a bit. And I've just got now a parallel row of stitching. So 2 side by side, which is going to bring that in that little bit further. Do this exactly the same again, 3/4 of the way down, stop, foot up, to give me a little bit extra wiggle room, and then I'm going to slide that zip past my machine foot. There you go, so it's just down there now. Pop that back down, and then finish off the rest of that run. And now I can feel where that extra fabric is now, so I'm definitely going to get it this time. I felt it go through the machine. So let me just have another look. You see, much better result now. Caught it on both sides, so it's looking much better. So next step, let me just shuffle this out of the way for a second, is to just press that out, and I would top stitch this edge just to get it nice and even as well. It's not essential, but it will kind of make the bag sit a bit better. So let's grab the machine and do that very quickly. I'm actually going to leave the zipper foot on to top stitch this. I would normally use my normal foot and use the kind of edge of the foot as a guide, but because I'm going to be quite close to the zip, I'm going to leave my zipper foot on to do this. So, and then what we've got is we've got two pieces which are, should be exactly the same shape and size, and we can start joining them together to complete the bag. So let me just step that needle across a little bit more. So I'm going to line up the edge of the foot with that seam that I've just created, and we're just going to top stitch this in place, and that's going to hold all of that nice and flat and give us a much better finish. Definitely worth pressing this properly first, because then you'll be able to get a much more even line on it. I'm just kind of doing this by feel and by eye. Okay, so we are top stitched. So now it is time for the fun bit, which is getting the two pieces together to create the bag. So let's just take this off the machine. There we go. And I'll move that out of the way so we can start getting the two pieces together. So when we created the lining, we left a gap in the bottom, and that's so we've got somewhere to turn it right side out when we've completely finished. So what we're going to do now is we're going to have the lining, so we've got the face side out, and we're going to have the bag, the outer bit of the bag, so it's inside out, and then we're going to turn them and put one inside of the other. So they should fit now exactly on top of one another. So what I will say is, if you are a little bit out, you should be out at this point here where the flaps meet. And that's the point that you don't need to worry about, because we've given you a little bit extra on the lining flap, and that's the bit that you can always cut down if you need to. So what we're going to do is start to pin these two together, and then we should be able to stitch it round in one complete loop. So if we started at this corner here, we'd go round the opening to the bag to the other side, and then up and round the flap and meet up again down here. So we're going to start in those corners. So get those corners lined up first and get your pins in there. So let me... Now, where we are here, I would probably advise that you just shuffle it down a little bit so those top edges on the lining line up properly. Don't worry about this join here. It's those top edges on the linings that you want to meet up, because once you've added your seam allowance, it will match in with the seam allowance that's there. So let's get those pinned. And then we want, hopefully, these seams should match up as well. Now, with these, you want to push one left and push one right. Ideally, it'll be the same direction as it goes when it lines up with this bit at the bottom here, where we put those, we've split them into diamonds and we stitched across to create that boxed bottom. So down here, if it's folding up that way, you want to take it up in the same direction at the top as well. Now, don't worry so much about the lining. If you've got one that matches and one that doesn't, opt for the one that's going to be the outer to match rather than the one that's going to be the inner. So we'll pin those in place. And what we'll do is we'll put two pins in here, one on either side of that join, and when we go either side of the join, we're also going to make sure that we've got that seam pinned in as well, so as we sew over it, it's nice and secure. So we're going to jump. Okay, so we've had a question from, is it Pat or Pam? Pam Pam, and she says she's going to put the zip in, but the zip's longer than she needs. The zip is supposed to be longer than you need, because if I go back to here, what you'll find is the zip is longer than you need because you're going to stitch across that bottom bit to top stitch it in first. Then you can zip your zip all the way out the way and zip down one side, zip it all the way back out the way and stitch down the other side. And then any excess, just trim off from either end. It's bigger to make it easier for you to stitch it in, because if you're trying to stitch with the actual zipper bit in the way, what you end up with is kind of wobbly lines and things. So we've made it bigger just to make it easier for you to use. And then just cut off any excess like I did just there before when I cut. Was it this side or was it this side? It was this side. I cut off those extra bits. You can just see inside the pocket there. I just trimmed off those extra bits, and it will cut with normal scissors. You don't need to worry about that at all. So back to the lining. I'm going to go back and start with that other corner again. Get that corner lined up first, and then do the same thing and work towards the seam and get those lined up. And again, looking where this is going on this bottom edge down here. So this is now going backwards, so I'm going to make that one go backwards, and the one on the inside do the opposite to create a nice flat seam here, because if I make them go in the same direction, I've got a really thin part here, then a big lump. So if I make them go in opposite directions, they'll sit much flatter. And again, 2 pins here, one on either side, just to hold everything in place as we stitch. And then that should line up, when you kind of pull it side to side, that should line up perfectly. So I would put one in the centre and then one either side, because this is not the kind of most difficult part, but it is worth just putting a few pins in there just to hold everything in place as you stitch. And then we're going to go and head up and around the flap. So I've got a few threads here that I just want to get rid of because it's looking a bit scruffy, and we don't want these kind of hanging about when we've got the finished bag together. So now we're going to go up and around the flap, and now start from that same corner, work your way up one straight side, and then stop. Don't go around the corners at the top yet. We can do that in a minute. So let's get, and what you need to do is make sure that when you come to, I'll do it from the other side actually because it's easier to see. When you come to where that pocket is, where your zippy pocket is, you want to make sure that you've got all of those layers. So you've got the lining, you've got the outer piece of the bag, and you've got those both layers of the pockets as well. You want to make sure you've got all of those clipped together, and I am going to use clips on these bits rather than pins, because those bits are that little bit thicker, and it's worth just having a little clip on those rather than a pin. So let's put some clips on those, and then we're going to continue all the way up. And I'm also making sure that all my pins are on the same side. So as I start to sew, I'm not going to have my pins switching from inside to outside. So this one I need to just change around because that one's on the wrong side. There we go. And then when I get right the way up to the top, and I'm happy that that's nice and straight, I'll put one up each side and one on this side. Now I'll not cut this excess off until I've sewn it all together. Oops, sorry, that was my top catching on one of the pins. This little extra bit I'm going to leave there until I've stitched all the way around, and then I'll trim that off. We do leave you a little bit extra on this because some people, when they put the zips in, they leave quite a lot of tape, and if you do leave quite a lot of tape, you will need that extra little bit. If you've done it quite close to the zip like I have, then you're not going to need that, but it's better to have the extra and cut it off than it is to get right to the end and think, oh my gosh, no, I'm too short, I'm going to have to take the zip out and put it back in again. So we do purposefully leave that a little bit longer for you. So it is now time to stitch all the way around the edge. So let me grab, it is not time. Oh, I nearly forgot my strap, Catherine. If you do, you can always top stitch it on, so it's not the end of the world, but we do need to get the strap in as well. Now, we pin everything first, and then we come back in to add the strap. because what we need to do is these pieces where, usually I try to add them either where the seam is or just in front of where that seam is, because I find that's where it kind of hangs best, if you know what I mean. So I'm going to take these two out, sneak one side in. I need to sneak the whole lot in, but because I've got the hole in the middle of the bag that we've left for turning right side out, so let me get one hand in there. So that's the handle, that's the hole in the lining for turning right side out. So I'm going to put my hand in there and then thread that through, and I want to make sure that I keep it flat as I thread it through, because we don't want any twists in it. So once I've got it where I want it to be, I'm then going to realign those, and then just see, the only reason I haven't added this bit in is because it's got a little bit of a kind of scruffy knot on the end of there, and I don't want that in my bag, so I'm going to chop that off. We've got plenty of handle here, so we don't need to worry about losing that little bit. And then I'll get that lined up there, check those seams again. So one going left, one going right, and pop those pins back in. Again, if it's too thick now with those as well, you might want to use clips in place of that. I do like to have at least one pin in these though, because you just need something to make sure that it doesn't slide around and it doesn't go slightly wonky on you. There's the second one, so all good. Now I know that's nice and flat to that point. I'm going to do the same again. Take both of those pins out. So one hand, so I'm going to keep that, I'm just going to try and tip it up so you can see it a bit better. So I'm in the centre there. I know that's nice and flat to that point, so I'm going to thread it back through my fingers to keep it nice and flat, and then I'm going to thread it into that one and up and out of that little hole there, and that's going to be my handle all tucked in the middle there. And then we'll line that up. I'm happy with that because I've got no scruffy bits on there. So we'll line that up, check what's happening with my seam. This one's going forward, so that's fine. One into there. And then where's my lining? Let's get that lined up as well. And then one through the other side as well. So we're good to go. Now we can get the machine. Oh, I can't believe I nearly missed my handle out. I mean, it isn't the end of the world. You can absolutely just top stitch it on if you want to. And if you're going to do that, I would do a little square and then a crisscross in it, just to kind of give it a bit, as if you've meant to do it all along. So let me grab the machine. I've got to get a lighter machine. This is it's hard work, this. So I'm going to take that one off and put my regular foot back on. And this is a 1/4 inch seam allowance. So I'm going to start, I'm actually going to take this off so I've got my sleeve on there, because there's quite a lot of twisting and turning on this, and it's much better if you've got a little bit more movement around your machine. So we are going to start, should we do the hard bit first? Let's do a hard bit first, because then it will get it out of the way, don't we? Get it out of the way. You're not even listening.
I'm listening.
She's not even listening.
I'm paying attention.
You're busy.
I'm multitasking, Hayley.
I'll test you later. So what we're going to do is we're going to come down, and we've got to come a 1/4 inch past this here. So that, because I've got 1/4 inch, I've got markers on here which tell me that's where my needle is at the minute, so I need to come a 1/4 inch past there, which is about 2 stitches. So, and then I should be able to turn that, and this is where that sleeve arm comes in, because if I get the bag itself around that sleeve arm, then can you see how it's sitting flat in front of my needle now, because I've got the bulk of the fabric underneath. And then we're going to pop that back down. That's lined up nicely for my 1/4 inch, and then we're going to come across. And I don't recommend sewing over the pins, but if you need to keep it straight, then that's absolutely fine. Now here, we're going to be coming up to where the strap is. So we're going to come along, and if you need to hand turn your machine, then that's absolutely fine. Do whatever you need to do, because this is quite big and chunky now. You've got 4 layers of fabric for the handle, and then you've got sometimes 4 to 6 layers with your seams as well. So I'm just going slowly, taking those pins out as I go, and I am going to go through this, and then I'm going to come back through it again, because that's where your handle's going to be, that's where your stress point's going to be, and it is definitely worth putting another couple of rows of stitching on there just by going back and forth over it. If you want to go all the way around and come back and do a back and forth over there, that's fine too. It's just whatever is easier for you. And now we've gone to an easy bit. We're going to go all the way around that front edge. So just taking these pins out as we go. And you can see having that sleeve arm off, or having the sleeve arm revealed by taking the carriage off, makes it a lot easier to move that fabric round as you go. Take this one out. And now what's kind of holding it up at the minute is, you see, that's the flap that I'm trying to get under and through the sleeve arm. So if that's holding me up, I would then just actually move it so that that flap is now at the front, and my more stable bit is at the back there, so I'm not struggling with this, and it's ready to kind of come round when I need it. So I'm going to go all the way along the front, and then we're going to come back to where the other strap is on the other side of the bag. So I'm just flattening this as we go. That's not actually a fold in the fabric, that's where unfortunately my interfacings just come loose a little bit, but I'm not too worried about that because it's all together now. So we're back where the strap's going to be, so just take your time on this bit, nice and slowly, just because you can hear the change in tone on the machine where it starts going up that bigger, chunkier area with the strap included. And then we'll take that pin out. And let's go forward and reverse on that, make sure it's nice and solid. It only goes backwards at one speed, I'm afraid, so chat amongst yourselves. There we go. And then we're back at the corner. This is where we started off, and this is, again, one of those bits that you definitely kind of want to get right. So you're going to come all the way along. So you're lined up with that. Let me just get rid of that pin out of there first. I'm trying to squish all these bits down so you can see the best that I can show you. So we're going to come it's on my machine, it's about 2 stitches forward, might be kind of 2.5, then up, pivot it round. See, when I put that down, I can see against my plate here, because my plate's got a little line on it. I'm wondering if I can turn the light off and show you better. There's a little red line there, and I can see that my seam's kind of nowhere near it, so I'm going to just pivot it back round, pop another stitch in, and you can hand turn it if you want to. If that's going to make you feel happier that you're going at an easier pace, then absolutely no problem. Oh, I need about a half a stitch, so what I'm going to do is hand stitch it, hand turn it, but hang on to the fabric so it doesn't feed quite as much through as it wants to. And that's much better. We're now lined up on that 1/4 inch. And then we're going to come back along. And now we're into the bits where we've got all that additional for the pockets. Now, the reason I've sewn it this way around is because when you come to the pockets, all this additional bit is on the top, which means it's much easier for me to monitor as I put it through the machine. So first of all, we're going to go over the zip. Well, not over the zip itself, because the zip's up here, just over the kind of end of the zip there. And then we're going to continue. Now, I've gone off a little bit here because, well, it looks like I've gone off, but actually there's a little bit of excess. Can you just see there's a little bit of extra fabric on there? So I'm still actually straight with my pattern that's underneath. I would probably have trimmed that off first to make my life a little bit easier, so I'm looking at one line to cut, to sew to, rather than multiples. So then we'll take off the quilt clips, and work our way all the way down. Now stitching this pocket down is going to mean it isn't going to flap about within the overlap flap of the bag itself, so it's going to make it much more secure for you. And then we're going to go around the corner. We're going to take it out of that sleeve arm now because we've got an easier job, because we're going to go straight along the top. And then meet back up with where we started on the other side of this flap. And then the other corner. Now if you have to stop and kind of move your foot to get round there, then that's absolutely fine. Just as slow as you need to go to get the best results. I would rather you went slower and got a really nice curve on there than tried to rush that through. And now we're back on that 1/4 inch there. Now this side looks like it's a little bit short, but that's fine. We've still got plenty before we hit our 1/4 inch marker. That's the quilt clip stopping it, so let's take that off. And then I'm just keeping my 1/4 inch line lined up all the way around. And that's our pocket secured. And then we're going to come back up to where we started. And then 2 or 3 reverse stitches on there. And it's done. So now it is time for a little bit of housekeeping and then a big reveal. It's all right. We're not ready for you yet. You're all right. Okay. So, housekeeping wise, if we've got bits like I had over there which were a little bit long, let's just whip them off, because we don't want extra bulk in there when we have to do our top stitching. So I'm just going to take that bit of the pocket off. Just want to make sure I'm not cutting the other bit when I do so. So yeah, just going to whip that little bit off of there. Whoa, there we go. And I also want to cut this excess piece that I had. You may not have this, as I explained. It depends on how your zip goes in. If you're stitching right to the edge of the zip tape, then you may not have as much as this. If you have put it in like I have and I've gone right up to the teeth on the zip, then you'll have this extra little bit that you may need to take off. And then the last bit we need to snip before we turn things right side out are these parts here. So the bits that go where it changes direction. So where it changes direction from the body of the bag to the corner there, to the flap. So we're going to snip right the way into those. And it's really important that you do go right the way in here, because that's what's going to allow that to move when we turn it right side out. So I'm going to go for the other one now on the other side, which is over here. Same in there, and right the way in, so that when we turn it right side out, it's got that movement. So now are you ready? I'm ready, Emma. Okay.
Oh,
so we're going to reach into the bag, pull the lining out, and then pull the whole bag through the lining. And it will look like a disaster initially, but then you push the bag, main body of the bag out, then you go ahead and get the lining, get the flap out. Come on. Oh, I didn't snip any bits in the corners, but because they're external corners, we'll be fine. We'll be fine. So that's the corners in the flap, because at the minute you can get right the way into the flap, because we've got that open. And then we're going to put that inside there. And you can see it already kind of starting to take shape. Now there's some finishing touches that we need to do, but first of all we've got a question from Joan, who's asking about the size of the pocket. Now, I don't have a ruler, Joan, so I'm gonna say 2 hands. No, I'm not going to say 2 hands. All right, I know the length of the blade on these scissors is 6 inches, so I'm going to say it's about 4 to 4.5 inches deep, and then going across, I'm probably going to say that's 6, 7, 8. So 8 inches by ish by, so that's 20 centimetres by about 4.5 inches, which is about 11.5 centimetres. Yeah, 11.5 centimetres. I doubted my maths for a second there. It's always fine. Yeah, so it's a kind of big enough size to get a few bits and pieces in. If you have a look there, look in the pocket. That's how big it is. Okay, so last final step. So, I mean, it looks nice enough as it is, but what we're missing is top stitching, because what the top stitching will do is see these edges on here, which are kind of moving about and kind of rolling back out. That's going to solve that problem for you with your top stitching. Now, if you want to get fancy, you might want to kind of just leave yourself a little rolled bit round the top there, and you can have a little kind of fancy flash of the colour that's in the middle. If you want to do the kind of more traditional option, then what you need to do is get an iron and press this all the way out first. So both of those seams are lined up exactly. So the lining's on the inside, and your kind of outer fabric is on the outside, and press it all the way around first. And then what we're going to do, I'm just going to clip off that thread that I've got there. Oh, I've got another one here. Quick, let's get that one too. And then we are going to stitch exactly that same loop as we just did. So we're going to stitch from the corner all the way around the front of the bag, round the side, all the way up, round the top, and back down again. So you're going to do exactly that same loop as we've just done. So I should really press this properly first, but I think with the time that we've got, I may just have to go for it. So let's grab the machine, do our final bit of top stitching, and get our bag finished off. So, as I said, I prefer to start and get one of the awkward bits out of the way first. And for me, that's this piece here in the corner. So to top stitch this, I'm going to use the edge of the foot, the toe of the foot, against, properly kind of butted up against the fabric, and then use my 1/8 inch marker. I might go back across just a little bit. There we go, my 1/8 inch marker. So I've got a 1/8 inch top stitch all of the way around. So I'm going to just kind of pull that flat first, because what we don't want is a little kind of pucker in there. So we're going to sew along. Now this time we're only going to go 1/8 of an inch past, which would be stitch, maybe stitch and a half. Oh no, I didn't leave my needle down. So yes, should have left my needle down. There you go, let's pop that in. And then just roll those fabrics so that they are sitting nice and flat. And again, use that sleeve arm to make sure that you can create a completely flat, if I just push that down there, completely flat piece of fabric that's actually going under your machine. I'm not bothered so much about what's happening down here. All I want to see is what's actually going to be travelling under my machine is as flat as it possibly can be. So let's just wrap that under. I can feel a little pleat in there, which I'm just going to, there we go, just iron out with my finger, because I don't want that to be pleated on the inside. And then we're just going to go around and around. Now, when we go over the strap, again, remember you've got quite a lot of bulk here now, so you're going to need to take your time and hand turn your machine if it won't. See, mine's just stopped there, so I need to hand turn that just to make sure that it'll go over all of that. Once you've got over the seam and the bulk of it, it should settle down and be absolutely fine. So I'm just going to pull these out as I go. If you iron yours first, you'll save yourself a lot of this that I'm doing here, where I'm having to pull these bits out as I go, because you'll have spent the time and you'll have pressed it properly first. Now, you do need to watch out for your strap when you're working, because you don't want that to kind of accidentally slide through. So just keep an eye on it as you're sewing round, and you'll be absolutely fine. There's no way of avoiding it, because obviously you have to sew through either side of it to be able to get the top stitch in. But just, it is worth just keeping an eye out for it, and just keeping it as far out of the way as you possibly can. And this is exactly the same route as we took. So if you missed any of the bit that we did earlier when we attached the two bits together, this is exactly the same route that we're taking. We're starting at the bottom of one of the flaps, doing that little right angle corner, and then working our way all the way around, just doing a couple of inches at a time, and keeping those edges nice and flat and straight. And it's about 1/8 of an inch that I'm using. So now, as I said, yeah, it's exactly the same point that we had the problem last time. It's getting so there's a lot of flat pieces over here, and that bulk of the flap is what's getting caught under the sleeve arm. So I'm going to pull the whole lot through. So I've only got a tiny bit on the back now, and most of my fabric at the front. I'm going to flatten that out again. Now back over the other strap. So again, that's going to be quite bulky. So we're going to take our time, slow the machine down and help it as much as we can. There you go, straight over that time, very well behaved. And then flatten all of this out because we want that to be nice and straight. And about 1/8 of an inch past, because that's the allowance that we're using for this top stitch. And then that sits nicely. If it didn't, you'd have to just kind of add a half a stitch in here and there just to get it looking right. And then we're going to continue the top stitch all the way up and over around the flap. And again, we're coming to a bulky area where the flap bit has been joined to the pocket. So it's just a case of take your time, help the machine as much as you can to get that through. And then we're going to sew all the way around that top curve on the top of the flap. So nice and slowly, because this is the bit that you want to be nice and accurate. But it can be quite bulky as well with having the extra bits in the curve on the corner there. So just do a couple of hand stitches. There's nothing wrong at all if you feel you've got better accuracy by hand stitching it or hand turning it. No problems with that at all. I think it's all about the finished result. As long as you're happy with the way you're getting there, then absolutely no problems. And now we should be on straight again. There we go. And we're nearly there, we're nearly finished. We nearly have a completed bag. So again, I'm continuing to kind of pull these seams out as I go, keep them as straight as I possibly can. And then last corner, final bit, and our bag will be complete with about 4 minutes to spare.
Hey!
Which you might have to finish off because I've got to take everything back over there now. See, I think at the beginning it still looked like you had an awful long way to go, but when it actually kind of comes together, it comes together very, very quickly. I'm just going to try and push that corner out a little bit more. Didn't push it out as much as I possibly could have done. There we go, round the corner, back on the straight, and then we've got one more little bulky bit to do here where the pocket meets on the flap. And here we go on that bulky bit again, so it's just worth going a little bit slower, taking your time, making sure the machine can handle it. If it can't, you can hand turn it. Worst case scenario, it's a spot that you may have to hand sew. I'm just going to make sure they line up. And we do a couple of back stitches just to secure it. And then we can cut them off. And we are done.
Well done.
There you go. So if you did want to secure the flap, you can always either put a button on it. You can get magnetic clasps. I will say though, if you're going to add a magnetic clasp, you still can do it at this point because you've got the gap in your lining, and you can just slide your hand in, and you could add a magnetic clasp onto the inside here, and then in its respective place on the bag here. But I would put an additional bit of something like a felt or a bit of batting or wadding behind it, just so it's got that little bit more kind of stability. And then my final job is just to sew up that gap that we've got in the lining. So you can either do it You can do it with a ladder stitch if you want to, or you can always just tuck it in. So fold either side in, and that same top stitch that we've just used everywhere else, you can just pop those together, give them a press first with an iron, and then just run that through the machine with a little 1/8 inch top stitch along there, and that will hold that together for you, and you will not have anything disappearing into the lining of your bag. So,
perfect. Well, we are very close to the end of the show. If anybody's got any emails, you've still got time to email in. We're going to show a little video next, but just to remind you, it's studio@thecraftstore.com. If you're a little bit stuck, or if you want to ask a question or just say something to Hayley, do let us know very, very quickly.
I'm not taking complaints today. It's a busy day. I'm not taking complaints.
Just praise, just praise. Right, let's have a look at that VT.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom Members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with the Craft Store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
Yes, we're nearly there, aren't we? Are you nearly there with your bag? Have you been crafting along? Maybe you've done. You've done. Hayley's done. That's
I'm not
it.
off home, I'm off over
That's
there.
it. But if you're
Are we
not
done now? Have we got to still go back over there? What time is it?
You're on next, but not live.
Oh, that's fine then.
But you've got to get back there for the morning.
Okay, that's
Okay,
fine.
all right. Well, do you know, I'm just going to let everybody know, Hayley,
I was
as well.
going to finish early and lump everything back over there. I'm just going to keep going, man.
If you would still like to make the messenger bag, you still can. You can still get the kit. You can still go back and catch first and second instalment. And of course, tonight was the third instalment, how to create this bag. £7.7. You get instructions anyway. But if you're new to this, this is a great project. The original price is £19.99. You're saving £12.99 buying this way. 616-533 is the item number. Oh, we've just had a question actually. How long are the shows available on Rewind? Actually, it's a full 60 days, so quite some time.
It says a full 60 days, but I think there are rumours of putting the craft-alongs in their own little section.
Oh.
So people can have them for a little bit longer. And what we've also done is, with the permission from the Craft Store, we have taken the videos and kind of squished them down a little bit into 3 parts, so they're a bit shorter, they're about 30 minutes. Take the waffle out, just the sewing bits, and we've squished them down and we've put them on our YouTube.
Amazing.
As well.
Oh, I
so
didn't
if you
even know
can
that.
no longer, if it does so happen that after 60 days they do drop off, you can still get them because we have cut them down and made them
That's
available
really
on our
good.
YouTube
Oh,
as well.
what a great question to ask then, because I've learned something new as well. So if you want to go for the messenger bag, 616-533 is the item number. We've been very busy again this hour on this particular kit. Now, we have got more coming up as well. Of course, tomorrow sees the final instalment of the Granny Square bag, but the next kit is due to start on the 7th of October. Now, this is a first. We've actually given you choices of colours. I'm just going to separate these so it makes a little bit more sense, because we have got 4 different colour options. Now, what you can create is the cowl. As we've got a couple of minutes left, I'm going to show you how this works as well. But let me go through those colours. So you've got the grey and the mustard together, the taupe and the natural. Now, taupe is a slightly lighter brown than the next one I'm going to show you, which is chestnut and natural. So there is a slight difference there. And then finally we have aubergine and natural, which is the one that, of course, our lovely little model is wearing here. Now, just to explain what this is, it is a cowl. Depending on tension, depending on how long you make yours, you should have enough to make 2. So the first one will be wherever the main colour is, the next one, that will be the rose, and vice versa. But what this is, it's not an embellishment that sits on the front. It is actually the ends of the cowl. So how it slots together creates that rose. So you're not looking at separate pieces on pins or anything like that. It's all one piece. £9.49, £5.50 is the saving there. 931529. Now we have another one that's coming up later on in the year as well. This is the machine stationery. This starts on the 5th of October. Another fantastic project here. Another great saving for you as well. Only £7.49 and you can get this. You can see sewing machine starter course. Part of your craft along 623165. This is another one of Hayley's, of course. You can get all of these now. There's more on the website. We have a couple of painting ones, the current one and one for the future as well. We've got the knitting where you can create two hats there. You've got everything you need. So the needles, crochet hooks, fabric panels, whatever you need. When it comes to the painting, you get your paint and of course your paper, even little mounts and frames there as well. So lots to keep you busy, lots to look forward to. This is a great course. We've had so much amazing feedback from all of the craft alongs as well. It's well worth joining in. And if you do miss anything, of course, you've just heard it, you can go back on Rewind and catch that as well. So we've seen the final part of the messenger bag. Hayley, is that you? Have you got another project this week as well, or is that the final one?
I've got Hedgehog.
Hedgehog to
Hedgehog on
finish.
Friday.
On
You're
Friday,
Thursday,
right.
I'm on Friday.
Tomorrow night,
All done.
9 o'clock, it's me final instalment of the granny bag. That's the granny square bag. That, of course, is the crochet. So do join me there. Make sure you've got everything ready. Or again, you can still purchase the kit and go back on Rewind there as well. Hayley, thank you very, very much. You've had such a busy evening.
I know, I was nearly ready to go again then.
Well, we'll let you go up there if you wish. Oh, thank you, everybody. Thanks for joining in, and I shall see you tomorrow here at the craft store. Bye-bye. Yes, she is here again, the lovely Hayley, crafting herself silly one more time. And then, of course, we've got DIY Essentials and then Jewellery Designs.
In the foothills of Alnul, a lawless event unfolds. The craft store's 6th birthday, an exciting time beholds. Yeehaw! Phil Martin and Indigo Blue, Heartfelt Creations, Zuri, and Crafts too. With £6 of credit, there'll be plenty to buy. With great one-day specials, the aces are high. With discounts and deals, with prices to amaze, join us for a hoedown for a wild 7 days. From fabric to paper to glitter and pencils, pens and stamps, inks and stencils. Join us in August, a craft extravaganza. Happy 6th birthday, the Craft Store's Bonanza!
Did you know you can watch the Craft Store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week using the Craft Store app on your Amazon Fire Stick for free? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Amazon Fire Stick accesses the Amazon App Store to add new applications. By downloading the Craft Store app, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how to do it. Turn on your TV and connect your Amazon Fire Stick. If this is your first time using the device, follow the on-screen instructions to connect it to the internet and log into your Amazon account. Once set up, you'll need to open the search bar. To do this, simply use your remote circular directional dial to scroll to the search icon and select it. Now simply type the Craft Store into the search bar and this will take you to the Craft Store app. All you need to do now is select download and remember it's free. Once this is added to your Fire Stick, you can move the app for easy access. Press and hold your home button on any app and then select the apps from the menu that appears. Scroll to the Craft Store app and then press the button with the 3 horizontal lines on your remote and select Move to Front. And that's it! You can now watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Oh, that little froggy, Foxy gets me every single time. Yeah, it did get me that time because I thought it was a frog. 8 o'clock, that means, of course, we've got the second instalment of the one-day special. Very busy launch at 6 o'clock. In fact, a quarter of the stock, the entire stock has already gone. It is a great deal. It really, really is. And wait until you see the values. We go down the counter and look at individual projects. Now, we have got the Fabazine. If you're looking at the one-day special, you've also got the Zips Fabazine included. In total, 20 individual projects. Now, it's not just the instructions for those projects, it is all of the materials that you're going to need. So it could be printed panels, it could be zips, it could be binding, it could be acrylic plates, it could be all sorts of things. Ribbon we've got in here. We'll go through the different items for you. Now, we have got the Fabazine issue number 8 here. We've also got the zips, all part of the one-day special. There are 12 projects in the Fabazine in issue number 8, and in the zips you've got a further 8. Now, you can go for those individually. There's a £5 saving. We're carrying those £5 over. £5 from the zips, £5 from the Fabazine 8. That's £10, and we're going to give you another £10 on top. So you've got a £20 saving in total. 510585 is the item number. It gets better because we've got Flexi for you as well. 2 payments of £37.49. In fact, if you break it down, per project, it's only £3.75. But of course, the lady herself was behind all this. She's with us in the studio, so we're going to say a very good evening once again to Hayley Smith.
Hi.
Hey, you're on for the next 3 hours. Do you realise that?
Yeah, 2. This one and the next one.
You're on the hour after that as well. It might be a repeat, but you're still on.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Actually, so am I then.
Yes. Yeah, just us then. Just for the rest
it is
of
this
it.
evening.
That's fine.
Now, we had a very busy launch, Hayley.
We did.
We saw a couple of demonstrations on the earlier hour.
Yes.
What do we expect from this hour?
Okay, we're going to try and just finish off that little toadstool because we didn't quite get all the way through that.
Okay.
Time beat us a little bit. And we're going to do the little armrest one as well.
Lovely.
So 2 projects.
Lovely, lovely, lovely. Well, shall we have a little look at the one-day special? We'll start a little bit, well, we're going to start with issue number 8. So you've got 12 projects in here. We've got all the projects laid out on the counter. Now, the first project we're going to look at is this one. This is your tablet rest. I mean, you could rest other things against it if you wanted, Hayley, couldn't you, I suppose? But that's what it's designed for, isn't it?
I mean, it's designed for a tablet, but it could be a book, it could be anything you like. Now, I've stuffed this one with chipped foam, which gives it quite a lot of bounce back.
Yeah.
Because obviously when you're putting heavier things like tablets on it, then that really helps it to bounce back. So if we get the armrest finished, we might see if we can crack onto that one. We'll see how we get on.
Now, you do get the panels, of course, to create this. Full instructions within the Fabazine as well. So that's the first of our projects that we're going to look at. Now, moving down, we've got our fruity coasters. I really like these. I'm thinking, you know, if we do get summer back, they did promise it this week, but it's not here, is it? We've got a piece of watermelon there. We've got the lime. We've got the apple. We've got the orange. We've got the lemon. And we've also got the kiwi. Of course, you've got all the pre-printed panels to create these. They have got a little bit of stitching on, which really brings the detail out. You can really see that, can't you? If I show you the watermelon one especially, really like that. There we are. Isn't that wonderful? So another project, of course, from our one-day special. Now, moving on, we've just mentioned the toadstool. Hayley did start to demonstrate this in the earlier hour. This is such a clever idea. I really love this. We've got 2 projects here, actually. Let me just show you the toadstool panel. So you get the top. You can actually make 2 from this. This is the top of the toadstool and also the base that goes around the cotton reel, isn't it?
Yes. So you've got a little wrap that goes around the cotton reel, which is the one we just finished in the last hour. And that you can pop around and either, you know, if it's an old cotton reel, you can just use it as purely decorative. If it's a current cotton reel that you are using, then you can use it, you know, to actually secure your fabrics around it. Maybe either put a press stud or a little hook and loop on there and hold everything closed and keep your cotton from unraveling. And then you've got your little toadstool bit on the top. There's an MDF disc in there and there's a little dowel peg, so it slots exactly in there and then keeps it secure on the top for you.
It does. That's such a lovely idea, and it creates 2, as I say. Now, this next idea also I think is absolutely brilliant. Now you do get the panel to create this as well. So Hayley, you did say earlier on that you can either put a large spool of cotton in
Yes.
there or 2 smaller ones.
So we've designed it so it fits precisely either that one large one or 2 individual of the small ones the same size as the toadstool. So you can keep, there's a little bit of felt in there that will allow you to put a few little pins and things in there as well. So it's a really good one as a kind of maybe a little handbag sewing kit, or if you want to leave one in the car or something like that. It's a really nice kind of cute way of having a mini sewing kit.
I really like that. I think that's so handy. Absolutely gorgeous. Now the next one, we've got the Russian doll doorstep. Now our particular item here, or our finished sample, hasn't got a weight in there, just for postage reasons,
Yes,
you said,
it was
didn't
purely
you?
for postage.
But you could weight this if you want to and use it as a doorstep.
Absolutely. If you're going to weight it, you know, something like a rice or dried beans or peas, not a can of. That'd be a bit sloppy. If you could leave it in the can in theory, and that would be heavy enough, wouldn't it? Just stuff
it
around
would weight
it.
it down.
Exactly.
It definitely would. There we are. There's our little Russian doll. Beautiful. Now the next item, this is a little bit different because you are getting some templates here. Now these are really clever, Hayley. When you explained about this earlier, you've kind of got a 2 for 1 in one of the pieces.
You have. So you've got your pieces 1, 2, 3 and 4 in there, and it explains in the instructions how you put all that together. But if you notice the last one, it's got both 3 and 4 on it. So if you put it that way up so that 3 looks correct,
yeah,
then that's the number 3 shape. If you then flip it over, so number 4 looks correct as you're reading it, and 3 looks back to front.
Now I would flip that round, but I don't think you'll see much because just to explain,
It has got the film on the back.
Yeah,
You can
there's a
always
piece
take
of
the film
film.
off
You
the
can
back
take
if you
that off.
want.
Oh, you can just see through it a little bit.
Yeah, you can
Yeah,
see
you can see
4's
the
now the
four.
right way around and 3's back to front.
Brilliant.
So that's how you know which side is which for putting that together.
Love it. So the film is just there to protect, of course, the acrylic. Now you can see a couple of samples. There's one in front there, and I've got another one here behind me as well. If you're liking the fabric, we do have a pick and mix for this on the show. I'm going to turn this around because there's different colours on the back. I love that sparkle in there. Just a couple of ideas, Hayley, of how you can use the templates then.
Exactly. It should make a finished size of a 10-inch template, so that's perfect for a little wash bag or something like that. And I must thank Jane for doing those samples for me because she's done a lovely job.
Oh, thank you, Jane, for that. Lovely. Now we're moving down again because we've got more samples for you as well. We've got the lanyard and the embroidered, how do you say it?
Embroidered doodle.
Embroidered doodle.
Embroidered doodle.
Embroidered doodle. I like that. Now you're also getting the threads here as well, the printed panels, of course, and the lanyard. You said you know that's really handy. You hand that round your neck. You could put a little pair of scissors in there, or some tools that
if you
you're
put a bit of
using.
batting or wadding in there, or stuffing, you can then make it into a little pin cushion as well. And you've got 2 different sides to choose from as well, because the first side is plain red, and I've used a tartan as the pocket.
Oh,
but if you
nice.
flip it round, you could have tartan on tartan if you wished, because if you turn that over, can you do a little flip for me? There you go. You could have the darker side with the red tartan pocket if you want.
Love it. There we go. So options there as well. A couple more projects for you to see. Now the next one I really, really do like. Now there is a handle for this, Hayley, you said.
Yeah,
In fact, the handle
this is the one we're going to do
actually
tomorrow
inside.
morning because I'm busy prepping those pieces as we speak.
Okay.
So we're going to do this one tomorrow morning. And this one, either if with no handle like Patty's left it there, brilliant as just a caddy.
Yeah,
you
I
know,
do like
to
it like
store
that,
lots
got to
of
say.
things in. However, if you do want to make it into a bag, there is a handle included, and you can top stitch that on to make it into a proper bag.
And you can tuck all sorts into those pockets, can't you? You can.
You're going to have stuff hanging out all the way around.
I really like that. I think that is such a lovely idea. You could put a little popper there and use it as kind of a lunch bag, I suppose.
Yeah, absolutely.
Put sandwiches
Why not?
in, a bottle of
And
pop.
to go with your lunch bag, you can use your water bottle carrier.
Of course you could, because that's coming up next. Let's have a look at the water bottle carrier. Now this, I really like this because you've got the pleating in there and it looks as though it's very difficult, but actually it's not.
No, that one's quite straightforward. Again, we're going to jump onto that one hopefully tomorrow as well. But there's just so many projects to get through, and I will try and get through as many as I can. But we are doing instructional videos for all of these. Steph is off this week because she's booked a holiday.
Oh.
It's outrageous.
I don't know. It was Steve-O last week.
I know, he's back. He's fit in
Is
his
he
kitchen.
back?
He's back.
Did he have a nice time?
That's where he went, you know. Were you on that show when we were explaining where Steve had gone?
Yeah.
And he's cut all of these.
Has he?
Yes, he has. He cut the last one today, so they're all kind of winging their way out as we speak.
Perfect.
All the extended ones. So
Love it.
If
Love
you
it. Love
ordered
it.
one of those, it is on its way.
Wonderful. Let's carry on though with these projects because the next one is the painter's pouch.
You might have a new sample now.
Well, I've got two things to show now, haven't I? Because we've got the prototype, which is the smaller versions, but this, you can see, you've got the binding around the edge, you've got your little pockets there, you can change where you put the pockets, Hayley, you said as well, didn't you?
Yes, absolutely. If you want
Nice
to kind of
there.
mix up where the pockets go, then you can to an extent. And it's really where that flap goes. You can change where you decide to put that flap.
Lovely. But the size you're actually getting, now this hasn't got the binding on it because Hayley demoed this in the earlier hour. We didn't quite get to finish it. Oh, but there is a book in there.
There's nothing in the book. Don't worry.
There's lots of
made
appointments for the painting and decorating.
No, one half is stripy. It's the one that we had in the denim. it's the one we had in the denim special edition Fabazine. And it's stripy in one half and plain in the other half. It's
So you
snazzy
can,
little book.
if you so wish, you want to keep a notebook in there, an A5 notebook.
Yep, absolutely. It'll fit perfectly in there. And I would definitely, if you are going to use an A5 notebook with that, just plan your pockets accordingly. Because if you see when that one wraps up, you want to make it sure that your pockets are flat when it kind of overlaps.
And
So
that
if
was
you've got
all
anything
explained
in-
on the launch
Yes,
hour, wasn't it? So
yes,
you can
we've
always
done
get that on
Next.
rewind. You do get your binding and your zip and all the components, of course. Now, the armrest is next. Now, you just said
This is the one
what
we're going to
hoping
do
see.
in this hour, yes. And that one, the sample that's been done, they've actually added some bias binding to theirs to make it even snazzier. But we are going to show you the method that's in the book, which doesn't actually use the bias binding. But absolutely, you can add it on if you wish.
Okay, there we are. Beautiful fabric underneath. There you go. That's the fabric that you're also getting there. We're going to see more of this, of course. Well, I think, is that 12 projects we've done?
That's-
I think
that's
it is.
12.
That's 12. So that is your Fabazine issue 8, but of course with the one day special you're also getting what we've now named the Zipazine, which
So jealous.
is
I just
great.
feel like I've missed a trick there. I really
You're
do.
going to have to do another version then, Hayley.
Okay,
aren't
next
you?
time I do it, I'll just ring you guys up first. I'm doing another one and I'm making it with this. What shall I call it?
Now, we've got lots of fun projects in the Zipazine.
This is one of my favourites.
This
I
is
must
one of-
say,
Oh.
this is one of my favourites.
Well, you get to make this little egg, but look. Oh, if I just unzip the little egg and see what's inside. Oh! Oh, it's a breech birth.
Wasn't going to go there, but you have.
We have a little dinosaur, our Stegosaurus. Yes, he does have eyes, doesn't he?
Well, I haven't put proper eyes in. I've put temporary eyes on
Yeah.
because, he's super cute. He's a little dinosaur in his own little egg.
Do you know, it's quite a chunky dinosaur to fit in that egg as well. He really does have to squash him, but it's just great fun, isn't it? It really is. I mean, anybody would love that.
Yeah, it's a really, really cute project. And all of these projects in the zip issue are about different techniques, different ways you can use zips, and kind of fun ways that you can use them as well. So, the next project, you've got the cherry blossom pouch.
Yeah.
Now, that one, can you possibly zip that one back together for me?
I certainly can
because
try.
that one uses a different kind of zip. So we've been using mostly closed zips in the stuff that we've shown you so far, but this one actually uses an open zip as well. So an open zip is what you find on the front of a jacket, where the two sides come apart completely.
Right, I've
And
zipped
that's
it
what
back
we've
up so
used
I
in
can
this
undo
one
it
that,
again.
that Catherine has kindly reassembled, so we can show you this one. So we've given you a really long zip for this, and that's just so you've got plenty of space to kind of hang on to it, because there's nothing worse than a stingy little zip where you've got a little bit and you've got to try and fiddle on the end to get it done. And then you've got 4 pouches contained within there who have all got their own zips as well, so you can store absolutely loads in there and then zip it all up together So great for
Perfect.
kind of projects that you've got on the go at the minute, or great for kind of makeup, or just travelling with lots of little bits and pieces.
And nothing's going to
Perfect.
fall out if you remember to zip everything up. I love that. Now next we have the endless pouch. So this
you
is
can have
such
to
a
zip it
clever
back up.
idea. This is this one, isn't it?
This is hilarious, this one.
Oh, I love this. Now you've actually got 10 individual zips in this. It could be a pencil case. Again, you could keep, I don't know, bits of makeup, glasses
it could
in there.
be anything you like. And
Doesn't
it doesn't matter
matter.
which one you open, you'll always get in. You can open
certainly
any
will.
zip you like.
So we'll flip it over. Let's open this one. There you go. Look at that. It's just great fun, isn't it? I can imagine somebody being at school with their pencils in there. Their friends are going to be very envious.
You don't even have to be at school. You can just have it for your own pencil kit, maybe in a handbag or something like that, with a couple of pens and pencils in.
I love
Or,
it.
as we said, glasses, perfect size for that. There's lots and lots of bits and pieces you could keep in there.
Very, very nice. Now, the next one.
This
Someone
just makes
hasn't
me
left their
laugh.
lunch here. It looks like it, doesn't it? It looks like somebody's left their lunch on set. Well, they haven't.
It's probably Leonie's. It's like vegetarian, isn't it?
Leonie
Or
doesn't leave a
Janice,
lunch,
she's
leaves
veggie
something
as
else.
well.
We've all seen it. Look at this.
That's after 9 o'clock we discussed that, Catherine.
Oh, is it feta cheese in there?
I don't. It might be vegan cheese. You never know.
Are they grapes or olives? They're grapes,
Olives.
aren't they? I think they're grapes.
I think I'd rather have a grape than an olive in
I
the
would.
salad.
I'd definitely rather have grapes. Do you know? And you can see it does look
We've
like a
made it
wrap,
like a
doesn't
wrap,
it?
yeah.
I just think that is genius. That is so, so clever, and not a calorie in sight. Oh, and if you zip this up, Hayley, I'll just demonstrate. 'Cause
Yeah,
you did
it kind of
explain this
creates a
earlier.
different shape. So if you kind of zip it all the way up, you get a kind of really interesting shape to it. So you can close it completely. It does come with a piece of continuous zip on there, so you can't close it 100% completely if you want to. You don't have to. You can leave it half open like that, so you can see all the bits and pieces that are in it.
Love it. Now,
See, this is the beauty of being able to print your own stuff, because where are you going to find solid fabric? I mean, really.
oh, and
perfect
it
for
looks
that,
like
though.
a wrap. I mean, you've got the texture there and everything. The colour's right there. Now this one's a pair of lips, isn't it?
It is. It's a really cute little, we've called it a lippy zippy headphone case. So this is a perfect size for just either a few coins, if you've got headphones or chargers that you want to take with you. It's a really kind of nice little size for just those little bits that you don't want to forget and you want to have somewhere special to put them.
Love it. You've even got that little bit of ribbon to help you pull
You
the
have.
zip together.
So that's
It's
only
handy.
4 of the projects. There are 5, sorry, because there was Egbert as well.
Yeah.
It actually comes with 8, and we are going to get onto a couple of those projects tomorrow and make up a couple more
Okay,
of the
so
samples
we're
for
not
that.
showing you everything.
Not
Remember,
everything.
all
Keeping
of
it in
this
suspense.
plus more is part of that one-day special, and you've got the flexi buy on there as well. 510585. Now, before we get to demonstration, Hayley, we've got a couple of happy hours
We've got a
again
couple
this
of happy
hour.
hours. So this hour we've got our purple people eater, and this is our honour roll bands. So when we do bands, we do several different colours on one roll. So this one has got the off-white, like the ivory colour, and then you've got all 3 of our purples. So that's purple rain, purple haze, and deep purple in the middle there. So you've got all of them on there, 10 metres of each, 40 metres in total of fabric on there.
That is a great buy. Half price for this hour, save £20. The price will go up at 9 o'clock, 683810.
And they're 2.5 inch wide as well. So
2.5
it's your
inches wide,
standard jelly roll,
Yeah.
or freedom roll, or Swiss roll, or strip roll, or whatever you want to call them, standard width. So they'll work with all of those as well.
Wonderful.
Right, next one.
What else do we have?
We've got rolled hem feet, and we've got a set of 3 of these. So let me just have a little hold up of these for you.
I've never seen.
So these,
that
you might have
big.
seen the little tiny ones. You can
Yeah.
get little tiny ones that do tiny, tiny rolled hems for really kind of delicate fabrics. Stuff like the top that I've got on at the minute. It does those really, really. Let me tip these up a bit to
Like
get the shine off
chiffons
them.
and you-
Yes,
yeah.
you can get really, really tiny ones, but these are slightly bigger, and these will give you rolled hems for larger, kind of brilliant for doing cushions and things if you're doing a lot of cushions. And the way that they work, I'll have to use a little bit that we're going to actually use in this next bit, is you fold it in half, and then fold it again, and you fold it the width of you want to do your hem, and if it needs to go that way up, Let me just see if I can slide it through so you can see. It actually rolls into, can you see there's a little kind of curve
Yeah, we
in
can
there?
see that.
Let me just fold it again. And then what you'll do, I've got it the wrong way around, that's why it won't go through. That, there, like that. And it goes through that curl in there. Let me just slide it through and I'll turn it around so it can face the camera a bit more easily. In you pop. Go on. Go through. Come on. You know you want to. There we go. It's coming out now. And it rolls through there and then slides underneath your sewing machine foot.
So as you stitch, the hem will roll
as the
automatically.
stitch, it will kind of automatically roll itself. So if I just start sliding that down a little bit. Can you see that there?
How clever.
It kind of rolls it for you
Yeah.
as it stitches it. So really, really handy ones to have. And in the set, you've got 1/2 inch. You've got, it says 6/8 on here, which is a 3/4
Yeah.
inch. And then you've got 8/8, which is a 1 inch. So you've got all three
Wow.
of those options in one. You don't have
That's
to choose,
such a
you're
good
getting all
bargain.
three. Okay.
I've never ever seen rolled hem feet as big as that. I didn't even know they existed. $14.99 is the price. You're getting all three of those. £15 savings. So yeah, essentially a half price deal fee there. 440864. Even if you're not sure what you want to use those for at the moment, if you haven't got a project in mind, you will use that. I think they're such a good buy. Now we have got another happy hour for you as well. This is your tissue paper ream. Now you get a lot for your money here as well. A £5 saving, $9.99 is the price. Item number 583969. There you go. Right, Hayley.
So first of all, we need to finish off that little toadstool that we started in the previous hour. So I haven't stuck my dowel in here, but you do need to glue that in and make sure it's set before you put this in. And then what you're going to do is add a little bit of stuffing in there. I might have got a bit too much there, but we'll be all right. I'm going to pop that on the top, which is going to have the little dowel already in it. And then, as I said, I've left a bit of a long tail on one side of this. What I'm going to do is pull it all in together. And if that dowel was in, it'd be sticking out of the middle. You want to make sure that all of that stuffing goes underneath the, underneath there. And then that is going to make your soft, squishy top that's going to become the top of your toadstool. What I would do though is just then run round with your needle and thread and just stitch down and flatten out all of these creases so it sits nice and flatly on top of the bobbin. If you have a look at the one I've done, you'll see I've gone around and I've flattened all of these out just as best I can, just to make sure it sits really nice and flatly when it goes onto the top of the bobbin.
There we are.
And then just a few extra stitches to tie it off, and then that will be transferable between any bobbin that you're working on. So you can either use that outer piece as a wrap to kind of cover the bobbin if it's an old one and just want to use it as a decorative piece, or if it's a piece that you're going to move from reel to reel, then you can put a little hook and latch on there, and then you can use it as a wrap to stop the thread unravelling.
Love it. Absolutely love it.
Okay,
Two of
next
those
one.
you can create from the panels that you're given as well. Right, so where we're going now, Hayley?
Next one, we are going to do the armrest organizer. Now, as with all of these, if you are sneaky, well, I'm being sneaky, then if you make 2 more pieces in a plain fabric this size, the size of the wings, then you'll be able to make a second one. Because I think this piece, which is actually on the back, is such a nice piece of fabric. It's such a shame to put it on the back, really. So I would definitely kind of possibly replace this plain piece with or replace this nice piece with a plain piece and make a second one.
I think I would as well.
Using
it's
that, because it's too nice to put on the back, isn't it? So what we're going to do first of all is take the 2 pieces with the wings on, where they've got half a wing on, and fold those in half. And then we're going to put this one out the way for the minute. We're going to take the front piece and then line each of these up on either side, and you'll see which side is which because it should perfectly match with the pattern that's underneath it. I do the same with this one.
So you even print the stitching line then, Haley?
And then this one is on the top of this side. And what I would do is actually spend a little bit of time and just run a kind of stitch round those edges, especially these points here where it joins, because then when we sew this piece on to the back, we're not going to have them slipping when we're sewing. So I'm going to do that now, and then we'll attach that piece and top stitch it all together. So I'm just going to pop a pin in the middle just to stop it wiggling about as I stitch it, and ideally you want one where you're going to start and one where you're going to finish, because it's kind of, you know, the whole point of this is that we've printed that pattern so it's an exact match, and the benefit that you're going to get from that is a much better, more professional